This is Tyler Reddick.
Out front when it mattered the most, and here he comes.
The following is a production of the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Drivers, start your engine!
The Motor Racing Network presents
All right, man, be ready here.
NASCAR Live Race Day.
Ready. Bring it.
From the Chicago Street Course. Brought to you by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com.
Independence Weekend in Chicago. That's family, friends, dining out, the lakeshore, fireworks, and NASCAR through the streets around downtown and Grant Park. Today, 40 of the best stock car drivers in the world will be ripping down Lakeshore Drive at speeds over 160 miles per hour. Hello and welcome to the Motor Racing Network's live coverage of the Grant Park 165, the NASCAR Cup Series, and race number 20 of 2024. My name is Jeff Striegel. Alongside, as always, is Alex Hayden. A warm, humid, cloudy Sunday afternoon. Back again for the second time here in downtown Chicago, Alex, but this time under completely different circumstances.
Yeah, Jeff, last year we had torrential record-setting rains here in Chicago, Illinois. This year it's mostly sunny. There's a few passing big puffy clouds. 84 degrees. The Keith Urban concert, the Lauren Elena concert has gone off today. Fans have been here all morning long in Grant Park having a great time. We're ready to go. A thing that's different about this race compared to last year, it's also shorter. That's another thing that these teams are going to have to really think about with their strategy in the running of today's race.
All right, so let's start right there. You mentioned a shorter race. 75 laps is the distance. How is this going to affect the race strategy for these teams here today?
Talking with some of the crew chiefs this weekend, some of them are saying, this could very well be a one pit stop type of race. Now, that all is depending on how your race car is handling, where caution flags may or may not fly, and if you need the stage points desperately or not. When you look at the playoff grid, the drivers who have wins already under their belts, they can afford to take some extra chances here today. This is one of the biggest and best races on the calendar. Everybody wants this trophy.
Well, the setting here is spectacular, Alex, around Grant Park, and add to that all over Independence Weekend.
Yeah, there is. There's just a great setting here. And there's more importantly, being that it's our second consecutive year here on the streets of Chicago, a familiarity that's come into it. There's less confusion. That's for the teams. Where to park the transporters, what street to come in and out of, what gate to come to, where the restaurants are, things of that nature, because everything here is done on foot. There really is no traffic as far as rental cars go. You walk from the hotel into the park, get ready to go to work and have a good race.
Well, right now it is a beautiful day in a beautiful place. Perfect for what's in store here this afternoon. Coming up on NASCAR Live Race Day, one of NASCAR's best road course racers, Austin Cindric, joins the show.
From the running of the Grant Park 165, this is NASCAR Live Race Day.
Cindric powers past on the inside, and he's gone with the lead. Ryan Blaney limping on the bottom of the racetrack. It's Austin Cindric for the final time.
Austin Cindric, the blue and black Ford, coming off the end of the back straightaway, works his way into turn number 3, looking for the checkered flag.
His last win was the Daytona 500 back in 2022, but he's going to win here this afternoon at Worldwide Technology Raceway.
Now, back to Jeff Striegel and Alex Hayden.
That's how it sounded just over 1 month ago when Austin Cindric turned the Cup Series playoff picture upside down with his victory at Worldwide Technology Raceway.
Cindric's team is now in full playoff prep mode as he sat down with our Steve Post to discuss that and how this race will be different from what we saw 1 year ago.
Austin, you had a sixth-place finish last year. What did we learn about NASCAR Cup cars and street racing last year that we can apply today?
Yeah, certainly a lot. You know, the ability to prepare for this race in comparison to last year is night and day different, just with, you know, knowing the layout, knowing the limitations, knowing, you know, what I'm going to need out of my car to perform well versus kind of just looking at Google Maps and figuring out where the hell I'm going. So it's a much different game this year and understanding, you know, what it's going to take to be able to win this weekend.
What do you need then out of the race car? What's a good race car going to do here at the street course?
It is a pretty wide street course, but I think qualifying is going to be super important to be able to really manage that track position. But from my race car, you're going to be challenged a lot more with bumps in the racing line than what we normally are, especially like that high-speed entry into turn 4. A lot of straight line brake zones, so being able to maximize the braking, I think, is super important. Otherwise, kind of don't have an idea of how much the tire wear is. We didn't really get too many long runs last year, so I'd say that's probably the biggest variable.
Now, the other variable that likely looks like we're going to have is a lot less water on the racetrack as well. How much of a variable was that? How much did we learn about dry racing last year? Much?
I mean, certainly on Saturday, some. I spent most of my Saturday, though, fixing my car because I found the turn 4 wall a number of times. So from that standpoint, I probably learned a lot more in the race in the short amount of time. But I really hope that we don't have to deal with some of the weather we had last year, because we had tires floating down pit road and a lot of soggy people.
Another thing we have is telemetry among other drivers, and obviously a lot was made of SVG coming in and some of the techniques they use. You know, have you studied up? Have you brushed up? Have you looked at him or other drivers? We have a lot of great road racers. You're a great road racer. How much do you look at that as we go into this?
Yeah, I mean, you can't deny. Obviously, Shane was really good last year and was able to drive up through the field at the end of the race, win the race in his first Cup Series race. So, do I think it's probably Shane versus the world out there this weekend? I don't think so. I mean, we got some pretty talented drivers, cars, and teams. So, I would expect us, if there's a gap to close, I'm sure it'll be, closed a lot more than probably what it was last year. But nonetheless, certainly, a lot of homework to be done as far as what he was able to accomplish there last year, and where passes were made, and because I think that's the big thing, just his ability to move through the field really set himself up really nicely for the end of the race.
A couple of big picture questions. What does it mean to you to see NASCAR, to see the skyline of Chicago, to see the visuals we had of the lake and the park and everything? Just what does it mean to you as a guy, actually, to be able to race in such a historic place? Yeah,
it's obviously a huge sports town, and to be able to bring NASCAR there and kind of be a part of that. But when I think of street course racing, I think of one, you're bringing the party to the people. No different than what we did with the Clash in LA. But I think it's even that much bigger, because you look at street courses, throughout the world, with whatever IndyCar does, or other racing series. They do go to these cities, but it's not like they're in the heart of the most touristy section, shutting down the biggest roads in one of the biggest cities in the United States, and that's what we're doing. So leave it to NASCAR to go big, and I just really hope that this race gets to see its full potential, because I really don't feel like it did last year with all the weather we had. Other big picture questions. 2 months ago, what's wrong at Team Penske? Team Penske hasn't won a race. Team Penske hasn't done anything. We're sitting here now with Joey's win last week, all 3 locked into the playoffs. What's right with Team Penske? What's changed? Where are you guys at? I think some of that speaks for itself, right? I mean, whether if it's the types of racetracks that we've gone to and obviously had success at, that kind of medium-sized oval, maybe you can call it that. I mean, it's been 2 different aero packages, 3 different tires, and 3 different drivers and teams. So things have obviously been going well within the team this month. It's been really great for obviously getting us all in the playoffs and some momentum. But otherwise, business as usual. It's a long season, man, and I feel like it's usually pretty easy in the sport. Maybe from your chair or maybe somebody else, that has to talk about it to draw conclusions quickly. But we're definitely in it for the long game, and certainly have a focus now with all 3 of our cars to be able to get ready for the playoffs. Yeah, it is a long season. It really truly is. And the stress of that playoff bubble, you were on it. Joey just got off from it. You were on it. We're 3 weeks removed. We always ask this question after Gateway. You win the race there. What's the stress like? What's it like now 3 weeks as you guys kind of contend to the business of 7 races between now and the playoffs gearing up? What is the business like now, knowing that you've got that spot? You can think of it in a number of ways. I mean, the last couple of weeks, doesn't even feel like I won a race a few weeks ago. The last couple of weeks for me has been very adventurous. That's the word I've been using, at least, because it's been a bit nuts, and not necessarily in a good way. As far as a race team goes, Gateway was by far our best race of the year. And I'm not saying that because we won the thing. Sure. I'm saying that because we were in the top 3 all day. We executed exceptionally well from a strategy standpoint, restarts, passing, all the things. We did a great job, but we have to do that on a more consistent basis. And I think that was proof of concept for us on the 2 car that, okay, we get the fast car, we can do this. We put ourselves in position, we can do this. We make the right strategy calls, we can do this. So we have good pit stops, we can do this. So I think from that standpoint, proof of concept for us. But for the next handful of weeks, go out and try and get playoff points. It's not. I'm not going to get in the top 10 in the standings. I'm not going to have a shot at regular season playoff points. So can we flip stages and get wins or in the stages or win more races? That's good too. I think for us, it's about practicing to be on that level more consistently, because in the playoffs, that's what it's going to be, getting stage points, every stage. I'm not going to be at the bottom, but I'm definitely not going to be at the top when it comes to the first cutoff line.
Thank you, Postman. Coming up, we celebrate Richard Petty's birthday by counting down his top 5 victories as heard on the Motor Racing Network.
From the Chicago Street Course, this is NASCAR Live Race Day.
All the marbles are in one little bag right now, and David Pearson has them. Richard Petty trying to take them away. Here's Pearson out against the wall. Petty rides right on his bumper. Pearson squeezes the concrete. They move into the trial, and here goes Richard on the outside, cuts back to the inside of the trial.
Richard Petty is all the way up on the track. He nails Pearson. They come across side by side. Petty's done it. Petty has won by 2 feet. Richard Petty has just won the Talladega 500.
Now, back to Jeff Striegel and Alex Hayden.
That's what it sounded like back in August of 1974 when Richard Petty scored his first of 2 career victories at Talladega Superspeedway.
This year, we've been honoring the Petty family as 2024 marks their 75th year in NASCAR. Well, this week offered even more of a reason to celebrate as Tuesday marked the King, Richard Petty's 87th birthday. In honor of the occasion, all of us with the Motor Racing Network crew got together and ranked Richard's top 5 victories to air on the network. Susie Armstrong is here now with the results.
It's hard to narrow any driver's list of accomplishments down to just 5. And when they have 200 victories like the King, Richard Petty, it makes that task even harder. That said, here is our list of the King's top 5 victories that aired on the Motor Racing Network.
Number 5.
White flag for Richard Petty as he comes across the stripe, and the crowd comes to their feet, Jackie Arute.
The crowd is cheering him on, pointing him towards victory lane. Richard Petty goes around James Hilton. He's midway down the backstretch and heading to Mike Joy.
And as he's done for the past 499 laps, Richard Petty brings the STP Chevrolet towards the bottom of the racetrack. He eases up a bit to the high groove and brings it toward the finish line.
He comes across and takes the checkered flag. J.D. McDuffie spins right here in turn number 1. McDuffie spins his car, gets it off the racetrack as Richard Petty has won the Virginia 500.
There are few tracks more synonymous with Richard Petty than the Half Mile of Mayhem, Martinsville Speedway. Petty dominated the 1979 Virginia 500, leading nearly half of the 500 circuits and lapping all but 1 car. The victory was his 15th at the Paperclip, tying North Wilkesboro Speedway as the venue with the most Petty wins.
Number 4.
And Richard Petty in 1 lap will close in on that 200 victory mark. He's searching number 199 and takes the STP Pontiac to turn 2 for the final time today.
And he uses the same groove he has used for much of the afternoon. He comes off, splitting the back straightaway, drifts just a bit towards the outside retaining wall, and he's back to turn 3 for the final time.
Here is Richard Petty heading into turn number 3, and there's not a fan in the house that is not on their feet cheering the man from Randleman, North Carolina on the victory here in the Budweiser 500 as Petty takes the checkered flag and wins. Victory 199, just 1 to go, and he'll have 200 under his belt, and they say that's a record nobody will be able to touch.
That victory in the 1984 Budweiser 500 at Dover was win number 199 of Richard Petty's legendary career. It was also his first driving outside of Petty Enterprises, taking the wheel from Mike Curb. It was also his 7th at the Monster Mile.
Number 3.
The fans are all on their feet, red and blue waving. Harold Kinder displays the checkered flag for Richard Petty, the STP Pontiac of Mike Curb Racing Associates, wrenched by Buddy Parrott, will be going to victory lane, and it will be Petty's 200th career NASCAR Winston Cup victory, a mark that, well, when Petty won his 100th race several years ago, they asked him what his next goal would be, and he says, well, to win 200.
Just a few months after the win at at Dover, Richard Petty secured that elusive 200th checkered flag, and it came in one of NASCAR's most famous races of all time, the 1984 Firecracker 400 at Daytona International Speedway. The King led the final 33 circuits of the 160-lap affair and celebrated on Independence Day with the President of the United States in attendance.
Number 2.
Now exiting turn number 2, Richard Petty with J.D. McDuffie ahead of him, who will not be a factor. Petty down the backstretch in control.
Richard Petty taking his classic line right out tight to the wall. Fans waving and screaming as he goes by. Richard Petty into the third turn, banking and on his way.
The Petty dynasty marches on at Daytona International Speedway. Richard Petty high up against the wall, coming off turn 4, looking for the checkered flag.
Richard Petty picks his way out of that corner, drops down to the apron of the track to give everybody else a little racing room. And ladies and gentlemen, this crowd is going wild at Daytona as Petty takes the checkered flag and wins the 23rd annual Daytona 500.
There is something about Richard Petty and the number 7. He's one of 3 7-time Cup Series champions. He has 7 wins at Dover, and the victory in the 1981 Daytona 500 was his 7th and final in the Great American Race. Petty pulled away in the latter stages of the clash, besting Bobby Allison and Ricky Rudd to win the Harley J. Earl Trophy.
Number 1.
They're down the backstretch. Here goes Cale on the inside.
Cale makes the move. He's down very close to the grass. Down he tries to shut him off. Cale's in the grass. Cale loses it. He tries to pull it back. Downey side by side. They make contact. Both head toward the wall. They hit the wall. In turn number 3, we'll have a new leader.
Here comes Richard Petty. He leads Darrell Waltrip by 5 car lengths. 5 more lengths back to A.J. Foyt. Race traffic. Waltrip closes, but Petty is up there.
Caution is on the racetrack, and it will be a battle back to the start-finish line.
Heavy traffic in 3. Waltrip running right behind Petty. A.J. Foyt is right there. They move to the high side. They want to pass Ty Scott. Richard brings him to the 4.
Richard Petty takes the outside. He's got Darrell Waltrip close behind. 2 car lengths back to A.J. Foyt. Richard Petty takes it into the triumphal. He's got the advantage right now.
Here they come to the stripe. Richard Petty's STP Oldsmobile. Waltrip dives to the inside. Petty almost put him off in the grass, and Richard Petty will win the Daytona 500. The Petty crew jumping up and down on pit road, congratulating each other. This Daytona 500 has had it all.
Many describe the 1984 Firecracker 400 as one of the most famous races in the history of the sport. But the 1979 Daytona 500 might also be at the top of the list. The first race to be nationally televised from start to finish. And it had it all: thrilling action, a fight, and fittingly the greatest of all time, driving to victory lane. Those are just 5 of the nearly countless great moments that defined Richard Petty's career as we celebrate the King's 87th birthday and the Petty family's 75th year in NASCAR.
Thank you, Susie. When we continue on NASCAR Live Race Day, Steve Post will sit down with John Probst of NASCAR to discuss one of the biggest news items of the weekend.
You're listening to NASCAR Live Race Day from the Chicago Street Course.
It's been
Now,
a very
back to Jeff
newsworthy
Striegel
week here
and
in
Alex
NASCAR. And Alex, the news started on Wednesday.
That's when the Wood brothers announced that Josh Berry would be the driver of their famed number 21 car in 2025. And the news continued this weekend when NASCAR, with the help of their 3 OEMs, or original equipment manufacturer, unveiled a first-of-its-kind electric vehicle.
So why now, and what is the future of the car? Steve Post sat down with John Probst of NASCAR to find out.
John, Chicago, always a fun weekend, always a busy weekend when we come up here, but even more so this year. Over the weekend, you have unveiled the NASCAR EV car. What are we doing? Why are we here? What's happening with this?
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, sure.
I'd say, certainly a big weekend for us. You know, it's one that's a culmination of a couple years of development for us. You know, when we brought the next-gen car online in the Cup Series, it was in part so that we had a flexible platform so that we could evaluate powertrains into the future. And this is the first example of that. We're going to go ahead and obviously have electrified a stock car chassis, and we've got some other stuff that we're looking at here as well for the future.
One of the things that I've noticed about this, and really it went back this generation, next-gen race car really got active in the next-gen race car is the collaboration with the OEMs and even other partners. We've seen so much going on with Goodyear as far as tire development and everything. How much collaboration has there been with the OEMs and other people with this new vehicle we're talking about?
Yeah, you hit that square on the head there. You know, if you look back in our history, there's never been a point in time where we've had more collaboration across, you know, not only our OEMs, but, you know, Goodyear and our drivers for that matter. We meet with all of them regularly, get their feedback, collect it all up and figure out a path forward. And, you know, this is an example where if you look at the future of the automotive industry and where it's going, there's certainly a component of it that'll be electrified, either hybrid and or full battery electric. It doesn't mean it's the only solution going forward. Certainly combustion engines have a long life ahead of them in racing in particular. And, you know, we'll keep, from our perspective, working with them to make sure that we've got the technology in our race cars that interest not only them, but all of our fans around the world.
You mentioned this, and you call this new race car that we have, this next-gen race car, the platform. Is it just powertrain stuff, or are there other elements of this collaboration we can use this car for as we go forward, now that we've kind of got it honed in on what it is now?
Yeah, certainly. You know, we've got the electric powertrain in this car. Probably the one that everyone will notice right away is the fact that it's not a coupe or a truck.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
You know, when we step back and look at the vehicle landscape in the United States today, it's pretty clear that crossover vehicles are pretty popular. You know, they are near the top, if not at the top, of vehicles that are sold across America. And, you know, one of the, you know, long-standing traits of NASCAR is we're racing the cars that you drive every day. And this is no exception. We took the opportunity here to not only electrify a chassis, but it's, you know, something that we had been kicking around, back to your, you know, earlier comment around the collaboration that we have with the OEMs. We have been long talking about, you know, do we ever just try and do a crossover vehicle with what we have today? We've always had interest, but not enough to actually make it happen. And this was the opportunity where, you know, we were making a car that used the next gen platform, if you will, and then skinned it with a crossover vehicle.
So how do we describe this now? So describe this vehicle. We know it's a crossover. We know it's all-wheel drive. Do we have horsepower? Well, how do we describe this in our terms that we talk about cars?
Well, it seems like whenever you talk about, you know, electric cars, you don't talk about horsepower.
Correct.
You have to talk about them in kilowatts.
Okay.
So you got to go running for your calculator to figure out what that is in horsepower. The unique thing about this vehicle is that we can dial up whatever power we want it to run at.
Oh, yeah.
And the only thing you really pay for when you dial up the power is just like a gasoline engine. If it has more horsepower, you'll generally draw more fuel as you run it. No different in the electric. So we can dial it up to 1,000 kilowatts, which obviously it's not going to run real long at 1,000 kilowatts. But, you know, in a race configuration, the power would be very similar to what we run today, and that would run it probably around the 25-minute to 30-minute range, which a lot of folks might go, well, that's not very long. But if you look at how long our current cars will run before having to do a pit stop, it's really not that different.
No, you're right about that. We get those fuel cells get empty quickly. That is for sure. David Reagan has been the test driver on this. What's it been like working with David on this and watching, engaging his reaction to this?
Yeah, it's been pretty fun. You know, I think David, you know, most recently has had a lot of experience driving a lot of test vehicles for some of the OEMs. Yeah. So he's very much trained in the moment right now to really dissect what a vehicle's doing and how it's behaving, and it's also advantage for us that he's not under the weekly grind of having to get to the racetrack every week for us. So it's been a really good culmination of circumstances that allow us to get a driver that's got a ton of experience at all these tracks that we've been testing at. So, you know, his feedback has been really good. He's been a pleasure to work with. We look forward to working with him a bunch in the future as well on some other projects we got brewing.
I think the next natural question is, where are we going to see this? Correct me if I'm wrong. This isn't an announcement on a car, not a car and a series and a schedule and everything. This is just a step in the process. Is that accurate? And is that where we're at with this?
Yeah, certainly it's a step in the process is a good way to put it. This is our first step in that process. We're not here today to announce an electrified series by any means. You know, there's no immediate plans for that, but, you know, very similar to how our car companies will put out prototypes at car shows, this is effectively our version of that, where we're going to put this car out there. We're going to have it at some races into the future and some events that are pretty popular for folks to see this, both NASCAR fans and non-NASCAR fans. And we're going to gauge the interest from our fans. You know, we're going to see what they have to say and what they want to see.
That's interesting how it's all playing out with the big announcement here this weekend. So thank you, Steve Post, for that. You know, if you're a fan of horsepower, don't worry. Horsepower is not going anywhere here in the world of NASCAR racing anytime soon. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. Motor Racing Network live at the Chicago Street Race. The fans are filling in, taking their seats at the grandstands. A lot of the folks have the general admission tickets, wandering around this historic Grant Park, just taking in the NASCAR race weekend. Coming up, we'll get the Progressive keys to winning today's race from 3 of the favorites to win, and later we'll head down to the grid to chat with the drivers.
From the Windy City, this is NASCAR Live Race Day.
Allgaier trying to stay with the leader, but Shane Van Gisbergen is pulling away.
Just 3 corners separate SVG from his first career win in the series. He's through turn 10, now through turn 11. Allgaier giving it all he can, but he's nowhere near Shane Van Gisbergen, who is up through the gears and off of turn number 12.
Justin Allgaier sliding his Chevrolet all over the track, trying to catch up to Shane Van Gisbergen. It is not going to work. Shane Van Gisbergen up the front stretch. The New Zealander wins at Portland International Raceway.
Now, back to Jeff Striegel and Alex Hayden.
That's how it sounded on the Motor Racing Network. Tim Catalfamo, Eric Morse, and Dan Hubbard on the call when Shane Van Gisbergen scored his first Xfinity Series victory at Portland Raceway.
1 year ago, though, Alex, it was SVG that was celebrating right here in Chicago as the inaugural winner of this race. What does he say his biggest advantage was, and what do Christopher Bell and Michael McDowell think the key to beating him today will be?
The keys to winning today's race are sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage of theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Checkered flag is waving at the start-finish line, and Christopher Bell is a winner in the NASCAR Cup Series.
In the dry, the brake zones are going to become so important, and it's just it's a high risk. It's a high risk, high reward racetrack. And the guy that gets in the brake zones the best is going to be the fastest, but on the verge of crashing the most. So that's going to put a really big emphasis on the brake zones.
Checkered flag in the air, and the Road America 180 belongs to Michael McDowell.
The key to Chicago Street Course, from what we saw last year, is just staying out of the barrier and not hitting anything, right? Because you saw a lot of fast cars. Denny Hamlin, right, qualified on the pole, leading the race, slid off, things like that. So it's minimizing mistakes. It's maximizing pit road and track position when you can get it.
Checkered flag in the air in his first ever NASCAR Cup Series start. Shane Van Gisbergen, the New Zealand driver, wins on the streets of Chicago.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be less gap between the front guys now. I think it'll be, now that everyone's experienced it, going back again, and there's a lot more footage to study, and the sim's probably going to be better. I think it's going to be a lot tighter this year. I think my strength was my proximity to the walls. I was a lot more confident to be closer to the walls. I've grown up doing street circuits, so I was kind of used to that. And I think this year everyone's going to be pushing a lot harder, and I think it's going to be a dogfight. Should be pretty good.
The keys to winning in the streets of Chicago, presented by Progressive Insurance. Coming up, we're going to head trackside where Steve Post and Chris Wilner are ready to talk with some of the drivers in today's race.
NASCAR Live Race Day is brought to you by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com.
Welcome back to the Chicago Street Race. It is the Grant Park 165 live on the Motor Racing Network. And as promised, let's get you right to the grid and talk to a driver that took NASCAR by storm 1 year ago. Shane Van Gisbergen, and he is with Steve Post from Halstead, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we're down here behind the stage getting ready to talk to drivers. Shane Van Gisbergen down here as far as getting through the crowd. We've got them all packed up. The drivers took a lap around the racetrack and got to meet the fans, got to see the fans, and it was really, really cool watching them on trailers go. Shane is ready to go, starts in position number 5 down here. Shane, as you get ready to roll off here today, last year, come in here and took the world by surprise. No more surprise. What are the challenges for you here the second time around to Chicago?
I missed every single thing you said, but hopefully it's a good race. Hopefully the weather stays away, and yeah, see how we go.
Yesterday, you had some laps around this racetrack, different race car. What'd you learn about the track? Has it changed much since last year, or is it still pretty similar?
Yeah, yes and no. Similar. So, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it's good.
Oh, I'm sure it is. That is Shane Van Gisbergen ready to go here. He will start in position number 5.
He will indeed. Now, Michael McDowell knows how to win on a road course. He did it at the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway 1 year ago. Picked up a runner-up finish on the road course earlier this year at Sonoma, California. He'll start today's race in position number 3. He's with our Chris Wilner from Carmel, Indiana.
And Michael is back here getting ready to be introduced to the crowd. Okay, this Ford Mustang Dark Horse has some speed in it, qualified 3rd. Can you keep it up front? I know you guys desperately would like to get back into victory lane.
Yeah, I think we can. I mean, we have the speed to keep it up front. You know, a lot's going to happen today as the track changes. You know, there's potential some weather here. So just staying on top of everything, you know, adapting to whatever is thrown our way. But we got a fast Ford Mustangs. Proud to represent the White Sox here on the south side. And like you said, we know what we got to do. We got to win this race, so we're going to get after it.
No, there's a lot of variables, so how aggressive do you want to be early on with that threat of either weather or whatever else is coming our way?
Yeah, I mean, if we are faster, you want to make those moves and get in front, but you know, you got to be there at the end to give yourself a fighting chance at it. So we just got to let it play out, see where we're at, see how quick we are. If we can have the pace to hang with Larson and Gibbs there and make a move, we will. If not, we'll buy our time and keep working on it all day.
All right, best of luck. That's Michael McDowell, guys. A threat here anytime we go road course racing. He starts 3rd this afternoon.
Inside row number 2, let's drop back now to row number 3. Bubba Wallace is there, the 30-year-old driver from Mobile, Alabama, with a very good qualifying lap here yesterday afternoon. Steve?
Yeah, Bubba Wallace starts in the 6th spot here today. We'll talk about that qualifying lap in this race. He's down here talking to his buddy Corey LaJoie. Bubba, first off, before we talk about the race, this event, Chicago, a lot of your partners involved. Michael Jordan's obviously involved. What's this like, having NASCAR and be able to carry these colors here at the Second City?
A lot of work, a lot of responsibility. It's been a good week. It's been a busy one. It is exciting to have McDonald's obviously running the jiu-jitsu scheme, the anime. It's been a lot of fun to learn and grow more with that brand. They're excited. They're up there in the suite at the entry at pit road, so it's a lot of fun just having everybody on board and having a good time. Chicago has always been a great city to come visit. Now we're visiting and racing, so it's a little bizarre to say.
All right, you qualified in the 6th spot. How good is your race car? What do you need to do here today to keep it up front and run for the win?
Just execute, run clean laps all day, settle in, be aggressive at the start, not lose anything. I think we'll be okay with rain. I hope so. But just execute all day. Don't ever get lazy.
Don't ever get lazy, that's for sure. That is Bubba Wallace. He starts in position number 6.
He alluded to hopefully the rain stays away. There is weather in the greater Chicagoland area. All of it, however, is going north of downtown Chicago, Illinois. Fingers crossed it continues to stay on that track. Kyle Larson had a heck of a race in the Xfinity Series yesterday. He also won on the road course in the NASCAR Cup Series at Sonoma earlier this year. He's got to be a favorite in today's race as well. Chris Wilner is with him.
He certainly is, and after yesterday, he showed he came here to play. Kyle, you're going to start here from the pole, but what more did you learn yesterday? I know that was a big agenda for you. What did you take away from that experience for today?
Yeah, I mean, I think just battling, passing, getting position, stuff like that. So that was really important. You know, we didn't win, but I feel like we checked a lot of boxes as far as, you know, race stuff goes. So my Valvoline Chevys felt really, really good too. So I think we'll have a better shot to kind of hold some people off and make some passes if we find ourselves in traffic. So I'm excited about today. We'll see what the weather brings here, but I think we can have a good day.
With the variable of weather, I mean, if it does come, how much do you lean on what you learned last year in the wet weather conditions that will help today?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I really wasn't expecting rain, so I didn't really do much rain prep or rain studying, but we'll see. You know, we're starting from the pole, so just try to be patient. You know, if we give up the lead, we can get somebody to judge off of. I think I can learn a lot. So we'll see. But hopefully the rain misses us. I think our car will be really good in the dry. Could be better in the wet. Who knows? But yeah, either way, whatever comes our way, we're just going to try our best to execute.
All right, best of luck. That's Kyle Larson again running the Valvoline colors, your pole sitter for the Grant Park 165.
And like Alex said just a moment ago, there is rain. It is north of us, and hopefully it will stay that way throughout the afternoon, and we can race this thing in its entirety on Goodyear Racing Eagles. Back downstairs one more time to the driver starting 11th. It has been a great year so far for Denny Hamlin.
Yes, it has. Car number 11 starts in position number 11 for Denny Hamlin. Denny, I just talked to Bubba Wallace. I'm going to kind of start with the same question with you. Chicago, of course, your team owner, your co-owner is Michael Jordan. You understand this sport. You understand big cities and big sports. What is this like for you as an owner and as a driver to get to run here on the streets of Chicago?
Well, as a driver, I would say I'm really excited about, one of our road courses being right here in the middle of the city, right? I think that was the object behind this, is to bring the racing to the city. And I feel like we've done that. We've seen the crowd in big numbers coming out this weekend, so we're excited for that. Excited about the great track that they put together. Feel like it's got lots of passing zones, which is great for us drivers. And as an owner, this is kind of a home race, I guess you could say, for 2311. They spent a lot of time activating outside the racetrack itself. The drivers did a great job putting the work in to be towards the front and hopefully give themselves a shot to win today.
All right, this racetrack, one of the things we talk about is the braking zones and some of the bumps. How challenging is it getting into the corners, which are generally the passing zones? What are the challenges and how challenging is that?
It is. I mean, you really need to try to figure out how to stay close on the back half of the racetrack to then make your passes in the first half of the track. So that's where the bulk of the passing zones are, and it's where I'll be focused.
That is Denny Hamlin. That's where he'll be focused. He starts. He has the Sports Clips colors on his Toyota. He starts in position number 11.
He's a driver that has one road course win in his Cup Series career. Came all the way back in 2016 at Watkins Glen International. His teammate at Joe Gibbs Racing is Christopher Bell. Couple of road course wins under his belt in the Cup Series. Let's hear from him with Chris Wilner.
And he has 7 top 10s in the last 10 road course starts. So Christopher Bell, as we look our eyes to the skies, you kind of smiled and said, I'd like it to rain. Why is that?
Well, last year we did really good in the rain, so I don't know. It's going to be a unique race because even if it does get wet, we're not going to finish in the wet. It's not going to stick around all day long. So, yeah, we're going to have to be good and dry if you're going to win this race, and I think that we made good changes to make it better today than it was yesterday.
What has been the biggest challenge as you've continued to learn to adapt to this street course style of racing for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just the brake zones. Last year, I felt really good in the brake zones, and this year, I've been a little out of control. So, just trying to get the car calmed down to where I can attack the corner a little bit more, and I think we'll be right there.
All right, that's Christopher Bell, guys, going to roll off 7th here this afternoon in Chicago.
He led 37 laps in this race 1 year ago. Christopher Bell feels like he's got a decent car. We'll wait and see what happens when the green flies today. When we come back, we'll head back trackside to talk with more drivers as we get ready for the Grant Park 165.
From the Second City, this is NASCAR Live Race Day. Now, back to Jeff Striegel and Alex Hayden.
Drivers being introduced to the huge crowd on hand all around the grounds here at Grant Park. One of those drivers that was introduced after qualifying 27th was William Byron. However, William will drop to the tail end of the field for the start of today's race after Rudy Fugle, the crew chief, and the team replaced the steering rack and pump unit. Let's hear how William Byron plans to get towards the front of the field with Steve Post.
Yeah, William Byron did pick up the win earlier this year at Sonoma, Circuit of the America. Sonoma? That's it. COTA, exactly. Okay, I had him backward there. Picked up the win at Circuit of the America, so road racing is really good. But, William, the challenge of starting at the back of the field, how do you approach the beginning and first portion of this race?
Yeah, I mean, just try to pick people off one at a time, and try to make good laps. And, there's a lot that can happen around here. So, we just have to keep ourselves in the hunt and progress forward, and we should be fine.
how good was the race car? I know you had some changes you needed to make, but how did you feel about the handling and the performance of the car?
It felt good. It was hard to tell. That issue started pretty early on, but it was hard to tell. But I felt like we had good rear grip, so that's always what you want. And hopefully here today we can have a great car.
We'll see what happens with it, that's for sure. William Byron going to pick up where he left off down at Coda, hopefully with a win, but he has got a long way to go. Going to start at the shotgun tail end of the field here today here in Chicago.
Well, he's going to have company back there, Postman, because a grand total of 8 drivers will be going to the tail end of the field when we drop the green flag. Another one of those drivers is one who is quietly becoming a great road racer, and that is Chris Buescher. Now, he was scheduled to start Chris Wilner in position number 16, but he too will go to the tail end of the field.
That's right, Jeff. An uphill battle to start for Chris Buescher, but not too shabby when it comes to road course racing. But how does that game plan change going from 16th to the rear of the field?
Yeah, it's going to make a little more of a challenge, but it's okay. I got a lot of confidence. Everybody on this Fastenal team did a tremendous job. Car looks great, ready to go again. So going to clean up some of my stuff from yesterday. Found some speed in qualifying there, and then didn't get a chance to better it with the contact. So it is going to make it tough. We got, looks like maybe a little weather rolling in. That's fine either way. Honestly, we've been really good in the wet the last 3 times we've done it. So if that's part of our day, we'll be ready to tackle the adversity there, and we'll have fun.
You've had 10 top 10s in the last 12 road courses. It's been no secret that you've been really good as of late. What has changed? How have you adapted and learned this style of racing?
Yeah, it's almost a cool stat, but there's not a win in there. So, we've been very consistent. We've been very good. We've just not quite been the best, and that's what we're trying to figure out how to improve that last spot or two. Really, that'll take us to a whole nother level. So, that being said, we know we're going to be fast. We know we're going to be in the hunt. Got to have a smart day. This one's going to be different without the or with the dry, with double file restarts. It's going to be probably a little crazier race than last year even. So we got to have that on our mind so that we're ready if something were to happen, and just try and do all we can to go get a win here.
All right, that's Chris Buescher, guys. Going to start from the rear of the field, plus 56 to the cut line. He could really use a win here in Chicago.
He absolutely could. He was one of a number of drivers that got into the wall around this course. They had to replace the left upper control arm, a left rear shock, and a toe link. He's one of those drivers that's got a lot of work in front of him to try to get the job done. Ross Chastain's got top 10 finishes in his last 3 road course starts in the Cup Series. He's ready to go racing, and Steve Post is with him.
Yes, he is. As a matter of fact, he's in here getting some picture made with some of the sponsors down here, and Ross has the Busch Light peach colors. So let me get this right. The watermelon one is selling peaches as well. So all kinds of fruits down here. Ross, we had a good visit in our practice and qualifying show yesterday. Can you just kind of revisit last year versus this year and what you guys are doing here at Chicago?
Well, last year, Postman, I started out on Navy Pier. I was so slow, I had to start back there. And this time, 14th, rolling off a lot better. Just more comfortable. Just a year to think about this track and the wall proximities of these concrete canyons in my mind. And yes, I know I'm known for watermelons, but I'll talk about anything ag and any fruits and veggies. So for Busch Light Peach to roll out this summer beer is really cool, and to have this bright suit to go along with it. For all the people at home, I have a very bright suit to match my peach-colored car.
What have you learned about this style of racing? What are some of the skill sets you've worked on to be good at this street course?
Comfortable hitting the wall. I mean, I know most people probably think, oh yeah, Ross hits the wall all the time, but you just have to be so close on the corner entries, the turn in the corner, the apexes. Yet it's not an apex cone or just a curb. It's a straight up and down 90-degree wall, and so I had to really focus on that and be comfortable with that. I did hit the wall in qualifying, but car seems okay, and we'll roll off a lot better than we were last year, and I'm just a lot closer to the wall than I was last year.
That's it. We talked to a lot of drivers that have said the same thing. That's Ross Chastain. He starts today in the 14th starting spot.
He is looking for career win number 5 in the streets of Chicago here this afternoon. There's one driver in the field looking for a career win number 1, and it very well could happen right here this afternoon. He starts alongside Kyle Larson, who's our pole sitter. Ty Gibbs up on the front row, Chris Wilner, and he was very good in practice. He was very good in qualifying.
He certainly was, Jeff, and it turns out he's going to start now on the front row, but he learned a lot yesterday, a part of that that battle in the Xfinity Series. So, Ty, how valuable was yesterday for this afternoon's race?
Yeah, it was really valuable, and I appreciate the opportunity from He Gets Us and Juggas Racing. So it was really fun, and to get some laps is, it was really important for somewhere we haven't been that much. So it's a good place, and it's a fun track, so everyone have a good day and go out there and hammer down.
All right, best of luck. That's Ty Gibbs again, going to start next to Kyle Larson on the front row. A youngster, a veteran, going to go for it here when we drop the rag in Chicago.
All right, Steve. Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Chris. Opening ceremonies are next. NASCAR Live Race Day has been brought to you by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Here's the starting lineup for the Grant Park 165. Brought to you by eBay Motors. Bring home the cup with eBay Guaranteed Fit. Brakes, headlights, all the parts to fit your vehicle the first time, every time. eBay Motors. ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. Row 20.
Kaz Gralla, Boston, Massachusetts. Josh Balicki, Richfield, Wisconsin.
Row 19.
Joey Hand, Sacramento, California.
AJ Allmendinger, San Jose, California.
Row 18.
Josh Berry, Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Daniel Hemrick, Kannapolis, North Carolina.
Row 17.
Austin Hill, Winston, Georgia.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Olive Branch, Mississippi.
Row 16.
Joey Logano, Middletown, Connecticut.
Harrison Burton, Huntersville, North Carolina.
Row 15.
Zane Smith, Huntington Beach, California.
Ryan Priest, Berlin, Connecticut.
Row 14.
Noah Gregson, Las Vegas, Nevada.
William Byron, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Row 13.
Todd Gilliland, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Eric Jones, Byron, Michigan.
Row 12.
Martin Truex Jr., Mayetta, New Jersey.
Justin Haley, Winnemac, Indiana.
Row 11.
Chase Briscoe, Mitchell, Indiana.
Austin Cindric, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Row 10.
Corey LaJoy, Kannapolis, North Carolina.
Kyle Busch, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Row 9.
Chase Elliott, Dawsonville, Georgia.
Brian Blaney, Hartford, Ohio.
Row 8.
Chris Buescher, Prosper, Texas.
Austin Dillon, Welcome, North Carolina.
Row 7.
Ross Chastain, Alva, Florida.
Carson Hocevar, Portage, Michigan.
Row 6.
John Hunter Nemechek, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Denny Hamlin, Chesterfield, Virginia.
And now, the top 10 starters. Starting 10.
Brad Keselowski, Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Starting 9.
Daniel Suarez, Monterrey, Mexico.
Starting 8.
Alex Bowman, Tucson, Arizona.
Starting 7.
Christopher Bell, Norman, Oklahoma.
Starting 6.
Bubba Wallace, Concord, North Carolina.
Starting 5th.
Shane Van Gisbergen.
Starting 4th.
Tyler Reddick, Corning, California.
Starting 3rd.
Michael McDowell, Glendale, Arizona.
Starting 2nd.
Ty Gibbs, Washington, D.C.
And starting on the pole.
Kyle Larson, Elk Grove, California.
That's the starting lineup for the Grant Park 165.
40 drivers getting ready to go. 16 Chevrolets, 8 Toyotas, 16 Fords in the field. Up front, Kyle Larson and Ty Gibbs. Those are the two drivers that will lead the field to the green flag. Where is Shane Van Gisbergen? He'll start 5th. We'll take it back to yesterday. If you missed it, Shane and Kyle put on a show.
They absolutely did. Larson and Van Gisbergen swapping the lead nearly every corner in the opening handful of laps. And after that, it became, okay, I'm going to lead this lap. Next lap, you're going to pass me and lead the lap. They weren't moving out of the way for one another. They were just simply out driving each other any given lap. It was a treat to watch. It was a treat to call. And I hope all the listeners yesterday enjoyed that. And what does that mean for today? I highly expect the same thing amplified, because this is a field of drivers from top to the back that are every bit as talented and should be able to do the same thing lap after lap, corner after corner.
It was spectacular yesterday, and speaking of spectacular, how about this place we're at? We are in the 3rd largest city, Independence Weekend. This place is a mob scene. There are people absolutely everywhere. They've been enjoying music. They've been enjoying walking around the park. Grant Park is special.
It really is. Keith Urban, Lauren Elena had their concerts earlier today. The Chainsmokers and the Black Keys were last night here in Grant Park. A little over 310 acres is this park, right up against Lake Michigan, named after President Ulysses S. Grant. The start-finish line of the race course on South Columbus Avenue is the start-finish line for the Chicago Marathon, which is one of the biggest marathons on the planet. Buckingham Fountain, that world-famous fountain that you see in TV shows like Married with Children and movies like National Lampoon's Vacation, that is parallel, right beside the start-finish line. It is truly a spectacular setting.
And oh, by the way, the horizon in the background, absolutely spectacular. We're glad you're with us here on the Motor Racing Network. We got a lot of people, a lot of race cars, a lot of racing to do. Let's go trackside now for pre-race ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able. Please you move your hats. And veterans, render a hand salute as the Chicago Fire Department and Chicago Police Department Honor Guard present our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from U Chicago Medicine Advent Health, Chaplain Sherwin Callwood.
Father in heaven, we thank you today for this race. We ask now that you would cover each driver in the coat of your protection, keep them safe, and may all glory go to you. In the name that's above all names we pray, amen.
Here to perform America the Beautiful, please welcome singers from Uniting Voices Chicago, a nonprofit organization that empowers and unites thousands of diverse youth from the city of Chicago to find their voice and celebrate their common humanity through the power of music.
Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. America,
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Chicago's original voice of the national anthem, Wayne Messmer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave are the land of the free and the home of the brave.
The pomp and circumstances comes to an end. The drivers a final fist bump with the team members. It's time to slide into the cockpit of the race cars. The NASCAR Cup Series on the streets of Chicago is next. The NASCAR Cup Series, we couldn't do it here in the streets of Chicago or any track we go to throughout the season without our premier partners. We thank Busch Light, Coca-Cola, Geico, and Xfinity. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
On a typical Sunday afternoon in Chicago, the speed limit is 30 miles per hour. But this is no typical Sunday afternoon. Today, we throw those speed limits out the window as the best of the NASCAR Cup Series will come roaring down Columbus Avenue at speeds of over 130 miles per hour.
The NASCAR Cup Series on the streets of downtown Chicago, Illinois. The Grant Park 220 is underway. Green flag is in the air.
1 year ago, in the NASCAR Cup Series' first ever race on a street course, a Supercars champion from New Zealand took the world by storm.
Checkered flag in the air in his first ever NASCAR Cup Series start. Shane Van Gisbergen, the New Zealand driver, wins on the streets of Chicago.
Shane Van Gisbergen is back in today's field, but 39 other drivers are out to prove that they have closed a gap on SVG and claim this year's checkered flag for themselves. Live from downtown Chicago, Illinois, the Grant Park 165 is next.
Live on the Motor Racing Network, it's the NASCAR Cup Series.
Let's get a big thumbs up. Get ready to rock and roll past the race cars today, pal. Hey, boys, let's execute. Have a good day.
Today, the Grant Park 165 from the Chicago Street Course. Brought to you by Geico. Geico's mobile app has 24/7 claim service and on-the-go policy info. Get more with Geico. By Harbor Freight. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. By Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR and home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff. By McDonald's. Get the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary for a limited time only. By BetterHelp Online Therapy. Get 10% off your first month today at BetterHelp.com/racingradio. By Napa. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. By Progressive Insurance. For a job you'll love, visit Progressive.com/careers. By Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit ToyotaRacing.com. And by Sunoco. From NASCAR to your car, Sunoco Fuel helps your car reach peak performance.
Let's go trackside for the command.
Chicago, this is the moment you've been waiting for. Please welcome retired NFL legend from the Chicago Bears, Matt Forte.
All right, Chicago, y'all ready? Let me hear you make some noise. Oh, y'all can do better than that. Make some noise. Drivers, start your engines.
Well, you can hear the crowd in the background. They're ready to go. 40 drivers are ready to go. I think we're all ready to go. It is the Grant Park 165, the NASCAR Cup Series. It's next, live right here on the Motor Racing Network. The circuit is 2.2 miles in length, 12 turns. We're going to visit all of those and take you for a swing around the racetrack next. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Downtown Chicago, 12 turns, 2.2 miles through Grant Park, Independence Weekend. Jeff Striegel alongside Alex Hayden, the entire Motor Racing Network crew with us this weekend. It's been a great weekend. We arrived here on Friday, watched as they set this racetrack, put those final barriers in place. We had a chance to go down along the river, the boardwalk, the people that were there, the people that are here. Everybody's celebrating a very important weekend.
It is Independence Weekend, and the folks here have come out in droves. A lot of people wondered, okay, last year was the first time doing it, but we had just exponential amounts of rain a year ago. So the big question mark was, would those fans come back out this year? I think the answer clearly is yes. This place is jam-packed. They have been treated to a great weekend of NASCAR racing and entertainment all weekend long, but it's hard to find a better setting right here on Independence Weekend. They're right here on the lakefront in Chicago, Illinois, with the fans, the locals, the folks at the hotels and the restaurants. Everybody has embraced this. I was chatting with my Uber driver coming over from the airport on Friday morning, and he, unlike last year, my Uber driver last year was confused, wasn't sure what was going on and why so many people were coming in, why the roads were closed down. This Uber driver was all for it. And I asked him, you coming out to the racetrack? He said, I'm going to try to get out there on Saturday. I can't get there on Sunday, but I'm definitely going to try to make it Saturday. There is an excitement level here.
Yeah, and by the way, Lake Michigan is just to our east, I don't know, maybe 100, 200 yards, give or take, depending on where you are on Lakeshore Drive. Yesterday, we were watching as the boats were pulling as close to the shore as they could get. Obviously, they had the radio twisted into the Motor Racing Network, and they could hear the cars ripping up and down Lakeshore Drive. We're about to do that here.
Yeah, and all the high-rise condominiums that surround Grant Park all weekend long, including today, there have been fans out on the balconies. I think we've got a new thing in NASCAR racing when we come to Chicago, and that is the high-rise balcony parties that are ongoing. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Back here at Grant Park in downtown Chicago, Illinois. And Jeff, we heard a lot of drivers talk about it in our pre-race coverage on NASCAR Live Race Day, the weather. And unfortunately, it's here.
You talked a lot about it. And you said it was going to stay north.
I said I hoped it stays north.
It didn't. It has slid down upon us. And there are parts of the racetrack that are being washed away hard right now. Dave Moody's got a tremendous vantage point, maybe one of the greatest that we have anywhere we go. He will see them coming at him in turn number 1. He sees them coming back at him in turn number 6. And Dave, I can also see that you are smack dab in what appears to be the heaviest area of rain.
Yes, I am, Jeff. Not only can I see him coming at me and seeing them going away from me, I could also potentially see them doing the backstroke because, yes, as seems to be customary here at the Chicago Street Race, the rain is coming down, not really bothering the fans all that much. They've just turned it into a wet party from a dry party. It's not raining all that hard at the moment. If you'd come down 3 minutes ago, I'd have told you a different story. So hopefully this is just a quick passing shower. The front that we've been watching for most of the morning was fairly thin, so hopefully it's on its way in and on its way out very quickly.
Yeah, that is something, unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with right now. So with some sprinkles and some rain falling, I say sprinkles because not the entire 2.2 circuit in Grant Park is getting weather right now. Only some of it is, and that's the northern part of it where the majority of this system is going. Looking at the radar, Jeff, it is north of us. Wrigley Field's getting it. Evanston at Northwestern University, they're getting it. The majority of the heavy rain out there. There is a scenario that's playing out and involves pit lane. So Steve Post, our lead pit reporter from Halstead, Pennsylvania, NASCAR's giving these teams now a decision to make.
Well, they have declared the track wet. So what that means is teams can decide which tires they want to use, and teams are now out on the racetrack. They're allowed 4 crew members, and they're going to change the car tires on the cars to the Goodyear wet weather tires, the white lettered tires. We normally have yellow letters on the Goodyear Eagles, but these are the wet weather white lettered tires. And so teams now allowed 4 people to come out and change and put the wet weather tires on. Some teams have done that. Other teams right now are in a holding pattern, just waiting to see what this storm does. So right now, a lot of activity down here and just a lot of standing around and waiting, and well, some reminiscing about last year standing here in the rain as well is going on also. But right now, the track has been declared wet, and so wet weather tires are going on a bunch of these race cars.
All right, Posty, thank you very much. We can't just race in the rain. We've got the wet weather tires. They're ready to go, and we'll continue to monitor the weather. You know, again, as we look at the radar, Alex pointed it out, and he is correct. It is heavy north of us. We're just getting clipped here, but we got clipped pretty hard. We'll have more for you in a moment. Just checking in with Dave, Kurt, and Dan. Those are your turn announcers today. You'll meet them again here in just a few moments ago. During the break, they said most of the rain has stopped, and we'll give you an update as to what the teams can do with wet weather and non-wet weather tires when we come back. Stay with us. We're going to be going under the green flag here, I would imagine, very shortly from the NASCAR Chicago Street Race. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. We got hit hard here just a moment ago, and the team scrambled, got the cars all covered up. They have since removed the car covers as it got hit hard by rain, and now they are pulling the car covers back off, so that's good news. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. Welcome to downtown Chicago, the Grant Park 165 for the NASCAR Cup Series today on the Motor Racing Network. Glad to have you with us. If you're just joining us right now, you haven't missed a thing. We got a brief, and I mean brief, heavy downpour just as they fired the engines. NASCAR with no choice but to shut them down at least for a moment, but that rain has stopped. Jeff Striegel alongside Alex Hayden. Down in the pit area, Steve Post and Chris Wilner were headed there next. And out in the turns and waiting to go to work, Dave Moody and Kurt Becker and Dan Hubbard.
So let's go to pit lane and find out a little bit more about this ongoing strategy wrinkle that's been thrown into today's Chicago street race, starting with Steve Post.
Yeah, down here on this end of pit road, the teams, the majority of them, have put the wet weather tires on, okay? And so what the plan is now, the one who is not is Kyle Larson. I believe he is still on the slicks as far as the tires go. So what is going to happen is NASCAR is going to send the cars out on the racetrack for one lap. And at that point, Larson, one of the crew members just come over. They're on wets. They just did it faster than everybody else. That's what they did. So everybody is on the wet weather tires, okay? They're going to run one lap out on the racetrack, and then they're going to have the opportunity to come in without losing position to change to the slicks or to continue on and start the race on the wet weather tires. So that's the strategy, and at that point, then it all boils down to how the race unfolds and where we go. But initially, we're going to run one parade lap, and teams would have the option to change to the slicks, because it looks like everybody right now that I see down here are on the wet weather tires.
All right, Posty, thank you very much. Steve Post, Chris Wilner on pit road. Let's take a swing around this race course for a couple of reasons. One, to bring in our turn announcers. Two, to describe what they're going to see here today. And three, to talk about the wetness in that particular area. Again, we got soaked in certain areas and not in others. Covering the action for the Motor Racing Network down in turn number one from Barre, Vermont, it is Dave Moody. Good afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon, Jeffrey, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to cover two different parts of the racetrack. Most days, the corner of South Columbus and East Balbo Drive, 4 lanes in every direction. Average speed is about 6 miles an hour. Well, they've divided it in half diagonally now. They'll come down the front straightaway, otherwise known as South Columbus, and hit a hard 90-degree left-hand turn number 1. They'll then spill out onto East Balbo Drive for a short sprint, a short straightaway, then a right-hand turn number 2. When they exit 2, they'll have a long, full-throttle sprint up Lakeshore Drive. At this part of the racetrack right now, particularly the turn 6 side, it's a mixed bag because part of this area is asphalt, part of this area is concrete. They obviously react very differently to moisture. As the teams come down through here, I don't think they're going to want to be on the slick tires, the dry weather tires, at least immediately. But with all the heat that's in this racetrack after a week of high temperatures, it's going to dry very, very quickly. So it'll be very interesting to see what the teams do when they get a look at this part of the racetrack. As they race up Lakeshore Drive, they'll top out at over 140 miles an hour and come to the immediate attention of Altamont, Illinois' Kurt Becker.
And thank you, Dave. We're positioned on a scissor lift. We are on the northbound lanes of Lakeshore Drive. The field will come by at our feet just to our left on the southbound lanes. On this end of the racetrack, which is the southeast corner of this layout, just a few light sprinkles. The pavement damp in some spots, dry in others, and what was damp seems to be drying pretty quickly. The field comes into turn number 4. When they leave Lakeshore, it's under braking, it's downshifting, a right-hand turn. Turn 4 turns the field from southbound to westbound. That puts them just briefly on East Roosevelt Road, which almost serves like a short chute connecting Lakeshore Drive with South Columbus. And there in turn 5, leaving East Roosevelt and turning back northbound one more time, that's when the field will be on South Columbus, coming back up through the gearbox. A lot of action. Dave referenced turn number 6. A lot of action in that area yesterday, Dave, in that second part of the course that you're covering here today.
Indeed there was, Kurt. That wide open downhill sprint down Columbus Drive. That'll be one of the fastest areas on the race course. And then they're going to have to jump hard on the binders for a very tight 90-degree left-hand turn number 6. Not only is it a hard downshift and heavy braking, but it's one of the narrower corners on this course as well. We saw a number of drivers go windshield deep into the tire barrier a year ago, a couple of more yesterday in the Xfinity Series race. When they exit turn number 6, then it's off towards 7, and our Dan Hubbard of Rancho Cucamonga, California.
Well, thank you, Dave, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm on the rooftop of the Chicago Symphony Center. It was built back in 1904, and it's one of the many historical landmarks through the downtown Chicago area. Now, today I'm sharing the rooftop with 40 team spotters, and our eyes will be trained on turns 7 through 11, 5 turns that are strung quickly together, beginning with Michigan Avenue and the right-hand turn 7. This requires a healthy stab at the brake and a downshift all the way down to first gear. Then it's hard on the gas and an upshift to second for the right-hand turn 8. Continuing their acceleration up to third gear through the left-hand turn 9. That's Congress Plaza. Then the field rejoins Michigan Avenue at the very quick right-hand turn 10, followed by the right-hand turn 11. Now, how has the weather affected this portion of the street course? Turns 7, 8, and a lot of 9 don't look that bad. I mean, they're relatively dry. I'm not in a car down on the surface, but it looks okay. Now, turn 10, turn 11, and up slightly the hill on the way to turn 12, well, that is damp. I will share with you that the rain has dissipated here, at least at this end of the street course. They have safety vehicles circulating this track right now. I don't see any spray coming off the tires. That's good news as well. So we'll see how it all shakes out. After turn 11, they go back to turn 12, the right-hander. Picking up the action there will be our anchors in the booth, Jeff Striegel and Alex Hayden.
And that is again back on South Columbus Drive. That is headed southbound on South Columbus Drive. Drivers, start your engines in Illinois. Cruise on Route 66 for legendary finds. Make a pit stop in Grafton to ride Aries Alpine Coaster and grab a bite at Eckert's Country Farm. Plan your adventure to the middle of everything on enjoyillinois.com.
You crave power, but your ride is holding you back, feeling the burn of mediocrity instead of the thrill of domination. E3's cutting-edge tech, the same spark that fuels NASCAR champions, also delivers maximum fuel efficiency, so you spend less time at the pump and more time at the track. This is championship performance. This is E3 Spark Plugs. Don't just dream of speed, make it your reality. Power, speed, endurance. E3, what are you running?
We welcome you back to Motor Racing Network's live coverage of the Chicago Street Race, the Grant Park 165. Now, pit lane again is open and it's an option for these teams, Chris Wilner, if they want to change the tires.
That's right. This is the one opportunity you have to not lose positions on the racetrack if you choose to take off those wet weather tires you just bolted on and put on slicks. In my end of pit road, Chase Elliott's crew, their Hendrick Motorsports crew is on the wall with slick tires. We'll see when Chase hits his pit box, but it's a mixed bag. Most drivers on the radio were waiting to the very last minute to see what other teams do, and it looks like Chase Elliott is pulling in. The crew on the wall will see what their decision is. Right now he comes to a stop. They're going to wait a minute because, again, you can't lose a spot on pit road, so they're going to wait and see what happens down here. But so far, no movement. Wet weather tires are on. Everybody's still looking toward the skies, though, guys. There may be another shower that could hit this area, so maybe leaving the wets could play dividends in the end.
Well, there's no doubt about it. We have weather in the area, and again, it is north of us, so whether or not it clips us or not, we'll have to wait and see. Everybody has been on pit road, Postman, with the exception Chris Buescher and Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, those two drivers stayed on the racetrack, but drivers are sitting down here now. Kyle Larson has the very first pit box. He won the pole position. Tires for Kyle Larson. Bubba Wallace in the very next pit box. It looks like they have changed over to the slick tires as well. The concern is not the immediate. They feel like the track is going to be all right. What the concern in listening to crew chiefs and spotters saying is, what happens if you're out there and we get a little mini gully washer and you're out there on slick tires? It looks like the majority down here have changed to the slick tires. They'll get back in line, but this decision has got a lot of crew chiefs wondering what is going to happen and how this is going to play out.
That's something we're going to keep close eye on, and decision to be made. Could be a critical decision, a right decision, a wrong decision. A couple of the teams, as you pointed out, Jeff, stayed on the track in the wet weather tires. And with a race course like this, when we took a trip around the track with our turn announcers, part of it on the south end of the course, not so wet. It's fairly dry. That could chew up the wet weather tires out there and create grip issues. However, when they get to the central and northern part of the race course where it's far more wet, those wet weather tires are going to have a significant advantage.
And the drivers like Ryan Blaney and Chris Buescher may be at a disadvantage. So what we know right now is everybody is on the wet weather tires. We'll see how it all plays out. We're got the cars on the racetrack getting ready to go under the green flag here in just a few moments. Green flag into Grant Park. 165 is next from the NASCAR Chicago Street Race. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. downtown Chicago, Illinois, as we wait for the green flag. The NASCAR Cup Series, the Grant Park 165, live on the Motor Racing Network. Want to go back and revisit to make sure that everybody is clear. Just because they came to pit road just a moment ago does not mean, Alex, that they changed tires.
Correct. They had the option to come to pit road and change tires if they chose to. Again, they were not going to lose their starting position. It was just simply an option. A lot of the teams, like Chris Wilner and Steve Post pointed out, they jacked the cars up and kind of waited and made a final decision whether to change the tires to the dry Goodyear Eagles or stay on the wet weather tires. And there is a mixed bag out there right now of who's on wets and who's on dries.
Field back out on the racetrack. They just came down pit road one more time. That is an opportunity just to set the gauges and make sure the electronic dash is synced and ready to go. One more time around the racetrack real quick just to get a quick weather update and the conditions on the racetrack. Dave Moody, you're up.
Well, this is why Cup Series drivers and crew chiefs get paid the big bucks. I don't have any idea what I would do right now. Here in turns 1 and 6, there's a sprinkle still following, somewhere, depending on when you ask, between a light and a heavy sprinkle. The track here in turn 6 has dried substantially by its own. It's not completely dry yet. I'd still be a little antsy about hustling it on through here on slick tires. But the idea is getting more and more appealing as this track continues to dry. What comes down out of the air next, we have no idea. How long it continues to dry this racetrack, we have no idea. So based on that complete and total lack of information, all these drivers and crew chiefs get to make a decision. Kurt Becker.
On this end of the racetrack, Dave, leaving Lakeshore Drive, it's relatively dry. Just a couple of spots where the pavement is still slightly discolored. Even those are beginning to dry as the field has just passed at our feet and worked its way through turns 4 and 5. But again, the unknown factor is what weather systems might be coming in soon. But as far as this end of the racetrack, essentially the backstretch portion of the racetrack, things are looking good, and just a couple of light sprinkles remaining. How about you, Dan Hubbard?
Well, I'll tell you what, 7 and 8 and most of turn 9 still look pretty good. We are getting intermittent sprinkles here through turns 10 and 11. And I will say, upon the entry of 11, there are some shiny parts to the asphalt right on the entrance. So the drivers are going to have to be aware of that. I'm sure they've already seen it because we've done a couple of, slow laps, just test laps, if you will, to see what the drivers want to do, what kind of tires they want. But again, and kind of echoing what Dave Moody said, you're trying to base a decision about the weather. With the unpredictable weather. Is it going to rain? Is it going to dissipate? What are we going to do here? It's a tough decision to make. I would just leave it up to the individual drivers and see what they're comfortable with and then make adjustments as the weather progresses.
And I'm all for these teams making these decisions, which way they want to go on it. It's going to be either the right guess or the wrong guess. We're all about to find out soon.
From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. We are 1/2 a lap away from going under the green flag, the Grand Park 165. Here is what we know on wet weather tires. Chris Buescher and Ryan Blaney, they stayed out if you remember. Also, you've got Austin Cindric on the wet weather tires. He is joined by Austin Dillon. He is joined by Corey LaJoie, Martin Truex Jr., Joey Logano, and Zane Smith. Those are the drivers on the wet weather tires. Everybody else is on the dries. There are sprinkles in the area around the racetrack. Not every corner is getting them. Some are, some aren't. So we're ready to go. Dan Hubbard, you got a bird's eye view. They come down the hill. They make that right-hand turn, number 7, Congress Plaza Drive. Once they clear you, it is under the green flag.
This is going to be very interesting to watch because we have practiced and qualified in the sunshine, a nice dry track. Now, a lot of these drivers, of course, have some experience running here from last year. But they're going to have to plug into that memory if they can. This is going to be interesting to watch. It'll be Kyle Larson and Ty Gibbs bringing the field through this tight section of twisty turns. Everybody hang on tight as the rain is starting to pick up here a little bit at turn 11.
Well, who made the right call and who did not? We are about to find out. Again, the Grant Park 165. Welcome to the Chicago Street Race, live on the Motor Racing Network. Kyle Larson and Ty Gibbs, row 1. Michael McDowell and Tyler Reddick, row 2. Shane Van Gisbergen, the winner here 1 year ago, alongside Bubba Wallace. They make the turn out onto the front straightaway. The green flag is in the air, and we are underway side by side. They make their way across the stripe, headed to turn 1.
Ty Gibbs fishtailing a bit as he came up through the gears, but he did a good enough job of it to get the lead into turn number 1. Bubba around the outside. Tyler Reddick will take second. Kyle Larson drop kick back to the number 3 position. They execute turn number 1 with no problems so far. Now up to turn number 2. Ty Gibbs leading the way. Reddick second. Larson third. Michael McDowell side by side with Alex Bowman as they exit turn 2 out on the Lakeshore Drive.
That's the battle for the 4th position as they come up Lakeshore and make the move for turn number 4. And Tyler Reddick wants the lead. He tried to go to the inside. He ran out of racetrack. Now he has to square back up behind the back bumper of the Ty Gibbs machine. So Gibbs still has the lead, but Reddick applying pressure all the way.
Here they come, flying down Columbus at top speed, wide open. Now downshifting and heavily on the brakes. Ty Gibbs by about a car length and a half. Reddick riding second, a car length back to the Kyle Larson machine. Then Alex Bowman, Michael McDowell, and Bubba Wallace racing down toward turn number 7. They're actually 3 wide with Joey Logano on the bottom in turn 6. Somehow they all made it through as they head for Dan Hubbard.
Coming down Balboa Drive and making the right-hand turn onto Michigan Avenue. So far, everybody minding their manners. It is Ty Gibbs showing the way by some 2 to 3 car lengths over Tyler Reddick. They spread out just a little bit among the top 5. Kyle Larson rides in that 3rd spot. It is Alex Bowman sliding the tail out wide. Here comes Shane Van Gisbergen to the inside of Michael McDowell. That might have been a move for the 5th spot.
Muscled McDowell up the racetrack and out of the way. Here they come across the line. Lap number 1 going up on the board. Ty Gibbs will be the race leader here in Chicago. Some slipping and sliding. McDowell slides just a bit. He may give up another position.
A dramatically different racetrack since lap number 1, though, as those hot racing tires have done a lot to dry off the surface. Not completely dry yet, and the battle continues now for 2nd place. Heading for turn number 2, Tyler Reddick looking drivers right on Ty Gibbs for the lead. Not close enough to make a run. They'll spill off on the Lakeshore Drive. Still no change at the front of the pack as Ty Gibbs leads the parade.
With Lake Michigan to drivers left, here comes the field now. Setting up for turn number 4. It's Reddick. Still in second, still trying to find a way to close in on Ty Gibbs. He's actually lost a car length or 2 on Lakeshore. Tries to rally back from there.
Here they come now down the hill as they continue to contend for position. Gibbs, Reddick, Larson the top 3, Alex Bowman 4th, Shane Van Gisbergen up to the 5th spot. Larson now trying to make a move on Reddick. He's going to look drivers left at the exit of turn number 6. Nothing there for him. Alex Bowman try to counterattack against Larson.
The windshield wipers are working on these cars as they come down Balboa Drive. Ty Gibbs obviously getting it a little bit more comfortable with the track. He starts to pull away now from Tyler Reddick of about 3 to 4 car lengths as they execute the long left-hand turn. That's Congress Plaza. Reddick by himself in that second spot. Larson starting to feel the challenge from SVG. SVG to the inside of turn 11. He'll take away the third spot from Kyle Larson.
Well, they come racing up the hill side by side, but only for a moment. SVG picks up the spot. Kyle Larson will drop a spot. We're early in this event. Now, as we were coming to the green flag, a couple of cars came to pit road. So let's pop in on pit lane, presented by Garrett Popcorn. Enjoy the world-famous gourmet popcorn from Garrett Popcorn Shops. Find their handcrafted small batch recipes in their shops at Midwest grocery stores or online at GarrettPopcorn.com. Chris, what was the story?
Yeah, William Byron came over the radio in the middle of lap 1 and said, "I am skating all over the place." Rudy Fugel, the crew chief, chimed back and said, "Rain is on the way. Let's pull down pit road and change from slicks to wet." So they bolted on those white-lettered Goodyear slick tire, or wet weather tires, I should say, for William Byron. So too did Josh Berry. He was all over the place, dropped several positions. He also added the wet weather tires. So 2 more opting to go wet weather tires as imminent rain approaches.
Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Shane Van Gisbergen, Kyle Larson, and Alex Bowman. Dave Moody, that's your top 5.
And that's how they'll run as they exit turn number 6 this time around. A little further back, a battle underway back toward the tail end of the top 10, or just outside the top 10, with Austin Dillon. Also in the mix is Zane Smith. That's a good 3-man battle headed to turns 7 and 8.
Here they come through turns 7 and 8, looking for that car of Austin Dillon, and he's got a car in front and car behind. It is a tight pack of racing as the leaders now negotiate turn 9, 10, and 11. And there is Austin Dillon sliding just a little bit off 11, headed up the hill toward turn 12.
Just a quick reminder, stage 1 done at lap 20, stage 2 at lap 45. Then it's a 30-lap run to the black and white checkered flag. The field's on the front straightaway and headed to turn number 1.
Ty Dillon has opened up a pretty healthy margin right now. If you consider 5, maybe 6 car lengths a healthy margin. That over Tyler Reddick, who rides in second. Right on his back bumper, Shane Van Gisbergen, patient at least for the moment, not trying to make any moves on him as they exit turn number 2 and race off to Lakeshore Drive.
And headed toward turn 3, a quick right-hander with Van Gisbergen in that third position. No one steps out of line this time, coming back to East Roosevelt as they circle around turns 4 and turn 5. Everyone just maintains position. Now headed back onto South Columbus and northbound, headed for turn 6.
Ty Gibbs has got the field well in hand here at the moment. He's been able to get away and open up some daylight, about 4, maybe 5 car lengths. Reddick now has opened up a car length over Van Gisbergen. 2 more back to Kyle Larson. 2 more to Alex Bowman. Then it's Bubba Wallace, Christopher Bell, Michael McDowell, Chase Briscoe, and Ross Chastain, the top 10.
Ty Gibbs comes down the hill to the right-hand turn 7, and I tell you what, he's picking up the pace. He's getting more and more comfortable as this track continues to dry out, pulling away from Reddick. Reddick feeling slight heat now from Shane Van Gisbergen. They are nose to tail for that second spot. Behind them is Kyle Larson. There's Alex Bowman. There's Bubba Wallace. And as I say that, the rain is coming back to turns 9, 10, and 11.
Well, the big movers early on, A.J. Allmendinger, he's up 8 spots. Chase Briscoe and Todd Gilliland up 7. Martin Truex Jr. and Corey LaJoie up 6. Ty Gibbs is back in 1.
And again, the rain beginning to fall a little bit harder now in turn number 1. Ty Gibbs continues with about that 5 car length advantage. Behind him, though, it's nose to tail. Reddick with a trunk full of Shane Van Gisbergen. Larson in turn, putting the pressure on Van Gisbergen. They will exit turn number 2. Then it's Bowman, Wallace, and Bell, the top 7.
All of that traffic spills back out on the Lakeshore Drive. Ty Gibbs increasing the advantage is now out to 8 car lengths over Tyler Reddick. But Reddick has all kinds of company as he exits turn 5. 5, 6 cars lined up nose to tail off his back bumper.
Here they come now down South Columbus Drive, and some decision making coming up, I believe, in the next lap or so. Rain beginning to fall a little more heavily. The radar doesn't look all that good either. It's fine for Ty Gibbs. He continues to pull away. His margin now a good 8 car lengths over Tyler Reddick, who's playing full-time defense on Shane Van Gisbergen.
Ty Gibbs putting on a rain clinic here on the street course of Chicago. Second place man Tyler Reddick for the the moment, not able to keep pace at all with Ty Gibbs. They execute the left-hand turn, and it is Shane Van Gisbergen really applying the pressure to Tyler Reddick. Reddick still has that second spot. Van Gisbergen may feel some heat from Kyle Larson. He is regrouped through these tight turns.
5 laps are complete. Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Shane Van Gisbergen, Kyle Larson, and Alex Bowman. Just a moment ago, as the rain started to fall, Chris Wilner, we saw cars scrambling to pit road.
That's right. It was a rain pit now call from Travis Peterson to his driver Michael McDowell. They peeled off this last lap, put on the wet weather tires. Harrison Burton was in as well as the rain begins to pick up here on pit road.
So again, we're 5 laps complete. Ty Gibbs has led all 5, and again, the big mover so far, AJ Allmendinger. He's up 13 spots in just 5 laps. Christopher Bell by Bubba Wallace. That was a change for position number 6. Van Gisbergen and Larson going at it. That's position number 3 and 4. And Ty Gibbs has been run down. Tyler Reddick is right with them as we work lap number 6 from the NASCAR Chicago Street Race. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Watching Ty Gibbs come past our broadcast location and just for a moment clicked on the windshield wiper, and then he turned it right back off. We've got just a light sprinkle in the air as we work lap number 7. Why don't we give you a look at the leaderboard right now, presented by Napa. Elevate your engine performance and help it run cleaner, longer, with the advanced formulation and protection of Napa full synthetic engine oil, available at Napa locations nationwide.
Ty Gibbs is the race leader. A challenge and change for the second spot. Shane Van Gisbergen has gone to second. Kyle Larson now is up to third. Christopher Bell goes to fourth. Going to fifth is Chase Briscoe. That means Tyler Reddick has given up 4 positions now. He'll fall back to the number 6 position. 7th is Alex Bowman. 8th is Bubba Wallace. 9th is John Hunter Nemechek. And 10th is Todd Gilliland.
Ross Chastain on lap number 7 is 11th in front of Daniel Suarez, then Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. That's your top 15. AJ Allmendinger up to 16th. Carson Hocevar 17th. 18th. to Justin Haley, 19th to Martin Truex, and Joey Hand is 20th.
21st is Kaz Grala. Chris Buescher climbing the leaderboard. He's up to 22nd. He's gained 14 positions since the drop of the green flag. Austin Hill is 23rd. 24th is Zane Smith. 25th is Denny Hamlin. 26th, Austin Dillon. 27th is Daniel Hemrick. 28th, Brad Keselowski. 29th is Noah Gragson, and Austin Cindric is 30th.
He's got his teammate Ryan Blaney 31st and Corey LaJoie 32nd. Michael McDowell after pitting 33rd. William Byron 34th. Joey Logano 35th. Josh Berry 36th. Josh Bilicki, Eric Jones, Ryan Preece, and Harrison Burton, and that is how the 40 cars are running here on lap number 8.
Things beginning to tighten up at the front of the field. It's Ty Gibbs, the race leader. Shane Van Gisbergen is now second. Kyle Larson will go to position number 3. They exit turn 5, head for the straightaway and towards Dave Moody.
That short straightaway between 1 and 2, that's where Shane Van Gisbergen did his best work a year ago. No one else really able to pass there, but he was. He did it again a couple of laps ago, making his way underneath Tyler Reddick, opening the door, and Reddick free fell about 5 positions before he could get back in line.
Martin Truex Jr. makes his way onto the pit lane as Truex looks like he's going to have some routine service. Let's follow up in the Martin Truex Jr. pit.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. was one of the drivers that started on the wet weather tires. He's going down and away, and it's going to be the traditional Goodyear dry weather tires. And listening to some of the crew chiefs talking to their drivers, we've already had Corey LaJoie and Martin Truex Jr., drivers that started on those wet weather tires. They've already come in. Shane Van Gisbergen's crew chief, Travis Mack, said these guys that are on the wet weather tires have already burned their stuff up. If we have to go to wet, we want to be the last ones to go to wet. So a lot of strategy, a lot of changes here, but Martin Truex Jr. is back out, but he is on the dry weather tires now.
With 11 laps remaining in stage number 1, Kurt Becker, the field heading back your way. Ty Gibbs, he's got company now. Shane Van Gisbergen running second, right in front of Kyle Larson.
And then after Larson, Christopher Bell has been working his way up to the field. In fact, gets around Larson. Bell has been on the attack. He's gone from 5th to 4th to 3rd in the last couple of laps. Now he wants more as he works on to South Columbus.
No doubt about it. C-Bell is on the attack right now. He just slid to the inside of Kyle Larson to take away the 3rd spot. He's got some ground to make up. Ty Gibbs has lap traffic dead ahead in the person of Harrison Burton, and he's got Shane Van Gisbergen massaging the back bumper.
Well, the good news is the rain has stopped at this end of the street course, but the bad news, at least for Ty Gibbs, is that New Zealander is now filling his mirror. Shane Van Gisbergen really applying the heat through turns 7 and 8. Here they come to get around that slower machine, and Ty Gibbs is trying to drive it like he stole it. He only has half a car length advantage over Shane Van Gisbergen. Christopher Bell continues to hold down the 3rd spot.
There's something to be said about hustling your race car around the track as opposed to being smooth with the throttle and on the brake and your shifting of the gears. Off turn number 12, back to the front straightaway. Ty Gibbs for the moment, Dave, having a nice drive.
He really is. He had about a 7 or 8 car length advantage, had a big bobble out on the course a couple of laps ago that allowed the field to play catch up and get back with him. Now he's opened it up again. He's got maybe 3 car lengths in hand over the Shane Van Gisbergen machine. Christopher Bell went a little wide in turn 1 this time. He'll lose some ground as they spill out off of turn number 2.
As a result, Christopher Bell has to play defense coming back through the quick right-hander, turn 3, right at the midpoint of Lakeshore Drive. He's got Kyle Larson behind him. He's also got Chase Briscoe lined up behind him. All kinds of traffic stacking up behind Christopher Bell headed off turn 5.
One little bobble made a major difference in the look of the top 3. Christopher Bell was closing in on Shane Van Gisbergen and going into turn number 1. By the time they get to 2, he lost a good 8, maybe 12 car lengths. He'll try and make that up now as they race their way up toward the right-hand turn number 7.
Remember that right-hand turn number 7 is a first gear corner for everybody, including Ty Gibbs, doing everything he can to keep Shane Van Gisbergen at bay. 2-car breakaway up at the front, sliding off of turn 9 now is Christopher Bell. He's in that 3rd spot. His mirror is filled with Kyle Larson. And behind Larson, you have Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace.
So right now, at the moment, it is Ty Gibbs. He is the race leader. He has led all 10 laps so far, but he's got company now in the form of Shane Van Gisbergen, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson. Larson and Chase Briscoe. So many people have been talking for so long. When would it happen? When would Ty Gibbs go to victory lane? Just the kid, but so much talent. He's looking good so far here this afternoon.
Yeah, he is. And there's always this kind of a theory in NASCAR Cup Series racing, outside of some drivers who just come out and are exceptional talents. You can put Shane Van Gisbergen on a road course, obviously winning at his first ever Cup Series race here 1 year ago. But the theory normally is you got to run about 100 races before you can get that first win under your belt. That's when you really learn how to drive these cars, how to race at this level, and all that goes into it, not only in the car, but out of the race car as well. Ty Gibbs quickly closing in on that mark. Gibbs finished 9th in this race a year ago in very difficult conditions in all the rain, but he's a really good road racer in his own right, with top 5 finishes in 3 of his last 4 road course starts.
21-year-old driver, and he's under pressure right now, Dan Hubbard. He's got company there.
Here comes Ty Gibbs. He's got a lot of traffic up in front of him. He's got Shane Van Gisbergen behind him. Van Gisbergen very good to the right-hand, turn 11. He draws up alongside the leader. And it's side by side for the top spot, headed up Jackson Drive.
Here they come down the hill now. Shane Van Gisbergen to driver's right. Ty Gibbs, driver's left. They've got the lap machines of Ryan Preece and Joey Logano dead ahead. They go 3 wide around the Preece machine. Van Gisbergen to the right, Ty Gibbs to the left. Here comes Christopher Bell trying to take advantage. He'll try to go to the 2 spot.
Field works its way back through turn number 3, headed on to Lakeshore Drive. Joey Logano swings wide. He almost gets squeezed into the fence. Traffic stacking up and trying to sort itself out as the field works its way back around off turn 5.
They come now heading down the hill towards 6. Shane Van Gisbergen, the new leader, and with Gibbs now about 7/10 of a second back in the number 2 position. Down the hill they come. More lap traffic is dead ahead as they make their way towards 6.
Shane Van Gisbergen now executing turn 7. This is a first report.
As we continue under the green flag here, 12 laps are complete, gives us 8 to go here in stage number 1. The race leaders working their way right now around this race course, Jeff. The track is beginning to dry out, and with so many drivers running different lines, 2 and 3 wide, nearly the entire racing surface is beginning to completely dry out.
With 7 laps to go in the stage, here's a quick look at the top 10 as they run. It is Shane Van Gisbergen out front now after that pass going into turn number 11. Ty Gibbs is back to 3rd. Christopher Bell now 2nd. Then it's Kyle Larson and Chase Briscoe. That's your top 5. The rest of the top 10 at the moment: Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace, Alex Bowman, Todd Gilliland, and John Hunter Nemechek. They continue to battle in the top 5. Ty Gibbs by Christopher Bell. Gibbs back to 2nd. Shane Van Gisbergen leads here on lap number 13, soon to be 14, from the NASCAR Chicago Street Race. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Leaders right now turning out onto Michigan Avenue as we welcome you back to Grant Park and to Grant Park 165. We knew it was going to happen, Alex. It was going to come and go and come and go, and I have a feeling we may have it all afternoon long. We were dry there for a while, but sprinkles now being reported around the racetrack.
Yeah, and that's just part of racing on the streets, and you're going to be able to deal with that and make some decisions, and you're going to make some good decisions or some bad decisions, give up some track position or gain some track position, but racing in the wet is something that you're going to have to pay close attention to.
And we've got a battle down the front straightaway for the lead. Bell and Van Gisbergen.
Christopher Bell has got a trunk full of SVG and just a car length or two back to Ty Gibbs. For the moment, they're going to stand in single file, and there's more trouble coming on the back bumper as Shane Briscoe is very fast. He's moved up to fourth. Here's the challenge as they make their way off turn 2 on the Lakeshore Drive.
Dane Van Gisbergen trying to hold off Christopher Bell. Here's Bell. He's going to go to the outside. Not the preferred line into turn number 4. As a result, he has to back away, and he has to be careful. Ty Gibbs is right behind him. The top 3 tightly tied together.
Bell made the attempt for the pass. Driver is right on Shane Van Gisbergen. It did not work out. There is lap traffic dead ahead as they make their way through turn number 6. The Josh Balicki machine is dead ahead. They'll race nose to tail for the moment as they race up the hill. Here comes Bell. He'll break out of line. Look to the inside lane. Nothing there.
We'll see how this plays out through the right-hand turn 7, right-hand turn 8. Again, it is Christopher Bell in hot pursuit of the leader, Shane Van Gisbergen, as they negotiate Congress Plaza. That's the long left-hand turn. And here comes Shane Van Gisbergen now through this corner. Swings it out wide. He does have a lot of lap traffic around him. Now he makes it up the hill through turn 11, headed to turn 12.
Still have the Josh Balicki slower car just in front of them. Shane Van Gisbergen is the race leader. Christopher Bell is second. They flash by the start-finish line, go back to turn 1.
Three-man dance for the lead, led by Shane Van Gisbergen to the inside of the Josh Balicki machine. Driver's left to make that pass in turn number 1, but he is anything but comfortable with his position. He's got trouble at the back door. Christopher Bell looking left and right. Gibbs having a little bit more trouble getting himself away from the Josh Balicki lapped machine.
Leader Shane Van Gisbergen working his way up Lakeshore. There's trouble off turn number 4, and it's Corey LaJoie. His car came through turn 4, got turned around, did not appear that he had any help. Solo car spin, and Corey LaJoie's car coming to a rest right over at the exit of turn 4, in fact, right in the middle of turn 5.
All right, that will put us under the caution flag for the very first time here this afternoon. It comes out as we were working lap number 16. Shane Van Gisbergen and Christopher Bell and Ty Gibbs going at it. Those are the top 3. Chase Briscoe and Kyle Larson, the top 5. It would appear as though Kurt Becker, Corey LaJoie, has fired the car and has driven away.
He has, and that could have collected a lot more traffic than it did, because about the time that what happened was Corey came off of Lakeshore, he made the right-hander onto East Roosevelt and got turned sideways. He was blocking just about every lane of that short chute headed over to turn number 5. Everybody was able to get around to the outside, though. They all shifted lanes to the left. He has since refired. He has left the scene.
Second time this weekend, Corey LaJoie is at a bout with the wall and tire barrier. Had significant contact in qualifying, had to repair the back end of their race car, and he's got some more work to do. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. We welcome you back to downtown Chicago, Illinois, and at the moment, rain is falling here in Grant Park as we are closing in on the end of stage number 1, just 2 laps shy of that conclusion once the leaders get back here to start-finish.
Is that what you call that, is rain?
Yeah.
I call that a downpour. It is flat coming down at various parts around the racetrack. You got to remember now, at 2.2 miles around this thing, and think of it as being really long and narrow, because that's what it is. You could have rain on one end and sunshine on the other. Steve Post is smack dab in the middle of the racetrack, and Steve, I'm guessing you're getting wet.
Yes, I am. It is pouring here on pit road right now. I'm at the exit of pit road, and it is really coming down here. So right now we're under a hold for the caution on the racetrack, but we will not race under conditions like this. What is interesting, though, is the strategy. Just before that caution came out, we had a couple of drivers that came down and put on the wet weather tires. Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney, they came on, put the wet weather tires on, and they might be able to cycle around into some pretty good track position. Chris Wilner, up at your end, I'm assuming the weather is the same, and I think you had some guys stop as well for that same strategy.
I certainly did. It was a really good call for Austin Cindric and that Team Penske group. They brought him down right before the caution to put wet weather tires on that Ford Mustang. Also down during that caution, they just made the commitment onto pit road, Michael McDowell and Josh Berry. So those 3 drivers on my end could cycle through as well. William Byron got trapped a lap down. They were planning on coming down just before the caution came out, but unfortunately didn't make it to pit entry, so he's still a lap down. But man, big call for McDowell after they thought they may have missed out when the rain wasn't showing up, but they came down pit road right as the caution hit. He, Josh Berry, and Austin Cindric in good position down here.
With 2 laps to go in the stage, working under the caution flag for the Corey LaJoie crash, it's time now for a mid-race update brought to you by eBay Motors. Bring home the cup with eBay Guaranteed Fit. Brakes, headlights, all the parts to fit your vehicle the first time, every time. eBay Motors, ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only, exclusions apply.
We went under the green flag 19 laps ago. We've got 1 more lap, although it will be under caution. In stage number 1, currently Shane Van Gisbergen is the race leader over Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, Chase Briscoe, and Kyle Larson. That is your top 5. We've been under caution now on 2 different occasions. Ty Gibbs has led a total of 11 laps. They were the first 11 under the green flag. Van Gisbergen 6, Christopher Bell 1. And the other story that we're watching is Mother Nature, because it is coming and going and returning and leaving. And right now it is here. If you're just joining us, we got hit just a moment ago with another passing downpour.
Yeah, we did. The rain has come and gone here at Grant Park, and unfortunately right now we do the old puddle index check, as our producer extraordinaire Ryan Horn likes to do. It's raining at our position here at the broadcast booth, but they do have the lights on the back of the cars. They do have the defoggers. They do have the windshield wiper on the car, and of course the great Goodyear wet weather tires on these machines that they can put on these race cars if and when they need them, and that's been a big story of this opening 18 laps as well.
And Dave, the parade is headed your way. They are on Columbus Drive, and they're heading off of turn number 5. Again, folks, this is under the caution flag, and Dave, unfortunately, at the moment, in the rain.
Yes, it is a very slow speed parade behind the pace car, making their way down the hill here into turn number 6. Everybody just kind of limping along right now because we've got a thoroughly soaked racetrack, standing water in places. So drivers are going to be very careful here. The last thing you want to do is get into a fence under the caution flag. So they're just going to tiptoe their way through turn 6.
Part of the reason for the extended caution here is some of the large decals that line the concrete barriers around the racetrack have begun to come apart when the cars have bounced off of these walls. We've heard Brad Keselowski and Shane Van Gisbergen talk about it. As a matter of fact, Shane Van Gisbergen mentioned that in our Progressive Keys to the Race earlier today on NASCAR Live Race Day. You have to get right up against these walls. And Brad Keselowski said it yesterday in a qualifying show, Jeff. The fastest way is actually touching these walls on exit of the corner. So some of these drivers have been doing that, and doing so, they've been ripping part of the decals down, and they are laying half on the wall, stuck to it, and half out on the racetrack. So we got to go around and get those taken off, and unfortunately, with one lap to go now here in the stage, that will bring us to the stage end.
Now, and Shane Van Gisbergen, by the way, if he can make it all the way around to the green and white checkered flag, no reason he can't. It will be his first ever stage win. Remember, he got his first career Cup Series win 1 year ago, right here. And you're right, talking about the concrete barriers that go all the way around and encase this racetrack. If you can graze it, perfect. If you drill it, well, not so good. If you can drag the right rear, left rear quarter, depending on which way you're coming off the quarter, that may be the fast way around. Obviously, you don't want to get in it. You don't want to bend anything. You don't want to break anything. And you want to stay off it. By the way, the work that NASCAR has done to create this racetrack with those barriers, with the fencing, is nothing short of miraculous. It is an amazing structure. You and I and the rest of the team had a chance to get around and really look at this course up close, not only a year ago, but we did it, I guess it was on Friday. And we marvel with what they're able to accomplish.
We really do. A credit, of course, the NASCAR leadership and especially the Chicago Street Course president, Julie Giese, for the outstanding job in coordinating all of this. Because this is an active public park in the third largest city in the United States of America. You can't just shut it down 2 weeks before an event comes to town. They literally had regular streetcars driving around these regular roads Friday afternoon. Closed things down late Friday afternoon and began to assemble the racetrack. By the time sunset here in Chicago on the shores of Lake Michigan Friday evening, work was full steam ahead, putting all the final touches on, all the barriers, all the fencing, the signage around the racetrack. It truly is an outstanding marvel and a great feat that they were able to do here for a second consecutive year. We worked the final lap of stage number 1 under caution. However, the Xfinity fastest lap of the race has been run by Shane Van Gisbergen. He turned a lap at 88.275 miles per hour on average around this racetrack. Xfinity keeps NASCAR fans in the zone with ultra-low lag and connection you can rely on. Stream NASCAR from the best seat in the house with Xfinity, because you only live once. Learn more at Xfinity.com.
35-year-old driver from Auckland, New Zealand, Shane Van Gisbergen, driving for Colleague Racing. Travis Mack, the crew chief, just exiting over in turns 4 and 5. That's where Kurt Becker is. Kurt, as they make their way around in front of you, how about a weather update? I don't think we want to hear it, but we'll let you tell us anyway.
Well, it seemed like, Jeff, anytime earlier today when you or Alex would check in for an update, I was saying we haven't had much rain, just a couple of sprinkles. The track is primarily dry. Well, that's all gone out the window. Again, we're at the southeast corner of the course, and it seems like we're the last one to get the moisture when it comes, but this time we've gotten plenty, and the rain is still falling, and the racetrack definitely wet all the way up Lakeshore Drive, all the way across East Roosevelt. It's the most water we've had here so far this afternoon.
Well, that's the bad news. The good news is the overwhelming majority of the heavy stuff is still going north of us, and looking at the radar, just about everybody has access to a weather radar, no matter where you're at with a smartphone or computer, whatever the case may be. You can see the radar here at Chicago. The majority of it's going from southwest to northeast in a diagonal pattern, and missing the city of Chicago just north of us. However, we are getting some of the remnants from the most southerly parts of this radar.
I'm holding you responsible.
Hey.
You said it was going to go north. You were wrong. I understand.
The majority of it is going north.
True. If we were, if we were 10 miles north, we would probably be in major puddles. Dan Hubbard, the field right now, again under caution. Shane at the front of the field. Lights on that pace car. He'll make one more trip up the hill, and the green and white checkered flag will be in the air.
Well, I'm going to try to play the role of the optimist. It was a very steady rain here just a few moments ago. Now it's just a steady drizzle. So perhaps conditions are improving as Shane Van Gisbergen, Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, and Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson, they make their way around turn 11. Very, very slow indeed. They make the long uphill climb up Jackson Drive, headed to turn 12.
They will make their way off turn 12, and they do have to maintain pace car speed in order to earn the stage points. Top 10 in the running order will be paid out in championship points. and looking for the green and white checkered flag, and his first ever NASCAR Cup Series stage win as the green and white checkered flag from the right hand of a chief starter, the caution flag in the left hand, and Shane Van Gisbergen has won stage number 1. As a matter of fact, here's a look at the top 10 and who will score points in this stage, presented by Sunoco. From fueling your favorite NASCAR teams to filling up at the pump, Sunoco is trusted to help vehicles perform at their peak. Sunoco, performance is what we do. Shane Van Gisbergen wins the stage. Christopher Bell is second. Ty Gibbs will be third. Fourth will be Chase Briscoe. Fifth, Kyle Larson. Sixth is Alex Bowman. Seventh is Bubba Wallace. Eighth is Todd Gilliland. Ninth, Tyler Reddick. And Daniel Suarez finishes stage number 1 in the number 10 spot. Now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. Motor Racing Network live in Grant Park in Chicago, Illinois for the Grant Park 165 NASCAR Cup Series race. I'm Alex Hayden. Alongside in the broadcast booth is Jeff Striegel. Around the race course, calling the action in the corners for us today, Kurt Becker, Dave Moody, and Dan Hubbard with Steve Post and Chris Wilner on the pit lane. Stage number 1 is in the books. We work the caution flag for the first time today. Pit stops expected soon. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Field behind the Toyota Camry XSE pace car. As a matter of fact, there's a Camry, there's a Chevrolet Camaro, and a Ford Mustang Dark Horse, all splitting pace car duties here in this special Chicago Street Race weekend. Right now, pace car driver Jesse Delavote is behind the Toyota. Pit lane is open. Here they come. All the race leaders, with the exception of about the 9th place driver, will come to the pit lane. We start our coverage with Chris Wilner.
Ty Gibbs will be the first in his pit box, finishing third in the stage. He actually was very happy with his race car, but they told him to be careful. There's puddles in his pit box. These are competitive stops. The crew already changing more wet weather tires on the left side of the car, now to the right side. The white lettered Goodyear Eagle wet weather tires going on. Sunoco fuel is in, down and away. Chase Briscoe, Brad Keselowski, and Chase Elliott all in as well. Steve Post.
Shane Van Gisbergen is in. Everyone down here going with the wet wet tires. Shane is in. Christopher Bell is in getting pit service. Here's Alex Bowman getting pit service on his Ally Chevy. Bubba Wallace in the second pit box getting his pit service. The race off from pit road. Christopher Bell wins the battle off from pit road. Ty Gibbs second. Looks like Kyle Larson goes out third. Shane Van Bisger in fourth. We got them all wadded up. They stopped to keep away from the cars on the racetrack, and we've got a traffic jam at the end of pit road. John Hunter Nemechek is there. Todd Gilliland is there. Kyle Busch is there. It doesn't look like any serious contact. Now cars continue to ease into the scene down here, but wild stuff down here. Now they all start to roll off. I don't think there was any serious contact, but there was certainly some heavy braking and concern as everyone came to a stop racing off from pit road.
Steve, not only was it race cars, but it was also 2 jet dryer units that were right at the apex of turn number 1. The cars that remained on the racetrack were trying to bypass them with caution, and then when that parade of cars came off pit road, it got a little tight at the exit of turn 1.
So that's the story. I think for the first time in NASCAR history, we may have wadded them up coming off of pit road. Maybe some damage for Tyler Reddick. He got into the back of Bubba Wallace as they made their way off of pit road. It was indeed Christopher Bell, the first off of pit road here on lap number 21. Good news from around the racetrack. We're hearing now from Dave, Kurt, and Dan that the rain has subsided. Hopefully, shortly, we'll go back under the green flag. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Welcome back to the Grant Park 165, presented by McDonald's. Get the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary for a limited time only.
Welcome back to Grant Park, the Grant Park 165, live on the Motor Racing Network. Under caution, stage 1 just wrapped up, pit stops just wrapped up. Not without incident as they left pit road. My name is Jeff Striegel. Alongside is Alex Hayden. Out in the turns, and yes, they're wet. Dave Moody, Kurt Becker, and Dan Hubbard up and down pit road. We've got Steve Post and Chris Wilner. You and I were talking about it. When was the last time we saw them get together off of pit road? We can't remember. They got wadded up, knotted up, just trying to get off of pit road because of everything that's going on in and around that area. You just heard Dave talk about jet blowers were out there, lap cars were trying to make their way by, and it was live pit stops. Everybody's trying to get off of pit road.
And no pun intended, it was the perfect storm at exit of pit lane there when the Jet drivers just happen to be there doing their job and everybody wrapping up their pit stops. You know, and it's worth talking about Steve Post and Chris Wilner. The pit crews, live pit stops in the rain is something that we don't normally do too much of, and these athletes had a great chance to do that. As a matter of fact, this trip to pit road is presented by BetterHelp Online Therapy. A good pit crew can help you through life's twists and turns. Get 10% off your first month today at betterhelp.com/racingradio. What about these crew members in wet conditions, Steve Post?
Yeah, and we've kind of tiptoed our way up to this. In the past, when we've had these changes, there's been some non-competitive pit stops, and NASCAR has worked throughout the process to get their hands out of it, to allow this be left to the teams, and we just had live pit stops under wet conditions. First and foremost, the crew members have been out since the rain started with those squeegees, making sure the pit box is as dry as possible. Not dry, just as dry as possible. And then they were really sensitive running around the race cars, making sure that they had good footing. You know, we see it with other sports where they use different cleats and different things like that. It's not a matter of that. It's just a matter of making sure that you have sure-footed as you go around the race cars, other cars coming in, other cars coming out. And from everything I saw on this end of pit road, it looked really, really good. Chris, pit boxes down here were fairly dry. I understand up in your area, you might have had some pit boxes that had a little bit of moisture in them.
Oh, they certainly was, Steve. I mean, I mentioned Ty Gibbs during the pit stop had some pooling right around the front tires, and Chris Gale was making sure to let them know to be extra careful. It's also super slick on the pit wall itself. Remember, these are just concrete pit walls, and you hit the curb on the end of it, and you could easily lose your footing. A lot of these pit crew members have their fireproof New Balance or other brand kind of pit crew member footwear, I should say, and so it's got really no tread on the bottom, so they were also making sure they had good footing getting over. But you're right, I mean, this is so difficult as a pit crew member to not only execute a really good stop, but to do it in these kind of conditions. And also, don't forget, several drivers came in under that caution still having slick tires on, so try not to overshoot your pit box as well was something that they were really critical of. So far on my end of pit road, everybody executed just fine. Took a little bit longer for some, but a melee of an events down here is just chaotic with the rain, and of course now it's starting to rain even harder down here on pit road, so certainly going to be interesting as we continue this one.
Well, that wasn't the news we were looking for from you, Chris, but we understand no record pit stops there either, obviously, but they did get the job done. One car stayed on the racetrack. Zane Smith, he is yet to come to pit road. He shows up at the moment as the race leader. A number of drivers that had gone a lap down simply by coming to pit road and changing tires on again, off again, were able to take the wave around, and they will pick back up at the tail end of the lead lap.
Yeah, but we need to put an asterisk beside two of those drivers on the wave around. And why do we need to do that? Well, Corey LaJoie and Harrison Burton are the two drivers to pay close attention to. In order to take the wave around and get your lap back, by rule, you cannot come to pit road under the caution flag. Both Corey LaJoie and Harrison Burton are on the slick Goodyear Eagles. So they're going to have to go one full lap at speed and get back around to pit lane before they can come in and put the wet weather Goodyears on. So those two drivers are going to have their hands full for 2.2 miles.
William Byron, one of those drivers with the wave around. Eric Jones, another one. Josh Berry, a number of drivers. In fact, why don't we take a moment right now? We still work under the caution flag, and we are working lap number 23 and give you a look at the leaderboard as they circulate around this road circuit. Presented by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone, as we celebrate the 4th of July. Save on brakes, oil, wash and wax, and more this weekend during the AutoZone 4th of July sale. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Zane Smith is the race leader. He's the only car again that has not come to pit lane. Christopher Bell is second. Ty Gibbs goes third. Kyle Larson is fourth. Shane Van Gisbergen lost 3 spots on the pit stop. He is fifth. Alex Bowman is sixth. Chase Briscoe seventh. Bubba Wallace is eighth. Tyler Reddick 9th, and Todd Gilliland is 10th.
John Hunter Nemechek at the moment is 11th in front of Daniel Suarez. Kyle Busch 13th in front of Chase Elliott. Ross Chastain 15th. A.J. Allmendinger 16th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 17th. Carson Hocevar 18th. Denny Hamlin 19th. And Joey Hand is 20th.
Justin Haley is 21st. Chris Buescher 22nd. Kaz Grala is 23rd. Brad Keselowski 24th. Austin Hill is 25th. Daniel Hemrick goes 26th. Austin Dillon 27th. Martin Truex Jr. is 28th, Noah Gragson 29th, and William Byron is 30th.
Josh Bilicki 31st, Eric Jones 32nd. These are wave-around cars now, back on the lead lap. Ryan Preece, Josh Berry, Ryan Blaney, he's 35th. Michael McDowell, 36th. Then comes Corey LaJoie and Austin Cindric, 37, 38. 39th, and the last car on the lead lap is Harrison Burton, the only car one lap down, running 40th. It's been a long day so far for Joey Logano. He is currently scored a lap down in position number 40.
And he's still got a lot of race still to run here. As a matter of fact, we've gotten the 1 to go signal. Cars have already chosen which lane, or drivers I should say, have chosen in their cars which lane they want to restart on. With the street circuit, we get the 1 to go in the choose coming to the green flag a half a lap away. That means the field's coming to the Geico restart zone. Presented by Geico. Is your insurance playbook lacking? Switch to Geico and get all your insurance coverage from one place. Go to geico.com today to get started.
Well, a quick look around the racetrack and we can see the puddles and we can see that the rain continues to fall, but NASCAR says let's race in the streets of downtown Chicago, and we're going to do that right now. Zane Smith makes the hard right-hand turn up turn number 11. Once they get to the top of the hill, we go back under the green flag, and the right-hand turn 12 out onto the front straightaway. Christopher Bell alongside. Green flag is in the air, and here we go again. Buckle up. You've got Ty Gibbs and Kyle Larson. Alex Bowman almost turned it around as he made his way off turn number 12. We're green and headed to 1.
A number of drivers having a difficult time getting up through the gears, but here they come into turn number 1. Gibbs to driver's left. Zane Smith, driver's right. He goes way wide. Gibbs is through for the lead. The entire inside line or left side line will advance past the Zane Smith automobile as they exit off turn 2 to Lakeshore Drive.
Here comes Ty Gibbs, the race leader, with Zane Smith in tow. They run 1-2. Trouble for Bubba Wallace. He gets turned around, and traffic stacking up near turn number 3. Everyone has to carefully go by to driver's left. Ty Gibbs, the leader, he's through fine, along with Christopher Bell. Daniel Suarez and Bubba Wallace, though, both getting turned around as the field heads off turn 5.
Here they come down the hill towards 6. Big plumes of moisture coming up off the rear wheels of these race cars. That's fine by Ty Gibbs. He's managed to get away. Oh, he locks him up, but he tiptoes his way through turn 6. He's ahead about 5 car lengths from Christopher Bell. Oh, into the wall. Shane Van Gisbergen loses traction. Shane Briscoe spins. He's backward in the outside safer barrier. 2 of the top 5 cars, Briscoe and Van Gisbergen, in the fence here in turn 6. Briscoe refiring. Van Gisbergen has run it aground at the exit of turn number 6.
That'll put us under the caution for the second time here this afternoon. Couple of cars getting hard under the braking zone into the tire barrier in turn 6 in front of Dave Moody.
Well, Shane Van Gisbergen just overcooked it coming into a very, very wet turn number 6. Just slid wide, side-slapped the fence in turn number 6. As he was doing that, just as he was coming to a stop, a completely unrelated incident, but Chase Briscoe spun backwards into the tire barrier. He's been able to refire and pull away. Van Gisbergen remains here in turn 6, and the window net is going down.
Boy, that is a tough break. We can see Shane from our vantage point. Shane Van Gisbergen, the odds-on favorite to go back to victory lane, dead in the water at the moment here in Chicago. Steve Post, what are they saying? You're listening to the radio. All right, we'll follow up with Steve here in a moment. Steve?
Yeah, Shane Van Gisbergen said that they really got into the fence hard, and he has killed the race car. He's getting out of the car. So Shane Van Gisbergen will not repeat here at Chicagoland, or Chicago Road Course.
He was 5th in the running order when the incident took place. Shane Van Gisbergen is going to have to take a ride on the care truck to the infield care center for the mandatory checkup.
It looked like Chase Briscoe may have just clipped Shane as he was making his way into 5 and may have wiped him out. Now, the one thing we know for sure, Briscoe way hot coming into turn number 6. Let's follow up with more. Chris Wilner, what do you have?
Yeah, Jeff, I was just listening to the radio, and after Briscoe got that Ford Mustang refired, he came over the radio and said, I stalled the motor. I got in so hot, he locked it up and couldn't get it stopped. He said, I wasn't expecting it. I guess the line he took on entry to the corner, just he hit a wet spot and away the car went. So he did report and say the steering wheel is straight, so that's the good news. The bad news, some cosmetic damage that they're going to have to come down pit road and repair for Chase Briscoe. But what a job he's done early on in this race. Remember, he was one of the first on those wet weather tires, was able to march his way into the top 5, but now he's going to have to spend a little time on pit road to get that all fixed up.
Bubba Wallace has also made his way to the pit lane. If you recall, Kurt Becker giving us the call that Bubba Wallace was sideways and spun around with Daniel Suarez. Steve Post, what's the latest?
The latest on Bubba. Firstly, Bubba reported that he killed the race car out on the racetrack. Now, Booty Barker said, let's make sure we go out and try to get it up to speed so we can get the minimum speed required. And then that caution came out. What they're doing right now is they're up under the right front, and the right rear is damaged on the car, the right front, and they're looking at the suspension parts and pieces on the right front of the car, whether it's a toe link or whether there's other suspension parts. So Bubba had some pretty serious contact down there, and right now they're looking to assess the damage on that car. His initial assessment was not good, but we'll see what the crew sees that they can find and work on this race car and see if they can get it bolted back together.
Well, that's going to be a big hit as Bubba is on pit road. We'll explain that here in just a moment. We're under caution. Here's where we stand. We're under caution right now. We are working lap number 25. We have 50 laps remaining, and we have 20 still remaining before we see the green and white checkered flag to wrap up stage number 2. Out front, under caution, Ty Gibbs, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, Zane Smith. He's there because he did not pit. He's 4th in front of Tyler Reddick, Todd Gilliland, John Hunter Nemechek, Chase Elliott 8, Kyle Busch 9, and Ross Chastain is 10. You know, when you take a look at what this means in the playoff picture, 7 races remaining, Bubba Wallace is on pit road.
Well, you know, the plot thickens a little more. We've had the opportunity to see a replay of that Bubba Wallace-Daniel Suarez incident. Suarez was just an innocent bystander in that. Alex Bowman is the one that turned Bubba Wallace around to create the incident. Bowman was able to drive away. Ironic, why? Well, because Alex Bowman is the last car currently in the playoffs on points in 16th. The first driver out, Bubba Wallace, 51 points behind Alex Bowman. So that was big contact between Bowman and Wallace. And for the moment, Bubba Wallace has gotten the short end of that stick. But again, there's still 50 laps to go in this afternoon's Grant Park 165. A lot of racing to do. Even though it is difficult to pass on a wet racetrack, very tight street circuit, they have the opportunity to make some strategy calls.
6 to go after this race, including Pocono, the Oval at Indy, Richmond, Michigan, Daytona, Darlington, and then we're racing for a championship. After closer review, we have determined that Briscoe did not clip Shane Van Gisbergen at all. He got in there and hammered the concrete barriers that line this racetrack. What do we have? 2,000 some odd barriers that weigh 10,000 pounds, custom made, purpose built for this particular purpose. And Shane pounded the wall, and that's what ended the day for Van Gisbergen.
All right, here's the latest on what's going on. NASCAR's elected to bring the field to the pit lane. Going to put the red flag out. Now, that is because even though we can race in the rain, the fact is there is a lot of standing water on the race course, and we're going to send part of the Toyota Tundra track drying team out there just to blow some of those big mud puddles away. We can't race with the big mud puddles, can't have these cars hydroplaning at the speeds that they're running. So that's the reason we're going to bring the field down the pit lane. Rain continues to fall here in downtown Chicago, Illinois. We sit under the red flag from the NASCAR Chicago Street Race. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Welcome back to the Grant Park 165, presented by Garrett Popcorn. Enjoy handcrafted gourmet popcorn from Garrett Popcorn Shops, a Chicago tradition since 1949. By Enjoy Illinois. Racing fans plan a fun-fueled adventure in the middle of everything on enjoyillinois.com. And by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Back here in Chicago, Illinois, the Grant Park 165 under the red flag, even though we have been and can race with some rain falling here on the street circuit. There are too many big standing mud puddles, so we have to get those taken care of so we don't have any cars hydroplaning at 150 miles per hour on Lakeshore Drive. That all being said, Jeff, while we're under the red flag, Mother Nature's really decided to come see us.
Yeah, in a big way, for sure. I thought it was big early on when we said it was just flat out pouring. Well, if it was doing that then, well, it's doing that and then some now. As we take a look around the racetrack, it is just absolutely coming down. Now, they have, as we reminded you earlier, brought the cars down. NASCAR initially had told the drivers to stay in their race cars, but we had a look inside one of the race cars, and I believe it was Christopher Bell, I think that we were looking at. It was literally dripping inside the car, so he was able to climb out. It's just unfortunate because this has turned out to be such a special event. You hate to have situations like this occur. There's not anything anybody can do. A tip of the cap to everybody here associated with the Chicago Street Course, not only to put it together, but now to maintain it and get it back into raceable condition.
And I love the fact that what you said, it's an event. It's more than just a NASCAR Cup race or a NASCAR Xfinity race on a Saturday afternoon. This is an event that goes on all weekend long that's got a festival-like atmosphere, not just here at Grant Park, but almost all of downtown Chicago. We've had the opportunities you touched on earlier, wandering around the streets of Chicago and up and down the river and on the lakefront. There are race fans here in Chicago that have come out in droves supporting their favorite driver. And we were walking to the track today, just like all the drivers and everybody does, with all the huge sky-high rises and the hotels all around. We're walking in. This woman comes running up to us. I'm a huge fan of MRN. I love what you guys do. It's great to see race fans come back out and support this event this weekend. I just hate it for the race fans. I hate it for the sport. I hate it for everybody that suddenly, for the second straight year, heavy rain has come back in.
Well, they did it in big ways, talking about the fans supporting this event. We saw it on Friday night when we went out down to the boardwalk to grab dinner. The whole entire motor racing crew was met by hundreds. I'll just leave it at that. NASCAR fans that were all down there doing the same thing, supporting area businesses, restaurants. The hotels are packed all the way around this racetrack. The concerts that you talked about, well received. Two of those went off earlier today. Another one is scheduled for tonight. We saw the suites when we walked in. You couldn't buy a ticket to a suite. I don't know this officially, but if they weren't sold out, they had to be close because they were full. And everywhere we looked, and we walked around most of this race course, and we saw fans already getting their spot up along the fence or in the grandstand. So you hate that we're in this situation. It continues to just come down outside the window. All of the cars covered up, crew members with umbrellas. Some drivers have gotten out. Some drivers have stayed in. And unfortunately, we go under the red flag at the moment. Right now, under the red, Alex, it's Ty Gibbs, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, Zane Smith, Tyler Reddick, the rest of the top 10, Todd Gilliland, John Hunter Nemechek, Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, and Ross Chastain. So that is your top 10 here at the moment. Lap 25 under the caution flag. Shane Van Gisbergen, the driver that came in, the one that we thought, man, if you're going to win, you got to beat him. He went out early, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did. Here, when the heavy rains came, he was on wet weather tires, just coming into turn 6, got in there a little bit too hot. Car slid sideways and really pounded the wall. He missed the tire barrier and hit the concrete jersey barriers, which, there are over 2,000 jersey barriers that line this course both inside and out. And unfortunately, he hit one significantly with the right front corner of his Wendy's Saucy Nugs Chevrolet.
And he was running in the top 5 when he did it. As he was trying to make up ground and put a move on somebody going in to the left-hand turn number 6. Hearing from Steve Post earlier, if you missed it, Shane radioed back and said, man, I got into some puddles. I just didn't think it was that heavy there at that time. The car hydroplaned, and then into the concrete barriers. Let's go to Chris Wilner.
And Shane Van Gisbergen is out of the care center. Shane, I know this is shades of last year, but not you coming out of the care center. What happened from your perspective?
Yeah, just got hit, so not much I could do there, and it slammed us into the wall, so pretty gutting.
Conditions out there prior to that incident, just how sketchy is it when the water begins to stand?
Well, we're on slicks, it was pretty tough, but on wets it was fine. I guess it got worse now, but yeah, it is what it is.
Were you having fun up to that point, just trying to march your way through?
Yeah, I was having an awesome battle with all those guys, and back and forth. Being the pioneer in the leads was tough, but it was a lot of fun.
All right, glad you're all right. Shane Van Gisbergen unfortunately will not repeat here at Chicago, but his day is done here in the deluge on the streets.
He has become quite the fan favorite here in downtown Chicago, Illinois, after winning last year in his maiden voyage in the Cup Series. He won yesterday here in the NASCAR Xfinity Series in the Loop 110. And yes, he did, in fact, do his customary, highly unique celebration where their team brings a rugby ball out, he signs it, and then gives it a boot out into the grandstands. It bounced around like a ping pong ball. Somebody finally got both paws on that thing and brought it down and got a cool souvenir. Drivers, start your engines in Illinois. Cruise on Route 66 for classic car sightings and legendary finds. Plan a fun-fueled trip to Illinois on enjoyillinois.com.
You know, you talk about that and you think, just as a reminder, why we are shut down and under the red flag on lap 25 with 50 laps remaining. We're going to talk about just the unique layout of this track here in just a moment. First, though, let's go to Steve Post. Steve?
Well, we have the unique layout of this racetrack, and then we have the unique situation. Well, it's getting so it's not unique. Talking tires, Greg Stucker oversees the race tire sales for Goodyear. And Greg, first off, let's talk about this racetrack. What do you need to do, whether it's for a dry tire for this racetrack, because it's such a unique facility? What are the challenges?
It is unique from the standpoint it is a street circuit, right? It's something we don't race anywhere else. But we had a good look at the asphalt last year in preparation, so we knew what we were going to be up against. We can compare that to other circuits that we run. Even though they might not be street circuits, but they're road courses. And so we just felt the right thing to do was to bring last year the same combination that we raced at the other road courses and done similar this year. This is actually the tire that we debuted at Sonoma just a few weeks back on that repave, and we felt like it was the right match for Chicago. And that first stint when most of the guys were on slicks, tires really did look good.
How are we on this evolution of the wet weather tires? It's been something, unfortunately, we've talked a lot about here as far as this goes, but how's the process going? How's the evolution going? How are the teams? How's everyone adapting to this as we roll into this event and forward?
Yeah, well, we're very happy with the way the 18-inch, wet weather tire has worked on both road courses and, of course, now the short ovals, when we're running in damp conditions and trying to get racing a little quicker. But, it's that we use in other parts of the industry, right? Similar to our Eagle Supercar 3 and 3R tread pattern that you can get on the street. So we learned from those guys. The wets that a handful of guys did start. They worked well. They were starting to get pretty well torn up because the racetrack was drying as much as it did. But based on what we saw last year, we expected to do well as we continue to race in the rain, and unfortunately I think that's what we're going to be doing the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, I think so. You're right. We've talked so many times, Greg, when we talked to you about the relationship with NASCAR. I want to talk about the relationship with the teams, your relationships with them. We've seen now a little bit more hands-off from NASCAR. Teams decide. How is that relationship from your perspective going and putting this more in the hands of the teams as we've seen here today?
Yeah, I think it's the right call, right? And that's what happens in most other series that race in the wet, right? And of course, we've been racing in the wet on road courses for a few years, but I think as people have gotten more accustomed to it, right? As people know what to expect, then NASCAR wants to be a little bit more hands-off, right? And I think that's the right call, and obviously our guys are up and down pit road, and if teams have questions about what to do and what we've seen, then that's what we're there for, so they can, that helps them make those decisions. But there's a lot of smart guys up on those pit boxes, so I think it's the right call, and just continue to move in that direction and let them let the strategy into their hands.
Greg, we always appreciate the time, appreciate the hard work you and all your men and women do, and it's going to be fun to see those Goodyears go to victory lane here today.
All right, thank you, Mike.
There we go. That is Greg Strucker joining us here from pit road down here. The work that they have done is absolutely amazing and really challenging what they did. An update as far as the weather goes, it's a moderate rain right now here on pit road. So we've gone from deluge to a moderate rain right now here on pit road.
With the Toyota Tundra track drying team out there getting those big puddles blown off the race course so we can go back under green flag conditions. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. back here in Chicago, Illinois on the Motor Racing Network. We are live, but unfortunately, we're under a red flag with heavy rain that has come through Grant Park in downtown Chicago, and that's forced us to have to go out and get some of these big standing mud puddles off the race course.
It's going to take some time. We're live, but we're dead in the water, and that is no pun intended. Christopher Bell climbed out of his race car just a few moments ago, and now C. Bell is with the postman.
Yeah, Christopher's down here just kind of hanging out in the dry, a patch of dry underneath the war wagon down here. Christopher, first off, on again, off again, dry again, wet again. What's this been like as a race car driver?
Postman, you are soaked.
I am.
You are literally soaked right now. So I'm doing a lot better than you are because I'm dry, but it's a ton of fun out there. This place is very, very demanding. It's very high risk, high reward. I don't know if you guys caught it, but I about wrecked lap 2 or 3 getting into turn 1. But we're still alive, we're still in it, and I'm excited about what's yet to come.
I look at it, never driving one of these cars, as the rhythm and trying to get into the rhythm of it. Is it that much different between the wet and the dry, or is it just attacking whatever the condition at the present moment is?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different from the wet to the dry, but it's ever changing, and that's why I like rain racing, is because the track is literally changing by the lap, and each time you get to another corner, your grip level is completely different, and it's all about improvising, so it's a lot of fun.
Now, you're up at the front of the field. Dave Moody was talking about the plume of spray off from you guys' tires. Visibility, you didn't have any problem with it. How was that, though, at the front of the field? Was it still all right?
It was tough. It was really tough. And you know, I was out front, so I had the cleanest track out of anybody, except the 54, but it was very, very hard to see, for sure. So I can imagine that being in the back would be hard to see.
All right, so we always ask the question, you ready to go back? We get this thing dried off. I think I know the answer because your answer is already. You ready to go back and get after it and see what we can do here?
I'll go strap in right now.
I knew that was coming. That's Christopher Bell. He finished second in stage number 1, sits second right now on the racetrack. And yes, he's dry. Unlike so many of the rest of us, he is down here underneath his pit box.
Yeah, and we do thank all of our turn announcers and, of course, our pit road reporters. We know it's tough. It's in the rain, as Christopher Bell was kind of being honest, but yet tongue-in-cheek, talking about how wet Steve Post was, tramping up and down in the rain here in Chicago. 69 degrees here in the Windy City. The driver that is currently being scored in the number 8 spot is Chase Elliott. Chris Wilner's found him.
Yeah, and he's seeking refuge here at the top of the pit box. Chase, okay, you're up to 8th at this point from 18th. How would you assess the day before? Pretty much chaos ensued here.
Chaotic, for sure. It's been, the beginning was, surprising. I actually thought that it was going to be worse than it was. And the track had a lot of grip, truthfully, to get started. And then it just kept getting better and better and better. And then even what little bit of rain we got while we were running, it didn't really seem to affect anything. And then, when it really rained here a minute ago, it was wild. I mean, you couldn't hardly see the car in front of you, and just really hard to get a gauge of the grip level. Obviously you might find a bump or something somewhere that had a bunch of water in it, but then the next section would be clear and feel normal. So it was really hard to get a read. Obviously, I think we were just too far into the wet condition to run right there.
When the conditions change that quickly as a driver, I mean, how quickly do you have to adapt? And is it almost a little scary at some points when you all of a sudden lose grip, visibility, and trying to get your bearings of where you're at on the racetrack?
No, I mean, I just think you quickly realize that it turns into just survival mode, really, more than anything. Or that was kind of my thought, was I was not trying to push, make lap time or anything. And Kyle was behind me there in the 8, and I feel like we just had a gentleman's agreement that we were just going to go as slow as we had to go to make it back around there, because I think he wanted me in front of him. He wanted me to be his guinea pig to see if I made it through. So it's just, it got wild. But we'll hopefully get back going here today and try to get up in the mix. I feel like our car has been pretty decent.
Yeah, if we get this racetrack at least a little more dry, can kind of get some clean running in, how is the speed of this Napa Chevrolet in terms of, picking off some more spots here?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I, would like the opportunity to get into a fully dry circumstance and get up in the mix and battle and the whole thing, not have wet spots here and there, but obviously that might not ever be the case. We might always have some sort of something going on. But I think our car balance has been pretty solid, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we got.
I appreciate it. That's Chase Elliott. He's getting an Uncrustable sandwich, a little sustenance here as we await the rain delay here at Chicago.
7-time winner on the road course, Chase Elliott, the 28-year-old driver of the Napa Chevrolet. We sit here right now under the red flag, lap 25, 50 to go in the event. Top 5 again under the red. Ty Gibbs, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, Zane Smith, and Tyler Reddick. We'll talk about the afternoon forecast here in the Chicagoland area when we come back from the NASCAR Chicago Street Race. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Time for weather on the 7s as we welcome you back to the Chicago Street Course and the Grant Park 165. You know and we know it is raining and raining hard. What we also know is that the radar looks promising. We're going to get wet for, it just depends on how long this cell holds together, but our best guess would be another 20 minutes or so, and it looks like it may rain hard yet again before it actually stops. We do have more weather in the area, but we have a big open area between what we have now and what's coming. And if we can get this out of here and get the track at least blown off, we should be in good shape, and we'll be able to get these cars back out there.
Yeah, and again, it's worth talking about. On road courses or street circuits like Chicago, where we're at today, we can, in fact, race in the rain. On the mile and under oval tracks, we do not race in the rain. We only race when it's damp out. So that's a scenario. We got to get the puddles blown off the racetrack before we can get the cars back out there. Back to pit lane, Steve Post.
Carson Hocevar down here. Carson, just talked to Christopher Bell. I know you're probably not tuned into MRN while you're down here. Christopher was at the front of the field, and he said visibility in second was sketchy. What was visibility back in the middle of the field on that last run like?
I didn't see anything. I think I got halfway down the straightaway and said, all right, I'm just going to live to fight another lap, and just let them all go by, and just kind of pulled over to the side out of harm's way, and cars were crashing around me that I didn't know were crashing, and cars were missing corners that I didn't know were missing corners, and at one point I thought that the yellow was out and it wasn't, and it was. I was just in full survival mode of just trying to make it all the way around, and then obviously the yellow came out, so it was very sketchy for me. My wiper wasn't
doing its perfect job, but also, too, I don't know if it really would have done that much better of a job with how much just water there is, and double file obviously doesn't help a whole lot.
What were the opening laps like? You were out there, I think you were on the slicks, if I'm not mistaken, and the track was a little bit damp. What were the opening laps like?
Those were fine. Obviously, I think I was expecting the worst of grip-wise, but it had a lot, honestly. So it really wouldn't have known. It was obviously just a little slick compared to like a full dry like we had yesterday, but once you got the tires up to temp and got going, you wouldn't even know if it was raining or not, as long as you didn't see the drops. If you saw the drops, you knew it was kind of raining and whatnot. And so it was fine. Slicks, we were trying to go as long as we could on those, obviously. We were just one lap too late to put wets on. Otherwise, I think we leapfrog the field and be in the front right now.
Yeah, that's what some of the drivers did. Carson, we wish you well, and we'll go back.
Thanks.
There we go. That's Carson Hocevar back here. Just as we were getting ready to start there, crew chief beckoned him upstairs to come up and have a little powwow with him. So Carson Hocevar going up to meet with Luke Lambert and kind of put the strategy or a plan together as we go forward.
At one point, he was running inside the top 15. At the moment, he has scored 23rd. One spot outside of the top 15 is where you find Joey Hand. Let's hear from Joey Hand, who is driving for RFK Racing here this afternoon.
That's right, Jeff, and he's a part of the Stage 60 program at RFK Racing. Joey Hand, Mr. Hand, how would you assess your afternoon here? I know it's been a little rocky, right, coming from the back, but seems like we're finding something, and obviously you know a thing or two about racing in the rain, so this is nothing new for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, we qualified really not good yesterday, but I told everybody that was talking to me that this thing was way better than that. We had a little issue with the rear brake bias or bias knob, and then just getting to the track, and everybody ran here last year, and I didn't, so it's definitely some catch up for sure. But yeah, I mean, the car is as I hoped. It was really good, putting traction down off the slow speed stuff. We made some changes overnight that was better through the big bumps. I mean, I just felt better all around, and I could get some front brake bias in it, which was a big deal. So yeah, I mean, just it was going forward, and that's all you want. And it was going forward on pace. We were just legitimately going forward. And fun group of people here. The Stage 60 thing, RFK. Thankful from Roush and Brad giving me this opportunity to do this, and having BuildSubmarines.com on the car, and driving Ford Mustang. I'm a Ford guy. Everybody knows that. So, I mean, just having a good time. I love bringing it to the streets, right? Like, bringing it to the people in the streets is awesome. This is one of the coolest street races I've ever done with the Skyline of Chicago, and I hope that people had some fun while it was dry, and hopefully go racing again.
An ALMS champion, of course. You're part of Ford Multimatic Motorsports on the IMSA WeatherTech side of things, but what is it like when you get to hop behind the wheel of a next-gen race car here in the Cup Series and try to adjust, right? Because there's probably not a lot of similarities, I would assume.
No, I mean, these things are big. They're bigger, they're heavier, they got more power, less downforce, than our Mustang GT3. So it's definitely different. But I spend time in the sim with these guys. I do a lot of the sim stuff for Ford. On the next gen stuff and the road course stuff, so I have a good feel for what's going to happen. But there's nothing like jumping in these cars, for one, and driving in a street course when you haven't driven here, and then for two, having to do battle with this group of competitors. I mean, everybody in the field is really good and has won somewhere, and so when you say, oh, we're starting 38th or whatever, we're going to drive our way to the front. It's not just that easy, right? So you got to do a lot of work every position. So, yeah, again, just thankful to even be here. I'm having a good time. I love driving race cars. I love racing. RFK, these guys have left. I mean, I feel like I've been racing here for 10 years. It's crazy how welcoming they've been to me and my son. And yeah, I mean, we're having a good time. It's always fun when you're going forward. Just got to keep it going. You never know what's going to happen here, but we started out right.
Yeah, and so when we get this thing back going, an opportunity to really be a little bit more aggressive, especially as this thing dries out. So do you feel like with your experience that maybe you could capitalize on some areas, some drivers still may be timid as we get back going?
I don't know. There's not many timid guys in here in this series, man. I mean, I think, maybe some of my stuff I've done in streets and rain and all that, maybe I have something up my sleeve. I always try to have that, but everybody here is good. A lot of good wheelmen here. So I think, I think staying out of trouble still for a little while is the key. We still got a long ways to go if this thing goes the distance. I just really like to pick my way up in the top 10 and kind of fight from there at the end, because when you get in the top 10 of these races, everybody knows that's where they want to be. That's what I learned in 22 when I did these. When you get out, like outside of top 15, those guys think they should be in the top 10, just like me. And you get outside 20, and then everybody's like kind of desperate. So inside the top 10 is definitely the place to live if you can. So that would be my goal, is to get in there, especially for the final stage, and just see what comes. I mean, if it ended right now, I had fun. We had a good run. This thing went to the front. Again, it went to the front on pace, or it went forward on pace, let's say. And I've had just a really good time with this Stage 60 group.
Well, it's good to have you here back in NASCAR here this weekend. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thanks a lot, man.
That's Joey Hand. He's going to get dry. Of course, we mentioned his sports car prowess, but ran all the road course races in 2022 for Rick Ware, so has a lot of experience with these Cup machines. Now going to try to work his way to the front for Stage 60.
He is a talented racer, and he has the ability to take that car into the top 10 where he said he would like to be. Things are a little more tame there, at least here at this point in the going. So we continue to wait out as we have rain continuing to fall here. Again, we can race in the rain, but not when there's a lot of standing puddles, and there are some significant puddles out there around the race course right now. And we've got the Toyota Tundra track drying team out there working on that. A lot of Elgin sweepers out there. You might not want to let Cliff Daniels know that, crew chief for Kyle Larson. His family business, ironically, is called Clean Sweep. Back in southeast Virginia, around the Norfolk area, they go out and have sweeper trucks like this, and they clean up puddle problems in parking lots of businesses and sweep parking lots in the overnight hours. Do a lot of this type of work, and he and his sister Tiffany, the whole family, their Daniels family, this is something they grew up doing, and they became pretty good race car drivers in their own right, but it started by driving little sweeper trucks around parking lots.
Well, those sweeper trucks are being filled up quickly as they suck up water, and there's a ton of it. We were watching, again, from our vantage point, the Toyota safety team moving water down the front straightaway, and it's gallons and gallons and gallons, and then the Elgin sweeper truck right behind sucking up what's ever left over, then more than likely taking it somewhere, and that'll ultimately end up in the river. But there is a lot of water. This is just so reminiscent of a year ago. We had somewhere in the neighborhoods of just shy of 8 inches of rain that fell here and absolutely put this course underwater. NASCAR doing the great job that they did, got the water out of here. We were able to run until we just flat out ran out of daylight. Well, they're back at it and having to do the same thing here 1 year later, and that is moving a ton of water around these streets.
Yeah, and the fans, they have been treated all weekend long to a lot of great on-track stuff. Of course, a lot of off-track entertainment in and around Grant Park with the big concerts that have been going on in this huge concert stage, which is incidentally not far from where we're broadcasting right here, right in the middle of the park. We had Keith Urban, Lauren Elena here today. Yesterday we had the Chainsmokers, the Black Keys, and legendary blues artist Buddy Guy performed here yesterday. Just a spectacular event. It is a race weekend for NASCAR, no question, but it's taken on a festival-type atmosphere throughout downtown Chicago.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We are just outside, just to the very south of Navy Pier. If you're wondering and you're familiar with Navy Pier, you've been there, you've visited that area. We could walk there. In a matter of fact, we did on Friday from here to Navy Pier. It takes you maybe 15, 20 minutes at the most to get there, and all the things that are going on along the Lake Michigan Lakeshore. So that's just part of it. You're exactly right. They build an event and they put a race smack dab in the middle of it. That's where we are right now under the red flag, 25 laps in with 50 laps remaining. The rain continues to fall here. We hope to talk to Ryan Blaney in just a moment. First, though, we need to pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. Welcome back to the NASCAR Cup Series and the Grant Park 165 live on the Motor Racing Network, downtown Chicago, Illinois. And yes, we are live, but yes, we are under the red flag. Mother Nature, again, if you're just joining us, moved in with vengeance and dumped on this race course. Purpose-built street course, around Grant Park. 25 laps in, 50 remain. Ty Gibbs, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, Zane Smith, Tyler Reddick, your top 5. My name is Jeff Striegel. Alongside is Alex Hayden. Working down on pit road in the torrential rain is Chris Wilner and Steve Post. And Steve Post is with Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney is down here actually, and just undercover like everyone else is down here. Ryan, as we look at this right now, the scoring has you 31st. I know pit sequencing and cycles have got you in that spot. What has it been like thus far from your seat?
Yeah, it's pretty wild race so far. We stayed on the slicks, to start the race, just hoping that we could, kind of catch some people off guard with rain coming, and those guys on slicks, we were hoping to jump them, because we were starting so far back that had to take a chance and just didn't really work out. The rain didn't come till later, and so pretty wild race, but was looking forward to kind of getting back on the same tire sequence as everybody, and then the rain got pretty heavy. So hopefully it clears up and we can get back running and try to go forward.
I think what you're saying is, did you wear those rain tires out on the dry track, and what is that like driving on those worn out tires?
Yeah, they just work so good in the wet because they're so soft and have these, obviously treads on them like a street car, but when it dries out, they just disintegrate really fast, and there was just too many parts of the track that were dry that just really ripped through them, and now you're on, and when you're like, whoa, the tread's off them, now they're slick tires. It's like, well, no, they're like worse. They're worse than rain tires, they're worse than slick tires. It's just a terrible feeling of just no grip, can't put the power down, can't turn, braking is awful. So you'd think it'd be the opposite, like, oh, I wore the treads off them, they're slicks now, and it's just even worse. So it's definitely not a fun feeling when you get stuck on them in the dry, but that's a chance you take, and that's a chance we're willing to take, and just unfortunately wasn't the right call, but said you never know how these things are going to go. Either it's going to work out for you or not, and just that was one of those situations that didn't work for us.
This race, this style of racing, second year back on it, how did you prepare for this? How did you, as a driver, what things did you work on with your skill set to come back here for the second time?
Yeah, I feel like you kind of go back and look at, the race last year was kind of funky with kind of rain off and on, but just coming back here, it's like, all right, what can I do better in the brake zones? How can we make our car better on these rough street roads? How can I improve my driving style to kind of get through these bumps under braking efficiently, as opposed to a Sonoma where it was super smooth this year with the new repave. So that's one of those things as a team and driver you try to perfect, you just try to improve on, and now it's the same as we had last year where it's just raining like crazy, and you're trying to deal with the conditions. So I feel like as drivers and teams, you have to adapt, better than the next team, and that's like all you can do, and handle these situations that arise that, are not great for everybody, but it's how do you be better than everybody else. And I thought we did a great job of kind of doing our homework to be better in the dry. I thought we had more pace yesterday than what we had last year. Just it's hard to apply those things when everything kind of changes and goes out the window. So hopefully we can hit it right when we get back going.
I want to go one big picture question with you. Austin picked up the win at Gateway. You picked up the win at Iowa. Joey picked up the win at Nashville. What's the vibe? What's the sense? What's the spirit up at Penske with all 3 cars locked into the playoffs? And what do you work on here over the next 6 or 7 races?
Yeah, well, it was nice. It's nice to get all of us locked in. I think we're the only team right now with all cars locked in, with multi-car teams. So that's a nice kind of comfort feeling for everybody in our group. And you want to go win every single weekend and continue to work on the things that have improved your race team. I feel like our short track program has gotten way better. The 1.5 mile stuff we'll see soon, when we get to Pocono and Michigan and, bigger tracks. And so it allows you to maybe go on a little bit of a science project to help you for the playoffs. But at the same time, you don't want to kind of spin yourself out and really kind of lose your way of what's worked for you. So it's a balancing act. But I would say as far as a comfort feel, it's nice to have everybody in because, Joey was kind of on the cut line there for a while. Austin was below the cut line when they won. So it was just nice for them to kind of really perform and get everybody in. And now you're going to be racing for a championship. It's a matter of now of how can we learn for those 10 races, 10 weeks, and how do we also kind of go for more wins and kind of pad our playoff points before we get there.
Appreciate the time. Appreciate the umbrella as well, Ryan. Best of luck when we get back to green.
Yeah. Hopefully MRN can get you an umbrella at some point. And I know you got your hands full, but happy to help out a little bit.
There we go. That's Ryan Blaney. And yeah, MRN got me an umbrella, but I only have 2 hands down here. And with clipboards and noteboards and everything else, we got the gear covered up, but the body not so much. But Ryan Blaney, I think it's really a neat spot. The Team Penske is in, guys, now. All 3 teams. He's absolutely right. The only multi-car team with everybody in the big playoffs coming up, starting later on this year. And it's going to be interesting to see what they do in the 6.5 races between now and then what they do when they get into the playoff run.
We will indeed, as we're getting closer and closer to finding out who the 16 drivers are that will be in the playoffs for 2024. One of those drivers that would love to be in the playoffs when it's time is Chase Briscoe. Chris Wilner is with him.
That's right, but unfortunately for Chase, right before this deluge here that we're experiencing, had a little bit of an incident in that last caution. Chase, I know conditions changed in a hurry, but what did you feel behind the wheel?
Yeah, just frustrating for sure. You know, we started like 22nd, drove up to 4th there, and it was really good. I felt like we were going to kind of be in contention. And yeah, when the rain came, I just went into 5 or 6 or whatever it is. And as soon as I went to the brake pedal, I locked the rear tires up and shut the motor off. So was trying to get off the brake pedal and get it back running. It just stayed locked up, and obviously hurt our day, but ended SVG's day. So yeah. Stupid on my part, you know, just pushing really, really hard. Obviously, just with the visibility, every spot you can gain is huge. And felt like there at the beginning, you know, I saw Reddick. He picked up like 3 or 4 spots, just being super aggressive because the guy's being timid. So thought I could try to do the same thing, and yeah, just lock the motor up and shut it off. So yeah, frustrating for sure. Yeah, couldn't really see a whole lot up to that point. It's definitely, visibility-wise, it's a struggle for sure. I don't remember it being that bad here last year, so hopefully we can get back going. Yeah, got a long way to go again now.
I was going to say, what does the damage look like on your Ford Mustang? Is it significant, or is it something that shouldn't hinder too much once we get back going?
Yeah, you know, fortunately for me, the tire packs were there. That would have been huge if not. Yeah, I think honestly it's a lot of this cosmetic stuff. I know the hood's pretty tore up, the left front fender's a little tore up, but I think mechanically everything's still pretty straight. So yeah, I don't know. We'll find out when we go back green, and hopefully, you know, we can pass a lot of cars like we did early in the race.
I know you were marching through the field before that, and you kind of look at where we're at with 7 races to go, 18th in points. I mean, we're kind of at a unique part of the season, too. So many different racetracks, but how do you feel like this stretch is going to go here to try to get yourself into the postseason on your final season with SHR?
Yeah, you know, honestly, me and Boswell talked about it as I was getting in the car. Just, you know, do we take points if we can get them, or do we kind of go off strategy? And you know, when we went from 22nd to 4th, it kind of changed things really, really quickly for us. That, you know, we probably just need to run the same strategy those front guys were doing. And yeah, we are in a really weird spot where, you know, we're, I think, 70 points out now because of Logano winning last week. And realistically, you could probably point your way there. But if one guy wins, then you're in a must-win all over again. So yeah, we just need to try to win races. Obviously, what I just did does not help that situation, but up to that point, I thought we were doing a really good job to put ourselves in that position, and I kind of screwed it up. So yeah, I got to try to get it back for our guys, and hopefully we get another opportunity at it.
And finally, I know you've been so busy this summer as well, not only with the big news going to JGR, but also finishing this season out strong, and then Marissa's getting ready to have twins. So you've had your hands full. How do you juggle it all?
It's been a lot here lately, just with everything going on, and even the next 2 weeks are going to be chaos. You know, this coming week I'm going to go to Canada and run the NASCAR Pinty Series race, then go to Pocono Day early, hang out with some sponsors, and then the following week's Indy week, so I'll go up early again. So yeah, it's been definitely a busy time. But at the same time, once, you know, the twins come, we're going to have 3 kids. It's probably going to be harder to be doing any of this stuff. So yeah, just trying to take advantage of it while I can. Marissa's obviously does a really good job back at home with Brooks, and I probably got 3 or 4 weeks till I got to start settling back down and being home a lot more. So trying to kind of take advantage of all that, and yeah, just trying to enjoy it, you know, and enjoy Brooks. You know, his life's about to change when the twins come, so just trying to have as much, you know, that one-on-one time with him, and been taking him to the racetrack quite a bit, just me and him, which has been a lot of fun. So yeah, hopefully can just continue to build those memories.
All right, appreciate your time. Best of luck the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you.
It's Chase Briscoe. He'll go back up and get dry. And he'd mentioned it, Indianapolis. He's got that circled back on the oval for the Brickyard 400 in a couple weeks. I know he's desperately hoping maybe to pick that one up as a Mitchell, Indiana native. So we'll see if Chase Briscoe can do that. But first things first, trying to get himself back in the race and get a solid points day.
Well, he's going to have to do so from 36. But like he pointed out and we talked about, He had a very fast race car right up until he put it into the tire barrier. Let's talk to somebody that is running inside the top 10 right now, and that's John Hunter Nemechek. And Postman, I know you're not going to believe me, as it still is sprinkling. This rain is about to move out of here unless something pops up behind it, Steve. We're getting better, getting closer.
Yeah, we are getting closer, but it's no longer raining where I'm at. John Hunter Nemechek, my friend, my pal, he's invited me up under the nice, warm, cozy, dry confines of the pit box, and we're just kind of hanging out up here. And, Jeff, I do like the idea that maybe the rain is kind of dissipating, getting out of here. I think that is good news. So, John Hunter, what has this afternoon been like with you thus far? Kind of assess where you're at with the Dollar Tree car.
Had a really fast Dollar Tree Toyota Camry XSE today. From the time that we unloaded this weekend, we've had speed, and it's definitely refreshing to show up and have speed. The guys have worked really hard on this 42 car, and proud to be able to drive it this weekend here in Chicago. One of my favorite road courses that we come to. I mean, it's such a unique venue. It's so cool. I wish we were racing right now in the rain. Not exactly sure why we stopped, but looking forward to getting back going here soon and seeing what we can capitalize on.
You say this is one of your favorite road courses. Why is that? What is there about this?
I don't know. It's unique. It's technical. It's challenging. I've run really good here from coming here last year and having speed again this year. So when you run good somewhere, you like it.
I get that. Yeah, second place last year in that Xfinity Series race. You come over here from the Xfinity Series crew chief. You bring your crew chief Ben Bayshore over here as well. What are you guys working on at this point as you work to get this Legacy Motor Club team to where you all want it? What are you working on here in this mid-stretch of the season?
Everything. Just continuing to try and get better week in, week out, looking at different setups, different things that I can do as a race car driver, different unique trends that we can bring within our setups to the racetrack and in our Toyota Camry XSEs here at Legacy Motor Club. So just trying to get better week by week. Some weeks we've been able to hit it and we've had some really good runs, and other weeks we've been a 25th, 28th place car. And this is kind of like our growing years. We said at the beginning of the year there was a lot of new, the manufacturer change, trying to get our processes right. A lot of people continuing to come in and out here. So definitely looking forward to the future and seeing what we can put together week in, week out, and just continuing to try and get better each and every week. I feel like we're getting there. We're getting better. It's just a matter of time and getting more experience underneath my belt as a driver as well.
6 more races after this one before the playoffs. Let me see. Pocono, Indy, Richmond, Michigan, Daytona, and Darlington. Are there any of those you've got circled? Do you really anticipate? You feeling good about all of them? Some of them? What's your thought as we go into this 6-race stretch?
Man, I'm not looking too far ahead, to be completely honest with you, Steve. I think everything that we're doing right now is the most opportunity that we have, and when we unload, if we have speed, we're going to go try and capitalize on it, that's for sure. Myself as a driver, team-wise, pit crew, we continue to try and get better, continue to evolve, and hopefully we can sneak one in here before the playoffs start.
We'll see what happens. I like that approach. 1 week, 1 race at a time, and right now they've got a half a race coming up here at the street course in Chicago. John Hunter wants to get going, guys. He's ready to go. He's ready to get out there and mix it up out here in the rain on the streets of Chicago.
Absolutely right. Steve mentioned those tracks remaining, 6 to go before the playoffs start for the NASCAR Cup Series. Get on the website for Pocono Raceway or the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Richmond Raceway, Michigan, Daytona, and Darlington. Make your plans. Come join us and watch NASCAR racing in person. And as always, try to bring a kid to the racetrack. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. back here at Chicago, Illinois, and downtown at Grant Park. Heavy rain that's come through the area is beginning to subside. That big gap in the radar is now on our favorable side, but there still is some massive puddles out there that the Toyota Tundra track drying team is trying to clean up as we speak right now. So it gives us a chance to visit with some more drivers, starting with Chris Wilner.
Here with Michael McDowell, who started in third position, and then kind of different strategies as we were wondering when it was going to rain early, then it wasn't. I know it kind of caught you guys off guard, but can you claw back now from 32nd?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, we took a gamble there, pitting early before the rain actually got there. And it rained for about a lap, and then it stopped, and obviously not the tires you wanted to be on. So ended up a lap down, and now we're just fighting track position. And in order for us to get back to the front, we're going to need to be on the racetrack to do that and have as many laps on the racetrack as we can that are green flag and not caution. So, it's unfortunate. I mean, we had a really fast White Sox Ford Mustang. We still have a lot of racing left, but the racing's going to look much different now. And, we don't know. I don't know if we'll have enough time to get to dries, if it'll dry out enough. But we got a lot of street sweepers out there, and we got the Air Titans out there, and they're moving a lot of water, so hopefully the rain will stop soon and we'll get back to racing because that's what we need. We need as many laps as we can before we lose light here. So, unfortunate start, but, that's racing, right? You take a chance, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. And we still got a lot of fight left, so we'll see where we get to.
What did you learn about your race car? Obviously, like you said, I don't know if it'll completely dry out when we get back going, so going to be racing in damp conditions. Did you learn enough before things got pretty sketchy out there?
Not really. I mean, I feel like the real wet right there, we didn't really even make a lap, So, we just started to get dry enough to see what you needed in the dry, and then it started to rain. So kind of like last year, honestly, where you're not getting a real honest shake of where your car and your speed and what you need. But that's racing, right? It's the same for everybody, and everyone's under the same conditions, and we just got to maximize everything we can.
Is it hard to look big pictures? You look at trying to get a win and trying to get back in the playoffs, and we're down to 7, including this race, to go 6 after this, to not kind of look ahead? Because we're in a unique kind of part of the schedule when you look at Pocono and Indianapolis and all the tracks up ahead before we go playoff racing.
Yeah, we needed to have a big day today and an opportunity to win, and I'm not sure if we'll get back there, but we'll fight hard to see if we can. But we have good racetracks coming up, and we have more opportunities than just here. But you're running out of time, right? And, our season just hasn't gone well from an execution standpoint, and, from mechanical errors to driver errors to just having a lot of problems this year just getting to the finish, right? So we've had plenty of speed and we've had fast cars. We just like today, it just hasn't quite worked out. So we gotta put it all together in order to really contend.
Appreciate your time, Michael. Best luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Michael McDowell, guys, going to try to claw back, but you heard him. It's running out of time. The hourglass is starting to run empty for drivers looking to punch their ticket to the playoffs. I know they had this one circled as an opportunity. Going to be a tough road to hoe here the rest of the way.
It is, but Michael McDowell is an outstanding road racer, and team still has some laps to try to get that done once we go back under the green flag. He's got the black and white livery on that Ford Mustang Dark Horse from Front Row Motorsports. Chicago White Sox all over that race car. It is a cool-looking car. It is fitting here. And to tie into the event that we've been talking about so much here, Jeff, at the Chicago street race, the public address announcer for the Chicago White Sox since 1985, Gene Honda, is here working part of the public address team here for the Chicago street race in his first NASCAR experience. He's called, of course, White Sox games since '85. He's the PA voice of the Chicago Blackhawks, the DePaul Blue Demons in college athletics, as well as Illinois football. So it is an event, and they bring in some of the best in the area, and Gene Honda, part of the PA team here.
And we're going to continue to try to get this track dry here in Chicago. That radar starting to look better. There is some more rain in the area. There's no doubt about that. I don't think we're just going to race this thing to its conclusion without seeing some more rain. Let's move from Chicago, Illinois to Elk Grove, California, hometown to Kyle Larson. Kyle right now is sitting in position number 3, again behind Ty Gibbs and Christopher Bell. Under the red flag, 5 times he's won on the road course, and he'd love to win here this afternoon. The postman's with him.
Yes, absolutely, and he started on the pole positions, ran up at the front of the field. Kyle, kind of assess how this race has unfolded for you here over the first stage or so.
Yeah, it's been a bit interesting, starting in very light, damp conditions on slicks was took a few laps to get some confidence built up for all of us, but then I think the track was drying out. We all kind of got going. My car was a little bit looser than yesterday, so it was hard to kind of manage that. And then then obviously it started raining. We ran like half a lap and there was a crash. So hopefully this weather moves out and we get back green and hopefully get the full distance in would be nice.
How tough is it to get a rhythm of dry, wet, get the rhythm of the driving down, the handling of the race car? How challenging is that as you deal with the varying track conditions?
Yeah, I think it could be a little bit challenging. It's hard to, think like in this instance, like as it's drying, you're trying to pick out the dry spots. You're trying to look for puddles and all that sort of thing. The track changing, and it's so long. By the time you get around, it could change quite a bit. But I enjoy that. I think we all probably enjoy that. It's trying to learn on the fly really quickly is fun. So like I said, hopefully we can get out there soon.
We'll see what happens. It is getting a little bit lighter here. That's Kyle Larson. We're going to step to the back here. The Vice President of Competition for Hendrick Motorsports is Chad Knaus. Chad, a native from about an hour of here is where Chad is from. Rockford, made his way through Rockford Speedway, and this year got inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame. Chad, this event, could you ever imagine growing up an hour and a half west of here that we'll be racing in Grant Park?
No, obviously this has been an amazing vision that Ben Kennedy has put together and everybody at NASCAR, and it's phenomenal. It's a great show. It's a great race. The venue is second to none. I think it's the best venue that we go to in the NASCAR circuit. It's unfortunate that we came across the weather again this year because practice day and yesterday was beautiful, and the fans were enjoying it. We had a lot of great entertainment value for everybody involved, and it was looking like it was going to be great until the rains opened up. So it's unfortunate, but really proud of everybody that has come here, everybody that works. This is a lot of hard work for the teams to move from point to point to get the pit boxes set up and torn down back into our garage area that's about a half a mile away, basically, is what it feels like. So a lot of back and forth, a lot of effort, and a lot of hard work. So it's pretty amazing.
It really, truly is, not only NASCAR, but you're right, the teams. When you look at this, Chad, you had so much success as a crew chief, and you look at what your crew chiefs are dealing with now with wet weather, with the uncertainty. We just had a first live pit stop under the wet weather conditions. You ever wish to get back on the pit box, or are you pretty comfortable with your role as Vice President of Competition?
I like sitting on the pit box. How's that? And trying to help guide a little bit, but to make the calls again, that's not really where I'm at. I've had enough experience, enough time doing that. I just want to help support these guys. We've got the best crew chiefs in the industry, I feel, and the best drivers. So just being able to be a part of it and be here to assist these guys when they need something, that's what I enjoy doing now.
Always enjoy chatting with you here. It's nice in the home state, and enjoy the rest of your day. And who knows, maybe you can take a trophy out of here as well.
That'd be all right, wouldn't it?
That certainly would. That's for sure. Chad Knaus. I always like to think of the local angle and him being from local area racing here in Grant Park.
Yeah, with his dad running a race car at Rockford Speedway, and that's where he kind of got the bug. He was a race car driver himself in the short track days, Jeff, but realized he knew how to work on the race cars and make them go faster for his dad. And great stories, and obviously leading to the Hall of Fame career for Chad Knaus, part of last year's class of the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
When you talk about that, it reminds us of our colleague Todd Gordon, who grew up and raced cars, wanted to be a race car driver, and recognized that a little schooling to become an engineer, and he could be a world-class and championship-winning crew chief, and that's what he did. I have a feeling that there's, a few people out there. I think of a guy like a Tim Fedewa, who is a world-class spotter, who grew up wanting to be a race car driver, second or third generation driver, and did a lot of racing, and then recognized that there was an opportunity to take his knowledge, put himself on the spotter stand, and work with legends like Kevin Harvick for years. So a lot of people in that camp.
Yeah, you mentioned Tim Fedewa. While we have a second, we want to pass along our well wishes to Tim. He's not here this weekend, had a medical issue. He was unable to come to Chicago to spot for his normal driver, Ryan Blaney, this weekend. So Blaney's got a different set of voices in his ear with 3 spotters around this 2.2-mile street course. So get well soon, Tim Fedewa. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Welcome back to Chicago, Illinois. We sit continuing under the red flag after heavy rains came through the area and have soaked this racetrack and put a lot of standing water on it. It is drying up somewhat and going ahead and funneling out through the system into Lake Michigan and out into the Chicago River. And, of course, once that takes place, we can get these cars back on the track and go racing. As a matter of fact, they are calling drivers back to the race cars as we speak. So drivers are headed back to the race cars, and that is great news. So, Jeff, let's take a look at the leaderboard presented by Napa. Elevate your engine's performance and help it run cleaner, longer with the advanced formulation and protection of Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available at Napa locations nationwide.
This look at the leaderboard comes on lap 25. 75 remain and 20 remain in stage number 2. Ty Gibbs is the race leader. Christopher Bell is second. Third is Kyle Larson. Zane Smith, he is yet to pit. He's the only driver other than Eric Jones and William Byron. And I believe that's incorrect on William Byron. But nonetheless, Zane Smith has not come to pit road, and he's fourth. Tyler Reddick is fifth. Todd Gilliland sixth. John Hunter Nemechek is seventh. Eighth is Chase Elliott. Kyle Busch ninth. And Ross Chastain completes the top 10.
11th is A.J. Allmendinger. 12th is Alex Bowman. 13th is Kaz Grala. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 14th. Denny Hamlin is 15th. Joey Hand is 16th. 17th is Justin Haley. 18th is Brad Keselowski. 19th, Chris Buescher. And 20th is Austin Hill.
Austin Dillon, 21st. Daniel Hemrick, 22nd. Carson Hocevar, 23rd. 24th, Noah Gragson. 25th, Martin Truex. William Byron, 26th. Josh Bilicki, 27th. Eric Jones, 28th. Ryan Preece, 29th. And his teammate, Josh Berry, is 30th.
Ryan Blaney is 31st. Michael McDowell, 32nd. 33rd is Austin Cindric. 34th is Daniel Suarez. 35th, Corey LaJoie. 36th, Chase Briscoe. Bubba Wallace is 37th. Harrison Burton, 38th. 39th is Joey Logano. He is the last car running, although he is being scored 1 lap down. As a matter of fact, he's the only car 1 lap down. 40th and out of the race after the crash, Shane Van Gisbergen.
Right now we've got a break in the weather. There is certainly more weather in and around the area, but with NASCAR calling the drivers to their cars, hopefully we'll get them back on course here shortly. We can tell you from our vantage point and from Kurt's and Dan's and Dave's vantage points, anybody and everybody that can help to get this water off the racetrack is doing exactly that, including crew members down there trying to dry, or I shouldn't even say dry, it's just remove as much standing water as possible.
Yeah, that's the key. I mean, think about it. If you're going down your local interstate or highway at 55 miles per hour, and you hit a mud puddle and get that little hydroplane sensation and lose control of your car for a split second, that is no fun. Well, imagine doing that here, running at speeds down Lakeshore Boulevard, or Lakeshore Drive, I should say, at approaching 160 miles an hour. The slowest corner on the track is turn number 7, and that is a hard right-hand turn, and they still go through there at 55 miles per hour. So you can't have these drivers hydroplaning out there. So that's why we've had the extended delay. Yeah, we can race in the rain. That's not a problem. But not when there's big standing mud puddles out there, and the Toyota Tundra track drying team has done yeoman's work to get that taken care of.
You know, we keep talking about racing in and around Grant Park. We're racing on Columbus Drive. We're racing on Jackson Drive. We're racing on Michigan Avenue and Lakeshore Drive, Belbo, and over on Roosevelt Drive. That's where Kurt Becker is. And he has climbed back up into his turn position. And Kurt Becker, help us out here, because this is an iconic setting for the NASCAR Cup Series.
So iconic that he's just catching his breath right now.
He's at the museum.
Yeah, he is over there in a wonderful spot over in turns 3, 4, and 5 is Kurt Becker. And, you know, that's something that's worth talking about, Jeff, is some of the landmarks and things in and around this area where Kurt Becker is over there in turns 3, 4, and 5. That's where the Field Museum is. It's a state-of-the-art museum of science and invention with the world's largest Tyrannosaurus Rex inside there. It is just outstanding. Hutchinson Field is over there where all the softball fields are between Columbus and Lakeshore Drive. We've got tons and tons of tennis courts and pickleball courts all over the place. As a matter of fact, you were trying to challenge me to a pickleball match Friday, but we just didn't have time.
No, you turned me down.
But it is a fantastic area. And right behind where Kurt's position is over there off turn number 5 and behind the Field Museum is historic Soldier Field where the Chicago Bears play. So it is truly a remarkable, iconic setting.
Well, and we talked about the Lakeshore right here along Lake Michigan, Navy Pier, close by. It's just it's a cool place to be. There's no doubt about that. Steve Post, help us understand what's going on down there. You've been in it since we put them under the green flag, and you've been in it all along. What's the situation now? Drivers on board their race cars.
Yeah, indeed. They've been calling drivers, and drivers have made their way into the cars. The caution lights on the pace car have just come on, and they're putting the finishing touches on getting these drivers buttoned into the race car. I think we're going to go out and go single file for a lap or two and see what the racetrack is and to see what the call is as far as where the damp spots are. Looking crew members now working on the cars, making sure that watching Cliff Daniels and some of the crew members on Kyle Larson's car wiping it down and making sure that they are making sure that everything is in good shape with these race cars as they get set to go back. So drivers are in. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. climbing aboard his car. Ricky in the news this week as he is now the dad of a bouncing baby boy. So Ricky and Madison welcoming a son into the world. Stetson Steele, I believe is his name. So lots happening down here as everyone climbs aboard and we get ready to go back at it here in Chicago.
One thing that NASCAR has elected to do as well, which we have seen done at other times we've raced in the wet, is single file restarts. So at least this next restart, once the engines fire, will indeed be a single file restart for driver safety purposes. We're not running double wide and have somebody get out of shape and wad everything up there. So single file restarts coming up. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. We welcome you back to a very soggy and moist downtown Chicago, Illinois. The rain for the moment has stopped here, although big, beautiful, iconic fountain right off the front straightaway. Well, that didn't need any more water in it other than what it already had out there. But Buckingham Fountain there, some people call it the Married with Children fountain out there, the one you see on the opening to the old TV sitcom. You've seen it in National Lampoon's Vacation as well, but such an iconic piece, and that is where all the souvenirs are for all the race teams and these drivers surrounding the fountain over there. There's a makeshift McDonald's that's been built over there just for the race weekend. Just, again, part of the setting that is a heck of an event here in Chicago.
Can I order something to go?
Yeah,
perhaps? Why don't we take a swing around this iconic race circuit here? 12 turns, 2.2 miles in length, and bring in Dave and Kurt and Dan. We welcome them back to their broadcast positions. The field has yet to come to life. They're still sitting on pit road, but we are moments away. I'll start out there with Dave Moody. And Dave, you've been there before in these types of situations, and I think we got to start first. Credit to the track drying team and everybody associated with this circuit, this event, to try to get this race back underway.
Absolutely so. They have done a tremendous amount of work in a very limited period of time, and much of that time when they've been trying to get water off the course, Mother Nature has been sending more water onto the course. But they have prevailed, at least for now. Mother Nature has called off the dogs, at least for now. It is by no means dry, the track, but there are no, at least in the turn 1 to 2 area and the turn 6 area that I'm overseeing, there are no significant amounts of standing water, which is the main concern at a time like this. So they'll keep working here for another little bit, but they've done an amazing job so far.
And Kurt Becker, who's an Illinois native, is positioned out in turns 3, 4, and 5. Kurt, welcome back. What are the conditions like over there?
Well, similar to what Dave just described on his end of the racetrack. Lakeshore Drive and then turn number 4, which leads on to East Roosevelt Road. Yeah, it's still wet, it's still damp, but as far as the larger size puddles of water that Alex, that you and Jeff had talked about earlier, again, a tip of the hat to the track crew. They've done a tremendous job of eliminating all of those spots. So we're ready to go, and we're set to go back racing.
All right, Kurt, and hopefully we'll do that very shortly. One of the most interesting turn positions in Motor Racing Network history is where we're going to find Dan Hubbard, home to the Symphony, the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, 9 stories up just outside of Michigan Avenue. Dan Hubbard, welcome back.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. You're right, built in 1904. Not only is it the home of the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, but many dignitaries and famous people have performed here, including Harry Houdini. And I'll bet some of these drivers might want to pull a Houdini act here in the final stages of this Chicago street race. Here's a report I just didn't want to file. After all the efforts of the water movers, let's call them, the safety vehicles and these puddle suckers and moving the water, The skies have just opened up again, and opened up big time here at turn 11. Soaking the track, quite frankly. The spotters that I'm sharing this rooftop with, there's 40 spotters. They have all vanished because the rain is coming down that hard. So unfortunately, and again, we have to ask ourselves, how long is this cell going to last? Because we do still have some daylight left to try to get this race completed. But right now, it's raining, and it's raining pretty good at turns 10 and 11.
Buzzkill. Dan Hubbard up there on the Chicago Symphony building. You know, again, we can race in the rain just as long as there's no standing puddles out there all around this race course or anywhere on the race course. We can tell by virtue of all the television feeds and the monitors around the race course, parts of turn number 9, 10, and 11 still have some standing water, and that's where the concentration is right now. A couple of Elgin sweepers are out there trying to get that taken care of.
A quick pop-up is what Dan is reporting. It's quick, and while it may contain a lot of rain, it's going to be brief. And behind that, unless something changes, and it's possible, we are going to be good to go. And I will say that again, Alex Hayden, and you can write it down. Once it stops pouring down rain, we're going to be good to go.
It's frustrating, isn't it? And it's got to be frustrating for all the race fans, frustrating for the teams. Unfortunately, Chris Wilner, did I just hear the engines go silent on the pit lane?
You certainly did. A deafening silence has befallen pit road once again. Right as the cars were getting ready to be let go, the skies, as Dan Hubbard reported, have opened, and now the car covers are frantically getting put back on because some heavy raindrops now are peltering pit road. The crew's trying to rush out, put the car covers on. The drivers are still aboard, and they'll climb out. Hopefully they stay in, but they may have to exit the vehicles because it is absolutely raining here on pit road yet again. There was some hope. We heard some teams on the radios telling their drivers as the engines were getting warmed up that there was rain approaching and they were going to hopefully get to the green flag, but looks like it'll be for naught as the car covers now are being put on the race machine sitting silent on pit road.
That is a massive scramble down there where Steve and Chris are, Steve Post and Chris Wilner. They were ready to go, and all of a sudden it is just, again, coming down in buckets, and the team scrambling to try to get those covers on those race cars. But as Dan pointed out, yes, it started out in turn number 11, made its way back across the racetrack. Now Dave is getting it. Kurt will be getting it shortly if he's not already. But I'm going to just go back and say, to everybody listening to us, no, we're not making it up. You can look at a radar. We are getting hammered right now. It is a small red cell. It is over this track. Once that clears out of here, which should be in a matter of minutes, we should be in good shape. And we're going to be in good shape for a while.
Yeah, the only thing right now that's liking this are all the beautiful flowers and trees and the bright green grass around Grant Park. I got to tell you, we've been in a drought over on the coast of Carolina for a month or month and a half. I could use some of this rain down there, but by golly, when you're at a racetrack, that is the worst thing. Even though you can race in the rain, this is still just not good.
No, not at this rate. It's just putting puddles back on this racetrack, and they're going to need to be blown off. But we have the Toyota Tundra track drying team ready to go. We've got jet blowers here. We've got everything we need to get the water off the racetrack, and we have plenty of daylight. So we sit here under the red flag. 25 laps are complete. It is Ty Gibbs, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, and Zane Smith. Tyler Reddick making up the top 5. When we go back under green, Todd Gilliland, John Hunter Nemechek, Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, and Ross Chastain as we sit here waiting for this to move out and get the water off the street.
Yeah, we just got to hope that even though it's raining hard, I'm fairly confident there's going to be some big puddles yet again because it is coming down in a big-time way right now. It is just frustrating, and we can look around from our broadcast position, see some of these race fans they're just sticking around, having a beverage or two. Some of them are taking shelter underneath the seat that they've been sitting in, but there's no way they're going to leave. They want to stay here and see the end of this race. A couple of nice ladies were kind of toasting the rain, just sitting right in it, no umbrella, no rain jacket, no nothing, just having a beverage and toasting one another and sitting right there in their seat that they paid for.
Well, you and I have been watching a couple sitting on the other side of Columbus Avenue. They never moved. No. Other than maybe to go downstairs to refresh a beverage, they have been sitting out in this since it began, and they're having a good time. Let's talk a little bit about the points. We want to do that right now. We've got 6 races remaining. After this one is over, we head off to Pocono, that 2.5-mile tricky triangle. Then we move on to Indy, the 2.5-mile oval there. Then to the short track, the 3/4-mile Richmond Raceway before we go to the high banks and high speed 2-mile oval at Michigan. The 2.5-mile Daytona Superspeedway awaits. And then Darlington, the 1.366-mile egg-shaped oval. Nothing alike, none of them. That is how we are going to wrap up the regular season as we watch the race fans frolicking in the rain. It's fun to do unless you want to get a race in. How does that, when you look at what we have remaining in the regular season, how does that look as far as drivers trying to get in and race for the championship?
When the green flag flew today here in the Grant Park 165, Alex Bowman was the last car in the playoffs with a 51-point cushion over Bubba Wallace, who was the first driver out of the playoffs. 78 points out was Chase Briscoe. As we sit right now, under the red flag, Alex Bowman has climbed up 1 spot to 15th. Chris Buescher has fallen back to the cutoff spot with now a 69-point advantage over Bubba Wallace. Recall, Alex Bowman got into the back bumper of Bubba Wallace when the rains were falling. Wallace went for a spin, got into the wall. He's able to continue on in the race. However, Bubba Wallace right now is being scored all the way back in the 37th position. So a big hit for Bubba Wallace there, points-wise, with just those handful of races remaining.
11 drivers right now have race wins, at least one of them. Christopher Bell, Larson, Hamlin, William Byron, Tyler Reddick and Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric and Chase Elliott, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, Daniel Suarez. We talked about it briefly. Team Penske already with their 3 Ford Mustang dark horses locked in.
And that's huge for that race team and huge for Ford Motor Company, because if you think back, the opening 12 races of the year, Ford had not won anything in the top 3 levels of NASCAR racing. That's the Cup Series, the Xfinity Series, and the Craftsman Truck Series. Suddenly, here they are. They've won 4 of, the last 7 races. And everybody was like, what is wrong with Ford? What's wrong? Are they going to win? Is there a big problem there? Everybody just needs to relax. They won all 3 of the championships a year ago. They knew that they were just behind just a little bit. A lot of smart people over there at Ford Performance. They were able to get things pointed in the right direction, and here they are having success.
Good news here as we look around the racetrack. Some of the rain in parts beginning to slow down. We'll give you an update on the weather and more when we come back. The rain moving out of the area. Hopefully the cars on the racetrack shortly. Gotta love the race fans here as we look around, some of them just seeking shelter any way they can find it, whether it's under a tent, in a garbage bag, under the chalet tents. They're waiting, and so are we, and we're just waiting now for the rain to move out of here. We see a lot of activity on the racetrack, but we also see a lot of puddles that are going to need to be attended to. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Welcome back to the Grant Park 165, presented by McDonald's. Get the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary for a limited time only.
If you believe the radar, and I do, I don't know about Alex, but I do, and it looks promising, we should be minutes away from the rain moving out of the Grant Park area, out over the southern portion of Lake Michigan, on into Benton Harbor and Niles, and on up into Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids. That's perfect. We're not racing over there. We've got a window to get this thing underway. We've got work to do on the racetrack. Kurt Becker is outside of turn number 4, and we'll bring him in right now. Kurt, it may still be raining. What's the situation?
Well, it is, but it's backed off considerably from the downpour of just a few minutes ago. As you guys in the booth have touched on, yes, there are some puddles of water in our turn location at the southeast end of this race course that will need to be addressed by the track crew. With that said, the good news is not feeling any raindrops at the moment, so hopefully we can get things reorganized and ready to get back under the green soon.
Yeah, so, there is, sadly, more standing water after that hard rain shower that we had just come over a moment ago. The drivers are still inside the race car, so that's good news. So, Chris Wilner, what's it going to be like once we do go back under green flag conditions for these crew chiefs?
Well, we'll ask one who's out here dodging raindrops. That's Phil Surgeon, crew chief for Ross Chastain. We were just kind of talking about what's going to happen here. Looks like the weather promising after this. So, as a crew chief, how do you manage the wet then turning dry by the end of this thing?
Yeah, and then throw in an additional variable with the 8:20 time limit. So we're pretty much at the point where we're not going to make regulation, barring some unforeseen circumstances. So fuel obviously comes into play there. I don't think anybody's good on fuel to regulation right now, but as this time kind of keeps ticking along here, we're closing in on shortening the race enough where guys will be in that window of can make it on fuel, but if it's drying up too much, who's going to put slicks on to go faster at some point, right? Because once this is out, I think we're going to start drying, and that lane will get dry quick.
So when would you like ultimately to have a pit stop once we go? Considering, let's say if this thing goes green the rest of the way.
Yeah, ultimately, if it goes green the rest of the way, I think the guys that are good on fuel are just legging it out on rain tires. Depending on how long the race is going to be, that might be the lesser of two evils. But yeah, a pit stop. I hope that we're in that situation. We don't have to pit. There'll be a call for wets or dries if we do, depending on the condition of the track.
Describe for the race fans at home the chaos of the start of this race when we were trying to keep track of who was changing what tires. Do you stay on slicks or go to wets? As a crew chief, I mean, that has got to be one of the toughest jobs, trying to manage the unpredictable, and that's the weather.
Yeah, for sure. And there was NASCAR called for a potential tire change on pit road, which some did, and then they called for first time around on the pace laps, you had team option for tires. So some changed on pit road, some came down pit road to change. And then we're kind of refreshing the radar as fast as it'll refresh, because at that moment it's wet, it's raining a little bit, but we're really quickly in a situation where we're on slicks. So trying to manage the radar, what the track looks like was difficult from where we sit. Obviously we're using just commercially available radars, and we've got a limited look at the track. Asking the driver what he thinks, and different parts of the track have different conditions. You know, down the front, it was pretty much ready for slicks. Down on near the fountain, where we got a little bit of puddleage, and probably looking at a rain tire situation. So yeah, that was a difficult call, but ultimately we stayed on slicks. I think that was the right call.
Absolutely. Now, before we get back going, obviously, big picture, what's ultimately a solid day, considering all that's happened here? I know the one of Ross and Daniel both have speed, so what's the execution going to be like? What's a good day for the one car here today?
Yeah, a great day's a win, of course, and a good day be a top 5 or just a little outside the top 5 for us. You know, with the unpredictability of the rain and the dry track, obviously we've seen some guys just wipe out other cars, and it's of no doing of their own. The 16, as an example, minding his own business, just gets bonsai'd from behind, and we're going to need a little bit of luck to avoid that stuff. We can Ross can keep his nose clean if it's on his own his own doing, but we'll need a little bit of luck and see what happens.
I appreciate it. That's Phil Surgeon. Really good insight, guys, into what the challenges are as a crew chief when you have all kinds of weather variables, and obviously now racing the daylight here in Chicago.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, and taking a look at the Trackhouse cars, it's good and bad at the moment. Chastain 10th, as you just pointed out, his teammate Daniel Suarez 34th, and that leads us into the biggest losers and movers so far in the event. 25 laps in, presented by Craftsman. Take advantage of special deals now at Lowe's during Craftsman days. Visit craftsman.com. Alex, who's on the move?
Well, on the move right now, since we went back under the green back on lap 23, sadly, we're under the red now, but Kaz Grala gained 11 positions. Brad Keselowski gained a lot of positions as well. Zane Smith has been the biggest mover, 20 positions up, but again, different strategy. He has yet to make a pit stop in this race for service on the race car. On the flip side of that, moving down the leaderboard, Bubba Wallace down 33 positions. You mentioned Daniel Suarez. He's dropped all the way back in the running order, the 34th. He was collateral damage to the Bubba Wallace spin out there off of the front bumper of Alex Bowman. Michael McDowell also, we heard from him earlier with Chris Wilner, and Michael McDowell has lost 29 positions. But again, that's all playing the what-if card. What if we put dries on? What if we put Goodyear wets on? You know, before this race even started, Jeff, all the way back on NASCAR Live Race Day, I think it was in the opening segment, one of the things with the different circumstances this year compared to last year, I mentioned that this had the extreme potential to be a one pit stop race.
Well, how's that playing out now?
They've been on pit lane about 8 times.
Well, but we also thought that things were completely different because we didn't have to deal with Mother Nature like we did last year. We were wrong there also. Mother Nature appears to have moved out of here. The car covers are off. We'll take a swing around the racetrack here in just a couple of moments. First, though, we need to pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. Welcome back to the Grant Park. 165 currently under the red flag, but that will be lifted shortly. The red is out simply because we've had Mother Nature over and over and over again. But the radar looks good. The car covers have come back off. 25 laps in. 50 remain. Ty Gibbs, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, Zane Smith, Tyler Reddick, that is your top 5. We should hear those engines come to life shortly, and hopefully we'll be back underway in the Grant Park 165 for the NASCAR Cup Series. We are less than 5 minutes away from engines refiring from the NASCAR Chicago Street Race. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Roughly 4 minutes away now until we hear those engines fire back up and we go back out onto the racetrack, and that will be lap number 26 of the scheduled 75. So many people working so hard to get this track back race ready. Let's take a swing around it right now and bring back in those voices ready to work for you. They're soaking wet, but they're out there and they're ready to go to work. And that's Dave Moody and Kurt Becker and Dan Hubbard. And Dave, I'm going to start with you. I think we're in good shape. What about the racetrack?
It's in reasonable shape considering what we've been through, Jeff. And yes, we passed soaking wet quite some time ago, about an hour and a half ago. But we're right back, really track-wise, where we were 30 to 45 minutes ago before this last downpour hit. It's absolutely wet. It's going to be wet for a little while. But in terms of standing water, the Toyota Tundra track drying team, the jet dryers, the vacuum trucks have done really good work in turns 1 and down that short stretch to 2, and here in turn 6 where I'm situated. So I think we've regained the ground that we lost, and we're right back where we were a little less than an hour ago.
Yeah, right about that. Over in turns 3, 4, and 5 is Kurt Becker. Kurt, what are you seeing?
Well, on Lakeshore Drive, about 200 feet before the entrance into turn number 4, that right-hander, there is a puddle of water, which is right in the racing groove that I'm sure will be addressed shortly. As far as that goes, though, with that aside, everything else, for what we've been through, the amount of water that's been dumped on this racing surface here in the last couple of hours, a fantastic job by the track drying crew. Some dampness noticeable over in turn number 5. That's the right-hander leaving East Roosevelt back onto South Columbus. But again, it looks like things are under control, and we should be nearing a point where, at least on this end of the racetrack, we should be set to go.
Altamont, Illinois, Kurt Becker. And by the way, from Barrie, Vermont, that was Dave Moody in front of him, all the way from Anaheim, California. And again, 9 stories up, other side of Michigan Avenue, looking down at the Congress Plaza, sweeping turn 8, 9, and 10 and 11 is Dan Hubbard. Dan, the last time we visited with you, you were talking about, well, you also were the one who told us it was starting to rain again, so don't do that. But you were also the one who said 11 was virtually underwater. What about now?
Yeah, actually it was turn 10. The inside line is being a little bit stubborn there, the inside of turn 10 with standing water. However, the track drying crew is really throwing everything they have at it. I have no doubt that they'll be able to take care of that problem. This section of the course, turns 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, will be race ready. Now, nobody's going to be flying through here, but the track is definitely more damp than it was when we started today's event. But with those all-weather tires on it, and I'll tell you what, race drivers are a very, very brave, just a brave breed. And they will be able to find the quick way around this section of the track. The good news is no rain whatsoever, not a single drop falling from the sky.
And Steve Post, I think even better news is I think we're moments away from getting those engines refired.
Yeah, the engines have. fired actually, and the cars are sitting down there at the turn 12 end of pit road down at the other end. Bubba Wallace, remember, he got twisted around. He's sitting in his pit box. He just fired his engine up down here on the exit of pit road. So yeah, the good news is engines have fired, and we're going to have cars back out on this racetrack within the next moment or two.
All right, Posty, thank you very much. Just a great job by the team today, especially those out there. Doing a great job. Our engineer is Steve Fridley. He has been running back and forth, making sure that the equipment stays dry, just like the crew chief's trying to keep the water out of the cowling in the engines. Our producer, Ryan Horn, back in Charlotte. Craig Moore, our audio engineer. So a lot of people just bringing this to you, and it's going to happen. The lights are on the pace car, the engine's ready to roar, and the driver's ready to get back at it. Track drying still needs to be done. Track drying, I shouldn't say it that way, right? We just want to get those puddles off. Let's go back and revisit how NASCAR approaches an event with those Goodyear wet weather tires.
Yeah, what they do is come out and have them at the ready. They have 6 sets of Goodyear wet weather tires at their disposal just in case there is water. So that being said, the race, we had the rain right there at the beginning when the engines fired out there. NASCAR said, okay, you can go ahead and put wet weathers on or dry tires on. Once we took our pace and parade laps, next decision, they said, okay, before the green flag, you can come to pit road now that the driver has been put on the racetrack and has had a feel for the race course. You want to put wets on or not. As Shannon Bednarik has withdrawn the red flag, and she has now put the caution flag in the air. Red flag is over, and yeah, every car right now, Jeff, is on Goodyear wet weather tires right now.
And the big thing is just making sure we don't have any standing water around the racetrack. We're not going to dry the track, not even going to come close. The cars may, as we begin to put them out on the racetrack and put them under the green flag. That may create, and this crowd beginning to respond now. They see the drivers, their favorite drivers, moving off of pit road and out onto the racetrack. They will certainly take a look at this track to make sure that there's no obvious puddles or ponding in any way, shape, or form. And after that, we should be good to go.
Yeah, we should be, as the last lap around by the Toyota Tundra track drying team and the Elgin Sweepers to get that standing water off the race course. Cars are back on the race course.
And while they're doing that, why don't we revisit the keys to going to Victory Lane, presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs for protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. The keys to winning, presented by Progressive Insurance.
As given to us by 3 different drivers. The defending champion of this race, Shane Van Gisbergen, said you have to use every inch on corner exit here. We've seen that happen all weekend long. The drivers scuffing the left and right rear quarter panels off the concrete barriers. So everybody's done a nice job with that. Michael McDowell said you have to keep the car in the straight line and maximize pit lane and minimize the mistakes on the track as the driver. And Christopher Bell said the brake zones are key here. It is high risk, high reward on the brake zones. How late do you want to brake going into the corner? If you cross that line, you can find yourself in a tire barrier or even into the concrete wall.
I would imagine as we wrap up Independence Weekend, there may still be a barbecue going on. Folks, whether they be at the lake or in the backyard, Dave Moody, they haven't heard the sound of race engines in a while. And the field and the parade, even though they're moving at 35 miles an hour, that parade is heading your way.
They are indeed, and it's a yeoman bunch of race fans that have kind of sat this out, sought cover where they could, or just stood out in it when they couldn't, and they are applauding loudly as this field comes motoring by under the caution flag. They sat out a long, long wait, much longer than anybody wanted, but they're starting to feel like we're going to have this thing back at full song not too long from now.
Nice to hear the rumble of the NASCAR Cup Series engines out there. 39 of the 40 drivers who took the green flag this evening, or I should say this afternoon into the evening. Well, that all being said, there's only one out of the race. 39 are still running. Everybody is being scored on the lead lap.
All right, NASCAR also now reporting that this race will come to a conclusion in 1 hour and 9 minutes from right now. If we don't take the checkered flag prior to that, that this race will be complete in 1 hour and 9 minutes. For more on that, what do you got, Alex?
Yeah, so once we get to that point on the clock, NASCAR will put the white flag in the air, and then the next lap, obviously, will be the checkered flag. So it's not like the Rolex 24 at Daytona. When the clock hits 24 hours, the race is over, and the checkered flag comes out. When we reach that point in time, then the white flag will go out. We'll have one lap to go. That way, everybody now knows, including the crew chiefs, because it's paramount now, Jeff, plan your strategy accordingly. With 49 laps to go and up against the clock, obviously no lights around this race course. We're battling daylight here in heavy overcast conditions. So this is now about racing the clock. So you better have an understanding how far you can go on a tank of Sunoco fuel as far as minutes go, as opposed to how many laps you can go.
I'm going to take you all the way back, and it seems like 10 hours ago when you were talking about the race fans that have clamored to the balconies and mezzanines atop the high rises that surround this racetrack. Well, they're back. They're back in full force because Chris Wilner, they know in just another lap or 2 or 3, they're going to see NASCAR Cup Series racing.
That's right, and it is absolutely fantastic to see the amount of people that have stayed right here in their seats as we're situated here on the front straightaway, opposite of pit lane. They are standing up, they are stretching, they're ready to go, clapping their hands as the race cars come by us under yellow flag conditions here on the streets of Chicago. But I want to make a point to what you guys were just talking about, too, with that time being set of just shy of 1 hour, or just over 1 hour left in this race. It's now giving the crew chiefs an opportunity to kind of work backwards and see how much fuel they have left and as far as what to do strategy-wise till the end of the race. And I will tell you, just poked my head into the pit box for Crew Chief Chris Gale for Ty Gibbs, and he was talking about, too, that now that they know where they're at, they can't make it to the end of that hour. They know they're going to be just shy on fuel, so it is max fuel save for those drivers. That also include Chase Elliott on my end of pit road that pitted back on lap number 21 at the end of stage number 1. So there is a fuel situation that is brewing here, so we're going to see definitely a pit stop by some that can't make it. The question is, how close can they make it? We'll find that out, of course, once we get the race cars up to full song.
It's part of racing in the rain, part of racing on a street course. It is unique, it is different, and I know there's a lot of listeners around there right now listening to our broadcast that might just be putting the palm of their hand on their forehead thinking, what are we doing here? Well, that's just different. Some people have a hard time accepting and understanding change. This is not like racing like we're going to do next week at Pocono Raceway or the following week at the Brickyard 400 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which incidentally, we look forward to welcoming our friends from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network to the NASCAR family yet again for their call of the Brickyard 400 coming up in a couple of weeks. But it's just different here, and that's just the way it goes. NASCAR being as transparent as they possibly can to all the race fans and, more importantly, to the race teams so they can plan their strategies accordingly. It's unique, Steve Post, but that's just what we have to deal with when we race here in downtown Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely, because got to be city street tomorrow morning. So the reality of it is this race has got to end tonight so they can get in here and get all the barriers removed and everything. We don't have wiggle room, and so we look at this where we've got this ending time. Last year in this race, and the one lesson that NASCAR learned was to make the call early. So they let the crew chiefs and everyone know way early in this event that I believe 8:20 was the cutoff time, and now they're reiterating that as far as that goes so that everyone knows they're running at the same point or to the same point. So it's just adaptability. You know, we used to talk about NASCAR and we went to the same tracks the same time every year, the same thing. Now we go to different, unique, wild, exciting venues, and this car and wet weather tires and everything else, and now we're running at the clock is what we're running to, and it's just part of the evolution of NASCAR and getting races in on days like this where the old school, we wouldn't have raced today. Chicago, we wouldn't have raced today under the old way of doing things. So
and that's the way it is, unfortunately. Obviously, the rain having some effect on some of the equipment as well. We apologize for that. So we are racing to 8:20 Central Time. That is local Central Time. That would be 9:20 East Coast. Jeff, that puts us just a shade over 63 minutes of racing.
And then we'll see the white flag, and then we'll see the final lap here. And somebody going to victory lane in the Grant Park, 165. Tip of the cap to the fans that are still here. There's a lot of them, and there's a lot of them trying to get any vantage point they can to watch this thing come to a conclusion. Now, we also want to remind you again, we will be 16 laps away from the end of Stage 2. And if you're just joining us, who won Stage 1? Shane Van Gisbergen did that over Christopher Bell and Ty Gibbs. Update on Shane, because people that may just be tuning in are thinking, man, he's got to be out front, he's got to be up front somewhere. Well, that's not the case.
No, racing when the rain was falling fairly significantly, charging into turn number 6, a car behind him in the form of Chase Briscoe simply locked up the rear brakes. The engine locked up on the Briscoe car. He went sliding, clipped Shane Van Gisbergen, sent Van Gisbergen into the barrier, ruining his race. He's out. He'll finish dead last after winning last year. He's the only car out of the race. Incidentally, Chase Briscoe, he's still continuing on. He is 36th in the running order, but still able to continue on.
A couple of Toyotas at the front of the field in Gibbs and Bell, then 2 Chevrolets in Kyle Larson and Zane Smith. Then you get back to another Toyota. That's Tyler Reddick before you get to the first Ford and the only Ford in the top 12. And that's Todd Gilliland. He is right now 6th. John Hunter Nemechek has his Toyota in 7th. And then it's a long line of Chevrolets. Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch and Ross Chastain that get you through the top 10. A.J. Allmendinger is up to 11th. Have we seen the last of A.J. in this event? I don't think so.
No, not a bit. And you know, it's worth talking about something that will come into play because the radar is clear right now, Jeff. Something that will, in fact, come into play now is the race circuit is completely wet. Once we go green flag racing and the heat coming out of the engines and out of the header pipes, off the tires, and the air that these cars mix up and swirl around every single passing lap, the racing line is going to dry, and it's going to dry rather quickly, and that is also going to become a factor because it's going to be up to the driver and the teams if you want to come to pit lane under green and change off of the Goodyear wet weather tires and put on the Goodyear slicks. So that is something that will absolutely come into play before this race is over with.
All right, so then you got to start doing math, and it's about 1 minute and 30 seconds, give or take, to get around this race course. And so the crew chiefs now probably start saying, okay, how soon would I get into that fuel window? William Byron is on pit road. They look like they're ready to change tires. Others on pit road as well. We'll start with Chris Wilner.
Yeah, William Byron is in. They have the opportunity now to come down. They're working on the tire change for William Byron. The crew also putting fuel in to make sure they're good to go. William Byron down and away, but it's still wet weather tires for William Byron. Also down here is Daniel Suarez. They're checking possible damage on the front end as they work on that wet weather tire change as well. Anybody by you, Steve Post?
Yeah, we've got tire changes for Joey Logano. Ryan Preece is in getting 4 of the new wet weather tires. Corey LaJoie is in as well. Just making sure we've got fresh tires on them, and they're all chocking it full of fuel. Chris has diagnosed or laid out that this fuel strategy could be interesting, no doubt, and they're all just taking every opportunity to get every ounce of fuel into these automobiles.
So that is how it's playing out. You know, it's an interesting call, Jeff, because what we just talked about, we expect the racing line, if not 2 lanes, to dry out rather quickly, and you may have to come back to the pit lane. We'll wait and see how this plays out. We're getting the 1 to go signal before we go back under green flag in a half a lap. Field will choose what lane they want to restart in. The field is coming to the Geico Restart Zone presented by Geico. Is your insurance playbook lacking? Switch to Geico and get all your insurance coverage from one place. Go to geico.com today to get started.
And Dave Moody is ready to go, and Kurt Becker is ready to go. Dave has got turns 1, 6 ready. He's covering 1 and 2, and then they'll pick him back up when they come back down Columbus to make the left-hander on 6. Kurt Becker is along Lakeshore Drive and Roosevelt Drive. He'll pick him up in 3, 4, and 5. Dan Hubbard is ready to go on the other side of Michigan Avenue. He'll call them as they work through the Congress Plaza area. Turns 8, 9, 10, and 11. This 12-turn, very tight road circuit here in downtown Chicago. 9 right-hand turns, 3 left-hand turns. And with that, we're getting ready to go, my friend. A long 1 hour and 43-minute red flag.
Here we come into the Geico restart zone. Green flag goes back in the air, and we're racing again on the streets of Chicago. A lot of spray coming up. Single file restart. It's Ty Gibbs showing the way to turn 1.
Gibbs leads the way down the front straightaway into the hard 90-degree left-hand turn number 1. A car length back to Christopher Bell, then Kyle Larson. Battle is on for the 4th spot. Tyler Reddick makes a move to driver's left. He'll take over that number 4 position as the field now gets on the binders, hits the right-hand turn number 2, and off to Lakeshore Drive.
Here they come now, working their way back up to speed as they move across Lakeshore and set up for the entrance into the right-hand turn number 4. You've got Ty Gibbs, the leader, Christopher Bell right behind him, and then a gap of 3 car lengths. Kyle Larson runs along in third. Another margin of 3 car lengths more, then back to the rest of the field, lining up nose to tail. Carefully, everyone moving off turn 5.
Kind of tiptoeing through the tulips as they try and find the safest and fastest way down the hill, heading for turn 6. Here's the challenge for the lead. Christopher Bell's got daylight. Driver's left. He'll pull side by side. Gets a little bit sideways at the exit of turn number 6. They still race wheel to wheel for the top spot. And into the wall is Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin and Ricky Stenhouse tangle in turn number 6. Both of them into the tire barrier.
Meanwhile, we have a challenge, a change for the race lead. Christopher Bell shows the way through turn 7, through turn 8, headed to 9.
Coming around 9, this is Congress Plaza, and Christopher Bell has got the top spot, pulling away from Ty Gibbs in second, and Gibbs is under serious attack from Kyle Larson. Larson looking to the outside of turn 11, nothing doing there. They leave the corner nose to tail.
And that is the battle from second on back. We got a new race leader as Christopher Bell headed to 1.
The problem as they head down the front straightaway is here in turn 6. Neither Ricky Stenhouse nor Denny Hamlin have been able to pull away. Hamlin's car is facing in the right direction. He was able to cut a 360 and try to get going. Then he killed the car and it will not refire. You can hear Stenhouse trying to pull away now as the leaders make their way out of turn number 2. The battle is on for the 2nd spot. Kyle Larson trying to pick up a position. Denny Hamlin still trying to get going. He's got the car fired and he finally pulls away at a reduced rate of speed.
The leaders work their way back up to the quick right-hander, turn number 3, back onto Lakeshore Drive. Christopher Bell, the race leader, and once he got the lead, he's opened up by 5 car lengths. Now Ty Gibbs is just trying to hold off Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick. That traffic moving off turn number 5. Ty Gibbs having relinquished the lead. Now it's all he can do to try to hang on to second.
And that second, third, and 4th place battle has allowed Christopher Bell to jump away. He's away by a good 12, maybe 13 car lengths over Ty Gibbs. Then right on his back bumper is Larson. Right on his back bumper is Tyler Reddick. Just a car length back, looking at a 4-man dance is Todd Gilliland.
Yeah, with a great run, Todd Gilliland right there making that a good 4-car battle. It's from second on back. Ty Gibbs has got it. He makes his way through turn number 7 now. Right behind him is Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, and Todd Gordon. They continue to battle out from second on back.
Tough to pull off a pass here through turns 7 and 11, even when it's dry, but in the wet, it's even more difficult as Kyle Larson is finding out. Briefly looked to the inside of Ty Gibbs for that 2nd place before they got to turn 11. Nothing doing there. They charge up the hill to Jackson Drive.
As they make their way up off of the corner and then make their way into the final turn of the 12-turn, 2.2-mile road street circuit that is the Chicago Street Course. Up off the corner, we get to the line, 12 laps to go now in stage number 2. Christopher Bell is getting on with it, Dave. He has got himself a huge advantage.
He has opened himself up a fairly comfortable lead right now between himself and that 4-man battle for the number 2 position. Kyle Larson in the thick of that, Reddick in the thick of it, Ty Gibbs and Todd Gilliland all running nose to tail, at least for the moment.
Christopher Bell, though, with the race lead as he comes back through turn number 3, and the gap is still some 5 to 7 car lengths back to Ty Gibbs. This time off the end of Lakeshore, no one in the top 5 stepping out of line. Everyone just maintains position, working their way carefully under braking through turn number 5. The leaders are back on South Columbus.
On down to South Columbus and down the hill they come. Full speed ahead and now on the brakes and down through the gearbox. It's still Christopher Bell comfortably out in front. Gibbs a car length up on Larson. Larson a car length up on Reddick, who gets a little sideways off turn 6. Then Todd Gilliland right behind him. Next in line will be John Hunter Nemechek.
They continue to tussle for those positions. Good side-by-side racing for a lot of this, but Dan Hubbard right now, the good battle on the racetrack is in the back half of the top 10. Zane Smith is getting a trunk full right now of the Ross Chastain car. You've got Chase Elliott in that mix as well as they go through Congress Plaza.
Here they come. That's the long left-hand turn, turn 9, and there is Zane Smith right there trying to keep Ross Chastain at bay. Right now, the gap is at about maybe 2.5 car lengths, so check that. Chastain now makes his way through turn 11, and on his rear bumper is A.J. Allmendinger.
All of that going on right behind Chase Elliott. Now comes Ross Chastain. He makes the right-hand turn out on and back on to Congress. Then A.J. Allmendinger right there and Alex Bowman.
Good battle for position as they make their way down the front straightaway, heading for turn number 1. Allmendinger taking a little wider set than Chase Elliott, or rather Chastain taking a wider set than Chase Elliott. Oh, Chase gets sideways on exit at turn number 1. Lost some ground there. Came close to turning that car around. Ross Chastain right on his back bumper now trying to capitalize.
Chastain will see what he can do once he makes his way out onto Lakeshore Drive. The leaders already have left Lakeshore and are making the trek across East Roosevelt. Here's Chastain now, closes up behind Chase Elliott. At the same time, he's got Allmendinger right behind him. That pack of traffic works its way around the bottom of turn number 5 and heads back northbound one more time.
They are the length of hard into the wall, Larson, straight in, windshield deep in turn 6. He overcooked turn 6, went straight in. That car never turned a lick, and Kyle Larson is buried to the A-pillars, trying to back out from under that substantial tire barrier. You can hear it just lighting the car up, and it's not going anywhere.
Caution flag number 3. It comes out on lap number 33. Kyle Larson rockets that car straight into the tire barrier, and that has put us under the caution flag. And Dave, he's going to keep trying, but I'm not sure that he's going to have any success getting out from underneath the tires.
No, I think it's a lost cause. Well, he's not quitting on it, that's for sure. Now he's trying the old how do you get out of the snowbank trick, where you go forward a little and then back a little and then forward. It's not going to work. He is buried still almost to the A-pillars underneath that car, and I believe now, with all the spinning of the wheels, he may have blown out the right rear tire to boot.
And it was a tough break and a big hit for Kyle Larson. He may have clipped the back of the Ty Gibbs second-place car. I'm not sure what happened to the car. He didn't even try to turn the car left. He went flying in, clipped the back of the Ty Gibbs car, was able to get away. And a hard hit head-on that Dave Moody described, and thankfully into a tire barrier, which is stacked, 5-6 tires tall and about 7 deep, going up before the concrete wall.
Yeah, we talk about those concrete walls. Those are 10,000 pounds a piece, and he moved at least 2 of those a few inches back. He drilled it, thank goodness, for the tire barrier there. It is a stack of rows, some 5 tires deep, 5 tall, 5 deep. He drilled it head on. We're under caution, lap 34. Valvoline Chevrolet of Kyle Larson buries into the tire barrier, has been removed, and he's going to try to limp that car back to pit road. Heavy front end damage for Kyle Larson. We'll get an update once he makes his way back there. Bell, Gibbs, Reddick, Gilliland now to fourth, and John Hunter Nemechek rounds out the top five, working lap number 34. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
This is Tyler Reddick. You're tuned into the excitement of the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Now back to the race.
Working under the caution flag, lap number 34, Kyle Larson brought it out. Let's go back to yesterday afternoon, right here. Same track. Kyle Larson, Shane Van Gisbergen, back and forth countless times, lap after lap, swapping the lead. It ended up is Shane Van Gisbergen going to victory lane. Fast forward a day later.
Yeah, Kyle Larson's on the pole position. Shane Van Gisbergen starts in the top five. Van Gisbergen gets taken out by no fault of his own by Chase Briscoe overcooking it. Ironically, going into turn number 6, Van Gisbergen ends up in the concrete barrier. He's out of the race. He finishes dead last. Now Kyle Larson in turn 6, head on into the tire barrier. He has come to a stop. He tried to limp the car back around the course and finally could not. Way too much damage. He's out of the race car. So Shane Van Gisbergen will finish 40th, dead last, and Kyle Larson will now finish next to last in 39th.
So right now it is Bell. Let's give you a look at the top 10. It's Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, then Todd Gilliland, John Hunter Nemechek, top 5. Chase Elliott now up to 6. Chastain, Allmendinger 8th, Bowman and Zane Smith top 10. We've got cars on pit road. Anybody in front of you, Chris?
Down here on pit road, we got Bubba Wallace is in. Going to be 4 tires, and again, Sunoco Racing Fuel. Bubba has got some damage on that race car, and he is off sequence, and you might just as well try to fill it up and see if he can run it to the end. Chase Briscoe, the other driver, he was up on Chris's end. He brought the Mahindra car in. Looked like 4 tires and Sunoco Race Fuel as well for Chase Briscoe. Those are the only 2 cars here on pit road at this point.
Time now for a mid-race update presented by McDonald's. Get the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's. With the $5 meal deal at McDonald's, you pick a McDouble or a McChicken, then get a small fry, a small drink, and a 4-piece McNuggets. That's a lot of McDonald's for not a lot of money. Prices and participation may vary for a limited time only.
Well, part of this update has to include the 1 hour, 43-minute red flag. We're live here, 35 laps in to the Grant Park 165. We have 45 minutes remaining in this race. Now, more on that in a moment. Your top 5, Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Todd Gilliland, and John Hunter Nemechek. Ty Gibbs has led 17 laps. Shane Van Gisbergen went out on lap number 24. He led 9, and we are working under the caution flag right now after Kyle Larson locked it up, had a flyer going into turn number 6 and head on into the tire barrier. This is the 3rd caution that we have worked. Now, I mentioned 44 minutes remaining on the clock, and Alex Hayden, you can explain.
Yeah, because we will not have enough daylight to run the full distance, which would be still 40 laps to go, and that would be a total of 75 laps in this Grant Park 165. So in order to have clear transparency for all of the race teams as well as all the race fans out there, NASCAR said they will stop the race, or I should say put a time limit on the race. 8:20 Central local time, that's 9:20 Eastern. When we get to that point, the next time by the leader hits the start-finish line, the white flag will go in the air to subsequently end this race. So that's how that is going to play out, and that gives us 43 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
And cleanup continues. Dave Moody is there. This is at his feet, turn number 6, a left-hand turn 6. One driver didn't turn left at all, Dave.
That was Kyle Larson, and he really messed up this tire barrier. The problems are twofold right now. One takes a little work, one doesn't take much at all. Larson shoved the tire so far to the left on impact that there's an opening now to the very right of turn 6, all the way to the right of turn 6, that if another car were to take the same path, they would go all the way to the concrete with no tire barrier. So they've now got a forklift here, and they are manipulating that tire barrier, moving the tires back to where they need to be. They've just about completed that. The second problem, this will be pretty quick to solve, is that they've got a rubberized sheet across the front of this this tire stack, and they just use some self-tapping screws with some big washers on them to make sure that outer layer, that outer skin, if you will, doesn't come unattached. They've taken care of that in about 10 seconds' time. Everybody heading back to the safety trucks. Great job by the safety team. They've got this all patched up and ready to go.
And the reason they do that, and they put those screws on there in that outer patch, because if Larson would have hit that batch of tires would have gone flying everywhere. So all those stacks of tires are bolted together, and then as Dave pointed out perfectly, that flat strip on the outside to act as if the wall, if you will. You hit that, it keeps all the tire barriers together without them flying and scattering all over the place.
So we're going to be doing it this way from here on out. Now, we are still just 8 laps away from the end of stage number 2. After that, we're going to be counting down minutes and not laps, as we are 41 minutes remaining in this race, 8 laps remaining in stage number 2. Bell, Gibbs, Reddick. How about Todd Gilliland? How about John Hunter Nemechek?
Yeah, having outstanding drives here today. Still a lot of strategy to play out and a lot of racing still to go. You mentioned the stage will be ending in 8 more laps. We're just now getting the 1 to go this time by. It's worth mentioning we still are under mandated single file restarts. They will not double up, so there is no choose to come into play here. You simply get to the Geico restart zone and drop the hammer and go. You have to stay in line until you come off of turn 12, the final corner, and then there's a white line right at the exit of turn 12. That's where you can move out of line.
And we're going to be picking up the green flag here when they come off turn number 11. Alex Hayden, stand by as we look to go back under the green flag in just a moment. Quickly to pit road. Chris?
Kyle Larson is out of the care center here, and Kyle, that's a pretty big impact with the tire barriers, but what happened behind the wheel? Did you have a warning?
I assume I just locked up. As soon as I hit the brakes, it was not slowing down, so I assume I just locked up, and yeah, I was just going to try and end up wherever I ended up, and yeah, it smashed the car up pretty good, so yeah, just unfortunate, bummed. Yeah, it just caught me off guard. I mean, you push the brake zones a little bit more each lap as you're getting more comfortable, but it just surprised me.
All right, glad you're all right. Kyle Larson, guys, out of the care center. Again, you guys talked about it, the 2 dominant cars out of this one before it's over.
Jesse Delaveau takes the Chevrolet Camaro to pit lane. Race leader is Christopher Bell. He hits the Geico restart zone, and the green flag goes back in the air off the right hand of Shannon Bednarik. We're racing again here in Chicago. Heavy mist as the spray flies from behind these race cars as they funnel off to turn 1.
Much reduced from when we restarted this thing a few minutes ago. Much better visibility. Christopher Bell through the left-hand turn number 1 with a car length in hand over Ty Gibbs as they race their way toward turn 2. Now the right-hander. It's still a car length between the lead pair. Top 5 essentially nose to tail as they race off to Lakeshore.
No one stepping out of line just yet as the field works back up to speed on the Lakeshore Drive and negotiates the right-hander turn 3. Still, it's Christopher Bell, then Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick, Gilliland and Nemechek to complete the top 5. Oh, Ross Chastain slides through turn number 4. An amazing job to keep the car under control. He kissed the outside wall with the left rear corner, but kept going.
Hangs on to that top 10 running position as the field now makes
Trouble
its way.
in turn number 4. You've got Josh Berry went head on into the tire barrier. He's done significant damage to the nose of his car. His teammate from Stewart-Haas Racing also goes spinning off the course. Everybody able to refire and drive away. That teammate that went off was Chase Briscoe. He's been able to refire and continue on, but a bad corner for Stewart-Haas Racing, Jeff.
And Christopher Bell continues to lead. He will snake his way through 7, 8, 9, and 10. But yes, you're right. A big hit for teammates. We stay under the green flag up onto the front straightaway. They'll be making their way there shortly as they climb the banking. Left hand, make it right hand turn. Number 12 and back out onto Congress. Ty Gibbs running second. He's got company there. Tyler Reddick is right behind him. Todd Gilliland and John Hunter Nemechek.
On to South Columbus Drive down the front straightaway, past the flag stand and headed for turn 1 now. On the binders, it's still Bell by about a car length. Another car length back to, or a car length back to Ty Gibbs. Another car length back to the Tyler Reddick automobile. Front 5, front 6 now have begun to pull away from the rest of the field as they run single file off turn 2.
Tyler Reddick continues to be a factor in the top 3, but yet to make a move to challenge for that second spot. In fact, he's going to just follow the tire tracks of Ty Gibbs in second. And here's Todd Gilliland closing in behind the Reddick machine, follows him around turn number 5. They work their way back out to South Columbus. Still, no one steps out of line.
And what has been a breakthrough season for Todd Gilliland already this year, looking for another solid top 5 performance. Down into turn number 6. Gilliland rides in the 4th spot. 2 car lengths behind Tyler Reddick, 2 car lengths ahead of John Hunter Nemechek.
Now, one driver that had been in that battle was Chase Elliott. He has fallen out of the top 10 altogether as he, for whatever reason, has just drifted back. Meanwhile, it is Christopher Bell, Gibbs, Reddick, and a good battle for 4th between Gilliland and Nemechek.
Should be John Hunter Nemechek actually behind Todd Gilliland. He has closed the gap now to about a car length and a half, really closes it up through turn 11, but Gilliland able to scoot away on the exit of turn 11.
In the number 4 spot is Todd Gilliland. Not necessarily a surprise for Gilliland to run as well as he is. 3 of his 8 NASCAR Cup Series top 10 finishes have come on road courses, so he's a driver that adapts very well. The leaders head to 1.
Here they come down into turn number 1. Last time by, you mentioned Chase Elliott falling back. He was having great difficulty keeping the rear end of that machine underneath him. He may have a tire problem on that car. He continues on the race course. Leaders now making their way through the right-hand turn number 2. Top 5 all single file for the moment.
Coming toward another right-hander in turn number 3. Christopher Bell showing the way. Bell still has the advantage by a couple of car lengths over Ty Gibbs, but then there's a gap now of a dozen car lengths back to Gilliland, who's around Reddick, and also John Hunter Nemechek makes the pass. So Reddick from 3rd to 4th to 5th, backsliding his way through the running order as they all work off of turn 5.
We'll see if Tyler Reddick can right the ship now as they race at high speed down South Columbus, heading for 3. Lead pair are pulling away. Christopher Bell by a car length over Ty Gibbs. Then it's about 12 back to Gilliland. He's got a trunk full of John Hunter Nemechek and Tyler Reddick. Ross Chastain to the inside of A.J. Allmendinger. Little contact now between Allmendinger and Joey Hand.
Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Ty Gibbs is indeed running down race leader Christopher Bell. They go nose to tail off turn number 8 into turn number 9 in the Congress Plaza.
Christopher Bell was not forcing the issue in the previous laps because he didn't have to. Now he's got to pay attention. Here he comes through right-hand turn 10, the right-hand turn 11, and Ty Gibbs closes the gap down to just 1 car length.
Ryan Preece into the tire barriers. He was able to move away and get back on course. Damage to the right front on his Ford Mustang. We are now 5 laps away. Next time by to the end of stage number 2. It's Bell, Gibbs as he comes across the line, Tyler Reddick, then check that Todd Gilliland, then John Hunter Nemechek, and Tyler Reddick. The top 5 have broken away by a good distance, Dave.
Yeah, they have. It's a good 15, maybe 20 car lengths back to the 6th place machine of Ross Chastain, followed by A.J. Allmendinger, Joey Hand, and then another 5 back to Alex Bowman as they race their way through turn 2 and off onto onto Lakeshore Drive.
All of those drivers with some work to do to try to cut into the deficit to the top 2 in the running order. Still Christopher Bell and Ty Gibbs. Keeping an eye on Ross Chastain. Here he comes in that 6th position, works his way through the right-hander turn number 4. A.J. Allmendinger is right there lined up behind him. Tries to make a move to the inside. Can't make it work as they head off turn 5.
That's a pretty good battle right now just outside of the top 5 as they race downhill on South Columbus, heading for turn number 6. Side by side now. Allmendinger to the outside. That'll be driver's right on Chastain. Ross Chastain squeezes him up to the safer barrier, but A.J. will not lift in their nose to nose.
And A.J. right now has got the best spot there because he worked down to the inside on Ross Chastain to go side by side into turn number 7. That is a good 4-car battle. Give the advantage to A.J. Now it's Ross Chastain, then Joey Hand and Alex Bowman.
That is the scramble for the 6th position as it makes its way around Congress Plaza. And A.J. Allmendinger has been cut loose through turn 10, through turn 11, pulling away a little bit from Ross Chastain, who's got his hands full with Joey Hand and Alex Bowman.
Absolutely does. Joey Hand giving that Ford from Roush Fenway Keselowski a great run inside the top 10 now as Ross Chastain and Joey Hand bounce off of one another at the exit of turn 12. Side by side racing for positions 8 and 9 and the back half of the top 10.
Here they come down the front straightaway into 1. It'll be Chastain to driver's left, Joey Hand driver's right, side by side. Nobody able to get the advantage now. Hand will pull away. Before they get to turn number 2, he'll take over the spot. Ross Chastain gets drop kicked backward one more time.
Chastain will have to go back to work and see what he can do from there. So far, no change among the top 5. We talked about Tyler Reddick dropping back into the 5th position. He's not been able to improve or regain any of those spots. Here's Chastain now with Alex Bowman all over the back bumper. Everyone working off turn 5.
Lead pair long gone. Half the length of South Columbus between 5 and 6. The lead for Christopher Bell remains a couple of car lengths. A long gap back to Gilliland, then John Hunter Nemechek in 4th. 5th to Tyler Reddick. Another lengthy gap back to A.J. Allmendinger, who has begun to pull away now by a couple of car lengths on Joey Hand. Ross Chastain now feeling the heat from Alex Bowman.
Down to 31 minutes to go in this race. The field rumbles through Congress Plaza. Nobody quite ready to make a challenge, Dan Hubbard. Everybody riding at least in each other's tire tracks.
Yeah, they're all equidistant by about 5 to 6 car lengths from each other. At least that's the case with the top 6. Christopher Bell was under attack from Ty Gibbs, but he has managed that situation. Gibbs has fallen back now by about 5 to 6 car lengths to the leader.
Good battle now between Ross Chastain and Alex Bowman. That's going on right behind Joey Hand. Let's give you a quick look at the top 10. We are down to 3 to go in the stage. It is Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs. That is 1-2. Then Todd Gilliland, John Hunter Nemechek, and Tyler Reddick. Then comes A.J. Allmendinger. He's the man on the move right now. He's up to 6th. Joey Hand 7th, Alex Bowman 8th, Ross Chastain 9th, and how about this? Justin Haley has drove all the way to 10th.
With 3 laps to go before the end of the stage, pit lane is a busy place. Chris Wilner.
It is. Chase Elliott is in. William Byron are in. The Hendrick Motorsport teammates are putting slick tires on. They feel like they're ready. Final stop. Elliott is down and away. Anybody by you, Steve Post?
Down here, Bubba Wallace making his car all the way down to this end of pit road. Here's Kyle Busch bringing his car in. They're going with the slick tires as well. So track is marginal as far as the slick tires go. These drivers are coming in, hoping everyone else pits at the end of the stage so they can flip the script. There goes Austin Dillon back out onto pit road. Corey LaJoie is in getting pit service as well. So interesting strategy. Ryan Blaney, also one of the drivers that pitted here with a few laps to go in this stage.
As Christopher Bell continues to lead and Ty Gibbs continues to stalk him, they have pulled away now Dan Hubbard from 3rd, which is Todd Gilliland, followed by John Hunter Nemechek and Tyler Reddick.
These guys have managed the wet track very, very well, although Christopher Bell just bobbles just a bit. off of turn 11 of the exit, and he's bringing, of course, Ty Gibbs with him, but they've done a fantastic job under these wet conditions of pulling away from the rest of the field.
Now the pits will close when the leader gets to the line with 2 to go in the stage. With that being said, here come the top 2 to pit lane. Christopher Bell and Ty Gibbs are on pit road. Let's cover the Ty Gibbs stop.
Ty Gibbs, to the attention of his crew, he waited until he felt like the track was ready for slicks. They're going to bolt those Goodyear Eagles with the yellow letterings on.
Turn 6, Austin Dillon into the tire barrier. Midway through turn 6, slams it into reverse, back into gear, he's gone.
And we go back to pit road, Chris.
AJ is in as well as Ty Gibbs left with slick tires. Slick tires also for Allmendinger. What a run from 37th here this afternoon. Ross Chastain is in as well. All the top 10 starting to peel off. Steve Post.
Christopher Bell beats Ty Gibbs off from pit road by a significant margin. Bell is gone. There goes Ty Gibbs off from pit road. Todd Gilliland is in getting pit service. Tyler Reddick, John Hunter Nemechek, all getting pit wars here as we're down to 2 laps to go in this stage as 44 laps have been completed.
And that trip to pit road presented by Harbor Freight. Hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Well, the track line is beginning to dry out just a bit. You heard Chris Wilner and Steve Post talk about the teams electing to go with the slick tires. At least for the moment, there's going to be some slipping and sliding, including Christopher Bell, who nearly put it into the fence. Bell was able to get the car righted there off turn number 5, but he's on the slick tires. Dave, the track's still a little bit damp out there.
In many sections, including this one, it's more than a little bit slick, Alex. I definitely question the wisdom of going to slicks at this point because the track last time, once we had the first rainstorm, it dried very quickly because it had been in the baking sun all morning long and the track had a lot of heat in it. It is not drying anywhere near as quickly as it did before, and these drivers going to slicks are going to have their hands full for a bit.
27 minutes remain in the race, 1 lap to go in the stage. Now Joey Hand is taken over as the race leader. Dave, he's headed your way with Alex Bowman, Brad Keselowski, Carson Hocevar. Those are your top 4 cars.
It's a 2-man race for the green and white checkered flag. Joey Hand has got a couple of car lengths in hand. Then it's a long gap back to the 3rd place machine, Brad Keselowski.
Here they come now, working their way onto Lakeshore Drive and continuing to make the bend around turn number 3. Traffic just ahead of them. Here's Alex Bowman moving through. More traffic now coming off the end of Lakeshore. Keselowski works his way through, and also Carson Hocevar.
Here come the leaders now down the hill, heading for turn number 6. Joey Hand, of course, not a full-time Cup driver, not eligible for stage points, but you'll take any checkered flag, any color, any time. Joey Hand by a car length now over Alex Bowman.
Driving for Roush Fenway Keselowski, Joey Hand in a Ford Mustang. Right behind him is Alex Bowman. That is a Chevrolet Camaro. Those two have pulled away from everybody. They'll settle it here. The green and white checkered flag is waiting at the start-finish line, Dan.
And I'm sure the stage win means a lot more to Alex Bowman than it does to Joey Hand. And Hand slides his car off of turn 10, beats Alex Bowman at turn 11. They go up Jackson Drive nose to tail.
Yeah, they are nose to tail as they climb the hill. One more turn, turn 12. Bowman's going to look down to the inside. Hand will throw the block. He'll slide wide. Bowman with a look, but he will not get it done. And Joey Hand is going to see the green and white checkered flag by literally a half a car length over Alex Bowman. For Joey Hand, it is his first ever stage win in only his 8th career start, driving again for Roush Fenway Keselowski. Across the line on lap 45, Joey Hand picks up the stage win. Alex Bowman 2nd, Brad Keselowski 3rd, Carson Hocevar 4th, and Martin Truex Jr. 5th. Noah Gragson across the line 6th. These are cars that did not pit. 7th went to Daniel Hemrick, 8th to Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 9th to Harrison Burton, and 10th was Denny Hamlin. Joey Hand picking up the Stage 2 win. That was a look at the top 10 presented by Powerball. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, wants to make you a millionaire in victory lane. Head to Powerball.com to find out how you can enter the NASCAR Powerball playoff. Leaderboard turned upside down with some cars coming to pit road on lap 43, others staying out like Joey Hand and Alex Bowman, but I would imagine we'll see them on pit road shortly. We're working now lap 46. 23 minutes remain in this event from the NASCAR Chicago Street Race. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Unofficially, we have 12 cars that stayed on the racetrack that did not peel off, at least on lap 43. Those 12 cars, you just heard the top 10, but the 12 cars, Joey Hand, Alex Bowman, Brad Keselowski, Hocevar, Truex, Noah Gragson, Daniel Hemrick, Stenhouse, Harrison Burton, Ryan Preece, Denny Hamlin, and Josh Bilicki. Now, the car that is running in position number 13, that's Christopher Bell. He pitted on lap number 43. If those 12 cars by rights come to pit road, Bell will assume the lead. But I guess the question is, Steve Post, we are down to just 21 minutes right now on the clock. The track is drying, but it's still wet. Would anybody gamble at this point? What do you think?
I think they're good on fuel. I think everyone might be good on fuel. The question is, actually just listening to right now to Blake Harris on the radio. So, okay, so they're not quite as good on fuel. They can make it, they feel like they're going to go about 11 more laps when we go back to green. They figure they've got 7 or 8 as far as fuel goes. The other question is those cars are on the wet weather tires. And when you look, Christopher Bell and Ty Gibbs, they're on the faster, well, we'll see if they're faster, slick tires. This track is drying, but not as fast as it did earlier. There's just a whole lot of uncertainty right now. And listening to Blake Harris calling the shots for Alex Bowman, I'm not sure they've yet figured out what they want to do here.
Well, what do you do? What don't you do? Do you come to pit road? Do you stay out? We'll find out in a minute. First, though, we need to pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. Welcome back to Chicago, Illinois, the running of the Grant Park 165 with 20 minutes remaining. More on that in just a moment. Jeff Striegel alongside Alex Hayden out in the turns. Dave Moody, Kurt Becker, Dan Hubbard on pit road, and they're about to be busy. Steve Post and Chris Wilner. We just wrapped up stage number 2, but the countdown isn't laps, Alex Hayden. It's on the clock.
19 minutes, 45 seconds, and counting. That's all that's remaining before we put the white flag in the air as the sun is getting lower on the horizon here in Chicago, Illinois. The racing line is indeed drying up. The decisions to be made. Do you stay on the track? Do you stay on wet weather tires? Do you put on the slicks like some have already done? There's a lot of question marks that need to be answered.
And we thought pit road might have opened on that trip around, and we are hearing it is. And those drivers that we just mentioned did not come to pit road. We're going to start our coverage with Chris Wilner. We expected wholesale pit stops, but there is nobody there.
There's not, except for Ross Chastain, who is pulled down. They're going to go ahead and go to work on that Chevrolet, and it looks like it'll be a tire change for Ross Chastain. But you guys were talking about it. Do you pit? Do you not pit? Joey Hand, they said they got nothing to lose. He radioed to crew chief Derek Finley and said, I think I have enough buffer to those that took slicks before the stage ended. I think I have enough if I could just cool my tires down. Joey Hand going with the call of the night here to try to pull off the underdog story here on pit road. Steve, anybody by you?
Nobody is pit. Well, Bubba Wallace is coming down. They're going to put some wet tires on that, but Bubba's been off sequence and had all kinds of issues here, so they're just going to look and see how far they can climb through the field, and they feel like that's the best way to go. Field is getting one to go out on the racetrack. I think this has kind of caught Christopher Bell and Adam Stevens a little bit by surprise. I think they thought a couple might stay out. I don't think in any way they thought they'd be buried in the 13th spot, so they've got some work to do, and the problem is they're on slick tires, so they've got to run in the groove, and they can't necessarily get out of line where some of those patches of moisture are. So it is going to be interesting to see what happens with Bell and Ty Gibbs and those drivers that appear to have the faster cars, but right now have a whole lot of cars between them and the front of the field.
Something, Dave Moody, that is unique about street course racing in the wet is under caution and even under green conditions. Drivers are having to go to unique places on the track for the tires.
Wide to the left, wide to the right seems to be the two most popular choices to go out there and find some water. The actual racing line, at least here in turn 6, is reasonably dry. But if you move 3 or 4 feet in either direction, there is moisture to be found. So there may be some hope in that Joey Hand plan to go out there on the wet weather tires and find enough water, enough moisture to keep them from coming apart before the checkered flag flies.
Well, and the other side of that equation is that Christopher Bell doesn't want to be wide right or wide left. He needs to be right down the center because that's the only place the track is dry. If Hand was to run there, just using Hand and Bell as an example, Christopher Bell's got nowhere to go. He can't pull to the inside. The track is wet. He's on the slick tires. With Hand on the wet weather tires, he wants the damp. This is going to be very interesting as we have a number of drivers on wet weather tires out front of those that are on brand new Goodyear Racing Eagles. We are down to just 16 minutes remaining. It's Hand, Bowman, Keselowski, Hocevar, and Truex. Top 5 as we get ready to go into the green flag.
Pace car is scampering away from the field. It'll go to pit lane. Single file restart again into the Geico restart zone. Joey Hand jumps on the throttle, and we are racing again here on the streets of Chicago. Hand off the corner, Alex Bowman on his tail, Brad Keselowski right there, Carson Hocevar, Martin Truex Jr. as they race to 1.
Here they come down the front straightaway, getting ready to set up for turn number 1. Joey Hand a little bit lower on the racetrack. Now exits a little bit higher to driver's right, looking for that little bit of moisture. Right behind him, though, the field lined up. All single file, top 5, virtually nose to tail off turn 2.
Joey Hand will guide the field off of 2 and onto Lakeshore Drive as they all work their way back up to speed. Here comes turn 3, the right-hander. They're already, the leaders are through that corner. Now under braking and downshifting into turn number 4. It is Joey Hand. He continues to lead off turn 5. He's got Alex Bowman as his closest pursuer as they are on their way on South Columbus.
And Alex Bowman is right there, up underneath the rear spoiler of the Joey Hand machine as they race their way down into turn number 6. Hand outbreaks him maybe by a car length, but no more than that. Alex Bowman is right there. 3 more car lengths to Brad Keselowski. He rides in the number 3 position.
Alex Bowman came into the race on the cut line for the playoffs. He would love to get to victory lane, so he don't have to worry about that anymore. Alex Bowman chasing down race leader Joey Hand, but Dan Hubbard, Joey Hand, one of the best when it comes to racing on the streets.
Absolutely, and he's proving it right now. And now turn 10 and 11 are both still pretty damp, so Joey Hand has his choice of lines to get through here. He's still keeping Alex Bowman at bay.
And by the way, the wet weather tire drivers have pulled away from those that are on the Goodyear Racing slicks, at least for the time being. road racing superstar Joey Hand out front and headed back to turn number 1.
The question is, are the drivers on the wet tires going to be able to vary their line enough to find some moisture to keep those tires from coming apart? Joey Hand through the left-hand turn number 1, setting up now for the right-hand turn number 2. He's got Alex Bowman right there on his back bumper as they race to Lakeshore Drive.
Ford at the front of the field is Chevrolet riding in second. Here comes Joey Hand in the Ford. He's got the race lead. Alex Bowman in second. Here's Bowman
Trouble
now.
in turn number 12. A.J. Allmendinger has buried it in the tire barrier. Allmendinger off course into the barrier. He's trying to refire the car and do a multi-point turn to try to get it back on the race course. For the moment, Jeff, we stay under the green flag.
We've got a great battle between the top two in Joey Hand and Alex Bowman, Dave.
He's got his hands full, does Joey Hand. And not far back is the boss. Brad Keselowski beginning to close in. He's only 5 car lengths back in third.
Got a couple of Ford Mustangs sandwiched and right in between a Chevrolet Camaro. Joey Hand trying to hold everybody off here. 13 minutes remain. Top two battle nose to tail. Joey Hand and Alex Bowman.
Bowman is there. In fact, he may have made contact with the rear bumper of Joey Hand. Here they come to the right-hand turn 11, nose to tail. Again, perhaps contact with the bumper as Bowman in hot pursuit of Joey Hand.
Battle for the lead and potentially for the race win up off of turn number 12. Joey Hand has it by inches over Alex Bowman. Ford versus Chevrolet. One trying to win a race in the Cup Series for the first time, the other trying to get into the playoffs.
Both with a lot on the line, but only Alex Bowman with playoff indications. He's looking down to the inside, driver's left off turn number 1. Can't find the bite, follows in the tire tracks. Now will challenge drivers right into turn number 2. He's got the side-by-side shot. Here comes Alex Bowman trying to take the lead.
Last time by on Lakeshore Drive, that was the move that he tried to make. Ran out of racetrack, had to back away. Now he's got momentum. Let's see what he can do. Here's Bowman. This time he sticks the nose of his Chevrolet deep into turn number 4. He wrestles the lead away from Joey Hand. Move Alex Bowman to the top of the leaderboard off turn 5.
He's got the lead. Now can he get away and put some daylight between himself, Joey Hand, and Brad Keselowski? For the moment, the answer appears to be yes. He's opened up a car length just on the straightaway of Columbus Drive. Alex Bowman beginning to pull away.
Bowman trying to get away, but meanwhile we've got Josh Berry stuck in the tire barrier over in turns 2 and 3 area. Josh Berry trying to get out of the tires, and he's not going to be able to do it, at least for the moment. Alex Bowman, the race leader. We continue to wait and see if the caution flag will fly with 11.5 minutes to go, and indeed, caution is on the speedway. Josh Berry's car stuck in the tire barrier in turn number 3.
With 11 minutes on the clock, Alex Bowman with a bold pass. Kurt Becker at 160 miles an hour. A damp racetrack, diving down into turn number 3 and then finishing off Joey Hand in turn number 4.
And give Alex Bowman credit, Jeff, because he tried that move the lap before, and by the time he came off the end of Lakeshore, he knew it wasn't going to work. Discretion, the better part of valor. That was the reason he was able to put himself in a better position on the very next lap, and that time there was no doubt about it. He started his run sooner off turn number 3, and he just plowed his way forward to driver's right into turn 4 and took the lead.
So caution on the speedway for the 5th time. Josh Berry's car stuck in the tire barrier. Not only does that slow things down in the battle for the lead and potentially, Jeff, for the win of the race, the clock, however, does not stop. And if you're just joining us here on the broadcast, with all the heavy rain and all the standing water and puddles all around the street course, we were under the red flag for an hour and 40 plus minutes today to try to get the puddles blown off the racetrack. We are back racing here, but with no lights and darkness quickly approaching, NASCAR told the teams we will race till 8:20 p.m. Central Time, which is 9:20 Eastern. And that gives us 9 minutes and 55 seconds of racing time left.
And Josh Berry buried head first into the tire barrier. Now there is a wrecker on the scene, tow strapped to the back of the Ford Mustang. They will pull it free right now. This is where time is of an essence. And if you're Joey Hand or Brad Keselowski or Truex or Hocevar, anybody at this point other than Alex Bowman, you're saying just push Josh Berry's car behind a concrete barrier and leave it. Well, that obviously isn't going to happen. Hopefully Berry will fire it up, and he has done exactly that. Josh will drive away, but we still have to go through normal protocol and before we can put them back under the green flag. Here's an interesting point. Remember those that came racing onto pit road for Goodyear slick tires, those Racing Eagles? Well, Christopher Bell has only come to 9th. He is the highest running of that. Ty Gibbs still back in 12th. Those that stayed out and rolled the dice, that appears to or will pay off.
Pit road is open this time by. We'll wait and see if anybody elects to come in with the different strategies that have been employed out there. And it looks like the front 10, now 12, 14 cars are all going to stay on the racetrack. From the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Six minutes, 10 seconds and counting to go here in the Grant Park 165. Again, the way this is working because of the lack of daylight, NASCAR said at 8:20 Central Time, this race will come to an end. So what's the process? Here's how it's going to play out. Once the race leader crosses the start-finish line after the time expires, which is now 5:50 away, the next lap will be the white flag, followed by the checkered flag. There will not be any overtimes because of the darkness. So once we hit triple zeros in 5 minutes and 35 seconds and counting, then we'll go to the next lap, being the white flag lap.
And right now they are working downhill towards turn number 7. No indication yet that we will be going. All right, now we're hearing that they will be indeed coming to the green flag this time by. So the run to the checkered flag is going to last roughly 4 minutes. And that's about it. Alex Bowman trying to join his teammates and an opportunity to race for a championship. Larson's in, Elliott is in, Byron is in, and Alex Bowman's going to try to do the same thing.
Which means they're trying to be the second team to have all their cars playoff eligible. Team Penske already has accomplished that feat. Field works through turn number 11 behind the pace car. The lights are on and they are beginning to get pronounced. The sidewalk street lights have come on here in downtown Chicago, Illinois. cars in the background that are doing their normal routines. The headlights are on there. We get set to put him back under the green flag.
Alex Bowman turns right, green flag in the air. Joey Hand right behind. Here comes Brad Keselowski. Truex, the field now pours out onto the front straightaway, led by Alex Bowman.
As Bowman works his way into turn number 1, he's got a car length and a half now on the second place runner. That's Joey Hand. Those two have been able to break away by some 4 car lengths over the third place running Brad Keselowski as Chase Briscoe goes off into the tire barriers. Briscoe is in the barriers. We stay under the green flag. Another car into the tire barrier exiting turn 2. Everybody, however, keeps them pointed the right direction as the field rumbles off into turns number 6 and 7 as they work their way off turn 5. This long straightaway run making the way to turn number 6.
So they make their way off of turn number 4, back out onto Columbus. Headed your way, Dave Moody. Alex Bowman now under braking Joey Hand right there. Weather playing a factor now in our gear, apparently. Alex Bowman now over the hill. He's got a car length lead over Joey Hand. 3 minutes remain. The turn 7 right-hander back into the Congress Plaza. It is a 2-car breakaway battle for the lead.
This is going to be a tall order for Joey Hand trying to catch the leader Alex Bowman as they absolutely fly through turn 9. The right-hand turn 10. Bowman is really laying down the power through turn 11, trying to pull away from Joey Hand.
They climb the hill, go over the bridge that covers all the railroad tracks. Alex Bowman putting the Hendrick power to work. He's opened up 3 car lengths now on the second place machine of Joey Hand. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go in the Chicago street race. Back across the start finish line they go. 3 cars hard in the tire barrier off turn 12. John Hunter Nemechek is one of those drivers. He'll pull away. Everybody gets away, Jeff, as they race to turn 2.
And the leader continues to be Alex Bowman. He'll make that right-hand turn back out onto Lakeshore Drive. Trying to leg it out is Bowman. Joey Hand. We've got Christopher Bell now crashing. Hocevar involved. They're headed your way, Kurt Becker.
Here's Alex Bowman. He's the race leader through turn number 4 and across East Roosevelt with Joey Hand riding in the second position. And then a gap of 15 car lengths back to Brad Keselowski. The leaders work their way off turn 5.
Gloves are off. Final laps here at the Chicago Street Course. Alex Bowman pulling away from Joey Hand. He's opened it up by 5, maybe 6 car lengths.
Trouble in turn number 4, and it's John Hunter Nemechek. He gets turned sideways. Kaz Gralla almost piles into him, carefully works by. Chase Briscoe goes by. Nemechek trying to get back underway.
1 minute 45 seconds remain. Dan Hubbard, the top 2, make their way through turn number 9.
Everybody stays on the throttle, and Alex Bowman continues to pull away from Joey Hand. Put it at about 8 car lengths, separating the top 2. No problems for Bowman. Wet track, what wet track? These guys are absolutely flying through these corners. Headed up Jackson Drive now, going to turn 12.
It's Alex Bowman pulling away from Joey Hand. They have gapped third place Brad Keselowski by some 3.8 seconds. 1 minute and 13 seconds before the white flag comes out. They head to 1.
Here's Alex Bowman hot-footing it down the front straightaway into turn number 1. The question is, how much of those wet weather tires are still hanging in there? He swings wide between 1 and 2, picks up a little moisture, down through the right-hand turn number 2. He's got 3, maybe 4 car lengths in hand over Joey Hand.
Alex Bowman back on the Lakeshore, comes across turn number 3. He's the race leader. Bowman.
Trouble, turn 1. Denny Hamlin, Austin Hill tangle on entry into the corner. Both back into the wall. Hamlin pulls away. Hill trying to do so.
Everybody gets away from the incident site there, albeit the opposite direction before they can spin it back around. Race leader continues to be Alex Bowman as he heads into turn number 6.
And he is long gone. He is pulled away from Joey Hand now by 15, maybe 18 car lengths. An even longer gap back to the third place machine of Tyler Reddick. Now here's the challenge for 4th. Ty Gibbs gets a kick in the pants from Brad Keselowski. Gibbs will pull away.
And we are going to expire the clock here in a matter of 10 seconds with Bowman out front. Then comes Joey Hand. Tyler Reddick now has moved up into third place. Dan Hubbard, you're up.
Alex Bowman making his way through turns 9, 10, and 11, and he is still shaving the wall. Very, very close. Bowman still really right on the throttle.
All right, the clock has expired. We expect now to be 2 laps to go. Alex Bowman back out onto Columbus Drive. back out there, and he is by himself and pulling away from the field now, Dave.
The only question now, does he have the tires to make it home? Alex Bowman through turn number 1, and again, takes it all the way up to the outside wall. Driver's right in search of some moisture. Back to driver's left through turn number 2. Alex Bowman all by himself at the front of the pack now.
Alex Bowman emerging as a force late here this evening in Chicago. He's back on the Lakeshore Drive. He's already worked his way through turn 3. Under braking now, sets up for the right-hander. Turn number 4. Moves through East Roosevelt, swings through turn 5. The race leader, Alex Bowman, is on South Columbus.
Here he comes down the hill, headed for turn number 6. Alex Bowman with no challenger at the back door right now. Joey Hand continues to fall back. Bowman by himself, and now it's Tyler Reddick. Reddick has made his way past Joey Hand. Reddick goes to the number 2 spot, but he's still a country mile behind Bowman.
Man's going to have to run him down in a hurry, Dave, that's for sure. Hand goes 3rd, Ty Gibbs 4th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 5th. Right now, Alex Bowman just trying to close it out. Tyler Reddick running right behind.
Here comes Bowman negotiating the left-hand turn. That is Congress Plaza. Now he rejoins the Michigan Avenue, and Bowman still really driving pretty hard. He heads his way out to turn 12.
Because Tyler Reddick is trying to run him down. Alex Bowman came into today's race in the playoffs, but the last one on the cut line. He's trying to leave Chicago with a playoff berth. White flag is in the air. 2.2 miles. 12 turns still to go for Alex Bowman.
Here comes Bowman for the final time into turn number 1. Right on line again, getting whatever little sip of moisture onto those tires that he possibly can. Tyler Reddick trying to close it down. He's still got a long way to go. He's 6 car lengths behind.
Here's Alex Bowman on the Lakeshore Drive once again, past Lake Michigan, past the Shed Aquarium, past the Field Museum, the Chicago landmarks. Dotting the course as Alex Bowman looks to rack up a win this evening on the streets of Chicago. He's already headed off turn 5.
Final time down the hill now, headed for turn number 6. Alex Bowman trying to take Hendrick Motorsports to victory lane here in the Windy City. He's got a huge lead. Tyler Reddick is going to have a miracle or a problem for Alex Bowman. Off turn 6 for the final time. It's all Bowman.
Down the hill goes Alex Bowman. That purple, teal, and pink Ally Chevrolet Camaro ZL1. Hendrick Motorsports, the race team, works his way off 7 into turn number 8 for the last time through Congress Plaza, headed to Dan Hubbard.
Here comes Alex Bowman right off the wall and now into the right-hand turn 10. He looks forward to turn 11. He is all by himself as Alex Bowman up Jackson Drive. He goes one turn left for Alex Bowman, and then victory.
The dry spell is over for Alex Bowman. 1 90-degree right-hand turn remains. He makes it perfectly out onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is in the air, and Alex Bowman has won in the streets of Chicago. Alex Bowman has picked up the win in the Grant Park 165. It's Alex Bowman with the win. Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, Joey Hand, and Michael McDowell. That is your top 5 as they come across the line. Let the celebration begin on pit road.
Yes, absolutely. Alex Bowman team. Blake Harris, the crew chief, getting congratulations from Chad Canals, Bobby Dell, the engine tuner, because Blake Harris is a first-time crew chief winner. First-time win. Congratulations, Blake. How did you guys pull that off? Tell us how you did that here today.
Man, put in the driver's hand at the end and he got it done. That's it. 45 was coming and he forced him into a mistake. He made enough pace. I don't know, man. That was everything went perfect there on an end to a day that didn't feel like it was going that way. So super thankful.
There we go. That is Blake Harris, and he is a winner as a crew chief in the NASCAR Cup Series for the first time, going to victory lane with Alex Bowman.
Hendrick Motorsports now has all 4 of their Chevrolets in the playoffs in 2024. Alex Bowman is celebrating the win today. From fueling your favorite NASCAR teams to filling up at the pump, Sunoco is trusted to help vehicles perform at their peak. Sunoco, performance is what we do.
With the $5 meal deal at McDonald's, you pick a McDouble or a McChicken, then get a small fry, a small drink, and a 4-piece McNuggets. That's a lot of McDonald's for not a lot of money.
Price and participation may vary for a limited time only.
Curious what drivers talk about during the race? Visit RacingElectronics.com today to purchase a scanner and listen to uncensored audio from every team in the race. Learn more at racingelectronics.com or stop by and see them in the vendor area today.
Meet Calvin. Hi. Calvin won $50 off his roommate. That's because Calvin has the iHeartRadio app.
iHeartRadio.
Which he used to make a pasta song playlist.
I'm a genioki.
Calvin blasted this on repeat after betting his roommate couldn't complete a 4-day juice cleanse.
Oh, I can't.
The song Proper Pappardelle pushed him over the edge.
I love carbs.
Good thing Calvin is one of millions with the iHeartRadio app. Download it today and get paid to ruin your roommate's stupid cleanse. Like Calvin.
NASCAR Live Race Day continues on the Motor Racing Network.
Back here in Chicago, Illinois, it is over. Alex Bowman is victorious here as Bowman on his cooldown lap got absolutely door slammed by Bubba Wallace. Go back earlier in the race, Alex Bowman dumped Bubba Wallace in turn number 2. Bubba Wallace lost a ton of positions, will end up the race today. Way down in the running order is Bubba Wallace, while Alex Bowman will go to victory lane and punch his playoff ticket. By the way, Wallace finished in the 13th position.
They do not forget, that's for sure. Alex Bowman is celebrating, Bubba Wallace not happy, and Ty Gibbs finishing 3rd. Let's hear from him right now.
It was a valiant effort for Ty Gibbs, who perches himself at the wall watching Alex Bowman do his celebratory burnouts, just kind of collecting his thoughts, as a really good opportunity for Ty Gibbs comes home just short, but he was on those slick tires. Ty, really good effort coming through the field on those slick tires at the end, but did you just need more laps, it felt like, at the end?
Yeah, I felt like I had a shot. 6 kind of stuck me in the fence for a second, so I think in the 45 yarded us after that, so I don't know if I would have got to him, but just kind of eliminated our shot there, so unfortunate, but we had a really good car. Thankful to be here.
How much did the track dry out at the end?
A lot. I mean, visible. You can look at the middle lane right here and see it, so a good bit.
All right, that's Ty Gibbs, guys, visibly frustrated, but comes home with a top 5 finish in 3rd, his first top 10 in the last 4 starts.
Yeah, tough break. Ty Gibbs felt like he was roughed up a little bit towards the end. There's a lot of drivers that were roughed up towards the end of this thing, but everybody telling you right now, this is how valuable every position is. It's worth 1 point in the championship standings. Now, let's hear from Michael McDowell.
Yeah, top 5 finish for Michael McDowell, who, when I last talked to you, you were like 32nd. You said, man, it's going to be a long day, but we even had shortened amount of time left. How the heck did you get this thing back to 5th?
I needed a few more laps. Yeah, I mean, we had a fast White Sox Ford Mustang. We knew that, but we just got behind there with the strategy call early on. And then the strategy call later on got us a lot of track position back. So, yeah, you just never know, right? End up on the good side, end up on the bad side, but we finished well, so that's good.
Great points day for Michael McDowell, who comes home in the 5th position, as we'll send it back to you guys and then head back to the rest of the top 5.
Yeah, we'll do the Xfinity Mobile Reliable Performance of the Race while we have that opportunity. It's presented by Xfinity, the Xfinity Reliable Performance. Who do you think, Jeff?
Put it in the driver's hands and let him do the work. I think that's what we just heard from the crew chief of Alex Bowman, ending an 80-race winless streak. My vote, Alex Bowman.
Agree, 100%. The Xfinity Reliable Performance goes to Alex Bowman. And just like Alex, Xfinity Mobile's got you covered with a reliable nationwide network. Learn more at xfinity.com/mobile.
We'll get back downstairs to Chris in just a moment. Want to go back to the door slam by Bubba on Alex. I think you pointed it out very well. Bubba did not forget when they came racing up off turn number 12. That's when they got together. That was, 6-7 hours ago?
Seemed like it, yeah.
I think it probably was. And, you fast forward those 6 hours, and Alex is out front, and Bubba's just trying to get a top 10, and obviously showing his displeasure in a big way. There are times when you graze across the side of the winning car just to kind of congratulate him. That was not a graze.
No, not at all. Unofficially, Alex Bowman is going to be playoff racing. Officially, unofficially, Bubba Wallace is still on the outside looking in. He's 45 points behind. Now, let's go hear from our race winner, Alex Bowman, with Steve Post.
We just talked to Blake Harris, the winning crew chief. Blake has just come in, his career first win, and there was a lot of excitement. Now there's tears down here as Blake Harris and Alex Bowman share a moment down here. Alex, congratulations. You got the first win for your crew chief. Your, whatever race it was, win streak is over. How did you pull this win off today here?
Oh, gosh. I mean, Blake's call, I never would have thought that rain tires in the dry like that would have worked out. So I'm just so proud of this race team. I mean, I made a big mistake earlier and tore the whole left front corner off the car and ruined other people's days. Unacceptable mistake on my end. And I've had a lot of fuck-ups lately and just happy to be here and be able to get another trophy for these guys.
Hendrick Motorsports now has everybody in the playoffs. What does it mean to you for you guys to lock everyone in there now and focus going forward as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's been rough to be a part of this race team. You know, we all see the things that get said, whether it's, you know, media people second-guessing us or the internet second-guessing us. And I feel like between Blake and I, we have everybody covered at second-guessing us. So, you know, to win it on a call that was Blake's call and to be able to go win it on wets, it means a lot. Just so thankful for this group and to continue to overcome stuff like that. It's hard to go to work every day when you get talked about like that sometimes. So proud of these guys for overcoming that.
Finally, this racetrack, one of the most challenging, precise racetracks. What does it mean to conquer this racetrack, to win here at Chicago?
Man, I don't even know. Like I don't really know what to say. I'm just really proud of this team, and it means a lot to win here. To finally get a win at a road course and to do something like this was really special.
Really special, that's for sure. You can hear it in his voice, you can see it in his eyes. That's Alex Bowman. He picks up the win here at Chicago on the street course, and man, I'll tell you what, I think they're ready to burn this town down, this race team.
And we do apologize for the language used there in our Victory Lane interview. Now let's go back to Chris Wilner as we continue to talk with some of our top performing runners.
Well, it's a career best day for Joey Hand, the Stage 60 group from RFK Racing. I remember when we talked during the rain delay, you're like, I'm going to give it all I have, but a gutsy call to stay out there at the last pit stop on old wet weather tires. How did you make it work to get a top 5? I know you wanted the win, but still a great day.
Yeah, it's a great day, man. I'll tell you, I'm all grins. I tell you, that was a lot of fun. I mean, it's fun when you have a car that's going forward, right? Like, they gave me a car, RFK, the Stage 60 car, man. This group of guys and gals was awesome. We had such a good time together. We didn't qualify well. I told them, hold on, I know we're way better than that. So that's exactly what I laid in bed last night and dreamt about, was driving to the front of the field, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, when I love those conditions where everybody's got to find a different way. It's not like set in stone what you got to do. You got to go hunting grip. You got to go hunting water. That's my favorite thing. I mean, I've won a lot of races like that in my life. I thought there was a chance I was going to win another one, which would have been huge. But I'll tell you, to run fourth, starting 38th with this car, we're just one race, or it's done 3 races, but just a ton of fun. BuildSubmarines.com, bunch of people here. Scott Forged on the front in a Ford Mustang. What are you going to say? We went to the front, and I'm happy about it.
He is happy. All smiles down here. That's Joey Hand with a 4th place finish. Steve Post, round out our top 5 coverage.
Tyler Reddick down here. It was a great run at the end as he raced his way forward and got up to the 2nd spot right there at the end. Tyler, the last few laps, kind of walk us through and describe the way the last 10 or so laps of that race unfolded.
Well, I mean, the last 10 entirely. There's a lot going on. The 20 and the 54 were obviously ahead of us most of the day, and situation just played out to where they got collected in other people's nonsense, and they're in position to run down the 48. It was going to be really close had I not made the mistake. Just crazy. I run all day long and know where my limits are, and here at the end when it matters most, the dumbest mistake. It's unreal.
That sums it up for Tyler Reddick. We had the elation, the joy of Alex Bowman, and Tyler Reddick does not take losses very, very well. He's pretty critical of himself, and then when he bounces the car off the wall running for the win, he obviously is very frustrated with it. That's Tyler Reddick. He finishes in the 2nd spot.
Here's how they finished today in the Grant Park 165 in the second running of it. Alex Bowman picks up the win. He's now in the playoffs. Tyler Reddick will be second. Just heard from him. As a matter of fact, you heard from all the top 5 finishers. Ty Gibbs was third. Joey Hand was fourth. Michael McDowell fifth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was sixth. Todd Gilliland was seventh. William Byron came home eighth. Kyle Busch ninth. And Ryan Blaney was 10th.
11th was Daniel Suarez. Daniel Hemrick was 12th. Bubba Wallace finished 13th. Noah Gregson 14th. And Austin Cindric was 15th. 16th went to Justin Haley. Zane Smith 17th. 18th was Brad Kozlowski. 19th was Austin Dillon. And 20th was Chris Buescher.
Chase Elliott was 21st. Ross Chastain was 22nd. 23rd was Joey Logano. Carson Hocevar was 24th. Harrison Burton 25th. Kaz Grala 26th. Corey LaJoie was 27th. 28th was Josh Balicki. 29th was Eric Jones. And 30th was Denny Hamlin.
Austin Hill 31st. Chase Briscoe 32nd. Martin Truex Jr. 33rd. Ryan Preece 34th. 35th went to John Hunter Nemechek. Josh Berry 36th. Christopher Bell faded late back to 37th. And the same for A.J. Allmendinger 38th. 39th Kyle Larson. Shane Van Gisbergen was 40th. My friend, that was a day.
It really was. An outstanding day, a great day of racing. No fun having an hour and 43-minute red flag with all the heavy rains and the puddles. But, you know, race fans stuck it out. Everybody stuck it out, and we hope everybody enjoyed the Grant Park 165. It was another outstanding event. We turn our attention now on to the Pocono Raceway next weekend.